Chapter 421 Killing the Supreme Being. Through its essence, the method of self-destruction is to make oneself fall down to the realm, break away from the heart of heaven, and then declare oneself. This is also an immortality method exclusive to the extreme creatures, although the self-destruction creatures have to pay a high price for this. The immortality itself is the real deal. No matter Feng Lai or the many emperors in the Immortal Mountain, they have never discriminated against the self-destruction supreme ones. The first 8 statues in the forbidden area of the heaven are all self-destruction ones. Xi Xian's father-in-law is also a member of the self-destruction supreme ones. In the past, the master of Tianqin really had no need to fight among himself. But those supremes who rely on launching dark turmoil to extend their lives are never on the white list of the Immortal Mountain. No matter whether they are the Stone Emperor, the Lord of Reincarnation, and others who died in the hands of the Void Group for more than 300,000 years, or the immortals in front of them. Regardless of whether they are gods or deities, they are all mortal beings. The world is cruel, and it is true that the weak should prey on the strong. But the Supreme's bad influence on the historical process has affected the selection of the strong in this universe, which is no different from the harvest era on the other side of the Boundary Sea, and the weird sacrifice above the heaven. Neither Feng Lai nor Sure Hao would allow such a thing to cut off the foundation of the future. I only yearn for immortality, and the mountain of immortality. Are you going too far to deceive others? The firm attitude of Xi Xian and others made the immortal lord growl. After nearly tens of millions of years of suffering, the so-called Taoist heart and the so-called dignity have long been abandoned. This person has long been crazy, and he can't hold anything in his heart except immortality and becoming an immortal. Immortality? Trillions of living beings died to gain immortality for you. Who do you think you are? Hearing this, the Golden Crow Emperor frowned, stepped forward without hesitation, looked down at the immortal lord, and said indifferently, Old Golden Crow has always been an emperor who attaches great importance to the ethnic group, thinking that if the Dark Lord causes chaos in the future without him, it is likely to destroy his imperial soldiers and destroy the Golden Crow demon court that he spent years building for future generations. He feels angry in his heart, with murderous intent. When, after the words fell, the Daojia Golden Emperor bell roared, triggering a massive amount of Do Tian Emperor fire, instantly sealing the void where the immortal lord was. And then the universe reversed, bringing him into the infinitely distant starry sky to fight. Old Jinwu is very strong. When he was young, he mastered the immortal burning technique taught by King Pan. Since then, he has become somewhat of an immortal crow. Now he is at the pinnacle of his third life, and his combat power is beyond imagination. The immortal emperor he faced was naturally very strong. He was born in the age of mythology, had taken the 9-turn immortal pill, participated in the establishment of the ancient heaven, joined the team that shot down the emperor, and was the master of the underworld in a certain era. He is quite famous among the 9 heavenly lords in the mythical age. But after all, he had lived for too many years. With the passage of time and his unscrupulous pursuit of immortality, his Taoist heart had long been distorted and his condition was too poor. Facing the Golden Crow Emperor, even if he was extremely sublime, it was quite difficult to even persist. The 2 extreme masters fought for a long time on the ancient battlefield in the mythical age. With only a few hundred moves, the Golden Crow Emperor used the Do Tian Emperor's fire to burn everything in the immortal heavenly lord. His body disintegrated, his soul turned into ashes, and even the immortal sword was destroyed by gold. The bell was shaken to pieces. Such a result made all the spectators present feel horrified. After all, the Golden Crow Emperor was too young compared to the immortal lord. But he still killed the extremely sublimated immortal lord. The Golden Crow immortal fire shook the world, and was terrifying. The emperor's immortal power. Outside the Big Dipper star, several old golden crows lingering in the sun's fire roared, and their whole bodies were trembling with excitement. They were all descendants of the Golden Crow Emperor within 5 generations, and their imperial blood boiled in their bodies. They were proud of the majesty of their own emperors. It's sad. I have been praying for the road to immortality all my life. But in the end, I still died in front of the road to immortality. The death of the immortal lord made the other 7 supreme beings in front of the path to immortality look solemn, although none of them would stand up for the immortal lord. Rabbit Death and Fox Sad were still shocked by the methods of the Golden Crow Emperor. Raging, the Golden Crow Emperor returned from the sky without saying a word and stood in front of Emperor Xian and Emperor Yinglong. In fact, he did not weaken at all because of the battle with the immortal lord. Instead, he became even more majestic. With roaring blood and vitality, he faced the 7 supreme beings. Well, Seeing this, all the Supremes present sighed softly. They could see clearly that this was the immortal mountain forcing them to leave on their own initiative. Either to forcefully enter the path of immortality, or to face these three emperors, who were at least in their third life. After a moment, the 7 supreme beings all turned around and embarked on the road to immortality. They could not look back. The road to immortality in front of them was a narrow escape. But behind them, they were almost certain to die. This scene was really too sad. Fellow Taoist Qilin, please stay. Suddenly, Xixian, who had been sitting at the very back, called out the name of a certain ancient supreme being. Another blue-haired man holding an eternal unicorn staff stopped and turned to the direction of Xixian. Brush. Before he could say anything, he saw a 9-color ray of light suddenly rising from Xixian's hand, directly piercing the void, unable to resist the ancient Emperor Qilin's resistance. It flew into the center of the ancient Emperor's eyebrows. After that, a smile appeared on Xixian's face, and he waved his hand and said, "This is a gift from the race. Brother Tao is very talented. I should overcome all obstacles and reach the fairyland." What he threw out was really the Immortal King's great pill that the ancient Tu Immortal King of the Immortal Realm had refined for the Supreme Beings. It could make up for the cracks in the immortal platform caused by the Supreme Being's self-destruction, and restore it to its original state and return to perfection. The right time, the right place. According to the deductions of Xixian and others, the right person needed for the road to immortality in the ancient restricted area is the flawless emperor with a flawless body and soul. The reason why Xixian helped the ancient Qilin emperor in this way was because back then in the immortal realm, Immortal King Mu Lin, who was under Feng Lai, wanted a strong man from the Qilin tribe who could practice the secret method of the human body and become an emperor. Thank you. The ancient Emperor Qilin could naturally feel that the divine object that flew into his eyebrows was of great help to his condition. He slightly bowed his hand to Xixian, then turned around and entered the road to immortality together with other emperors. After that, the 7 supreme beings never returned. No one knows what kind of battles they experienced, and how many ups and downs they suffered on their way to becoming immortals. People only know that the road to immortality in the ancient restricted area has opened, and 8 supreme beings have disappeared forever in this universe. Whether they become immortals or fall, it is no longer important. And when all the waves subsided, the restricted area was silent, and many quasi-emperors, and even great saint-level experts, who had not yet become the ultimate master tried their best to rush into the road to immortality that had not yet been closed. The ancient mines of Taichu, the immortal tombs, and the divine ruins. Since then, the supreme being who has launched dark turmoil in this universe should have died. It is really gratifying. Xixian and the others stood outside the immortal mountain and saw Mount Shumi rushing onto the road to immortality without hesitation. They also saw many quasi-emperors and great sages from the human race, demon race, and ancient races rushing into the road to become immortals and then disintegrating, shattered into ashes, and had no intention of stopping it. He just looked up at the sky and said, "At this point, the turmoil has disappeared, and the overall layout of the restricted area is almost the same." Emperor Yinglong nodded slightly. Chapter 422 The End of the Ancient Forbidden Zone. The road to becoming an immortal in the ancient forbidden area ended with an unsuspicious result. Under the absolute power of the immortal mountain, none of the participating forbidden area supremes returned alive, completely avoiding the possibility of dark turmoil in this life. But what is dramatic is that when the immortal road in the ancient restricted area was completely closed, the 3 Golden Crow Emperors discovered that a considerable number of great saints and quasi-emperor level creatures had been lost in this life. After all, it is not just the emperors who want to become immortals. Right time, right place. These 10 words have long been circulated among many great clans. Once there is a chance, those quasi-emperors and great saint-level creatures will also. I wish I could miss this once-in-a-lifetime road to immortality. Why can't the right person needed on the road to immortality be myself? With this mentality, after the supreme beings disappeared at the end of the road to immortality, a large number of quasi-emperors, great sages, and even saint kings and saints rushed onto the road to immortality. They all had heritage. Some had extraordinary blood, and some incomparably ancient. Some are in charge of the imperial army and strive for the possibility of becoming immortals in their lifetime. In this regard, neither Xixian, Emperor Yinglong, nor Emperor Jinwu said anything. Even if they were emperors, they could not stop these people from pursuing their ambition to become immortals. Respect, blessings, farewell. The 3 of them stood outside the ancient forbidden zone. Watching these strong men bore the path to immortality like moths flying into a flame. The weak ones exploded on the spot. But there were also many people who rushed into the chaos cave along the routes of the supreme beings. Of course, no one ever made it out alive. It's a pity that if I hadn't known you all, I might have rushed in when the road to becoming an immortal opened in this life. Emperor Jinwu looked at the road to immortality in the distance, where many strong men were rushing forward. Even if the people in front of them exploded into blood mist, they didn't care. They just wanted to reach the finish line and achieve their own goals. Old friend, if you hadn't known us, your road to becoming an emperor might have been a lot of twists and turns. Xi Xian glanced at the golden long hair of the Golden Crow Emperor, smiled and shook his head. In any case, the road to immortality in this life ended in a quite peaceful way, without turmoil or riots. People who have witnessed the road to immortality often sigh, regretting that they hesitated and did not have the courage to embark on that road of infinite possibilities. Road. The brutal battle in Dilu continues. There is no doubt that Yi Fan's generation is the most fierce group. After careful counting, the total number of emperors and princesses at the same level is close to 20. With the addition of Yin Tianda, Jian Yifei, Yubwang and other current geniuses, the number of the level where Yi Fan and others were located was extremely lively. These people are now all great saints in the ultimate realm. They are even more powerful than ordinary great saints. The melee between 2 or 3 people caused huge damage to the starry sky, and the weaker Quasi-Emperor had to retreat after seeing it. The Quasi-Emperor war at a higher level is also unimaginably fierce. Jian Taishu, DK, Emperor Guanming, and Dou Zhanhua are at the low-level Quasi-Emperor level, and each of them has extremely powerful combat power. After the incident on the road to immortality, the ancient demons Da Fangtai and the old Tianxian Holy Land, the old madman, also became a Quasi-Emperor and participated in the struggle. These Quasi-Emperors, in any era, have the qualifications to defeat all enemies and become Taoists. Now that they are gathered in the same era, one can imagine the power of their battle. But the struggle in this life is not that. The road to immortality is a well-deserved event. In the calculations of many Taoist traditions, such a big event will most likely be accompanied by darkness and turmoil. Therefore, many Taoist traditions have gone into hiding long before the road to immortality opens, waiting to become immortals. Born after the road crisis passed, the immortal phoenix nest belonging to the immortal queen, the Taoist palace in the mythical era, the underworld spanning countless eras, and the divine courtyard that was single-handedly created by the Suzaku Emperor who became the Taoist in this world, all surfaced after the road to immortality ended, and they participated in the great world fight. Almost every one of these orthodox traditions has enlightened people, or even alternative enlightened people, except for the divine court. They are all ancient orthodox traditions that have been hidden in the corners of the history books for unknown ages. Their heritage is so frightening that even the true supreme must be taken seriously. Their joining soon stirred up the already fierce and bright world into even more chaos. 300 years after the incident on the road to immortality, Yi Fan, the holy body of the current Lord of Heaven, cultivated hundreds of scriptures and evolved the heavenly Emperor Fist. He enlightened on the ultimate ancient road in the mythical era, survived the Quasi-Emperor tribulation, and crushed the geniuses of his generation, claiming that no one can enemy. In the same year, the unparalleled Emperor Yi Shun traveled across the universe and returned to the Big Dipper. He originally wanted to see his wife and daughter, and burn incense for his 2 confidants who had fallen in time. But he found that there were 2 familiar people outside Tianji village. The figure is sitting under a big tree, looking at himself with a smile. Boss Feng. Senior Mu. Why are you 2 here? Yi Fan recognized the identities of the 2 people at a glance, and was slightly surprised. He stepped outside Tianji village and bowed slightly to Feng Lai and Mu Wudao. To be honest, Yi Fan has not met these 2 many times since he embarked on the path of cultivation. But this still does not affect the fact that Feng Lai and Mu Wudao are noble people on Yi Fan's path of cultivation, along with several sets of Emperor's scriptures. Another even gave him a green gold bottle of immortal tears, all of which are treasures that are still in use today. Once I become a Quasi-Emperor and push past the enemy, with your presence, your second generation of heaven will be completely stable. Feng Lai asked Yi Fan to sit down and stared at his turbulent blood like an abyss and his surging vitality. He was full of energy and smiled. It is true that I can push past opponents of the same level, but they are still far behind compared to King Jiangshan and Sheng Buddha. Yi Fan nodded, but a wry smile appeared on his face immediately, and said, I have become a Quasi-Emperor, and my opponents are of the same level. They have also thought that the holy body is always the holy body, and cannot be their opponent for the Tianqin seal. Ha ha! This is the truth. After the words fell, Mu Wudao immediately burst into laughter. As a member of the holy body, no one understood this feeling better than him. Even though he was very strong, very few people would regard him as the enemy of the emperor. Why did the two seniors come here this time? Yi Fan respected Feng Lai and Mu Wudao very much, invited them to the Tianji village to entertain them personally, and asked seriously, as a quasi-emperor, he thought he could get a little glimpse into the two people's depths. But even with his clairvoyant eyes, he still couldn't see through the levels of Feng Lai and Mu Wudao. It doesn't have any purpose. You have become a quasi-emperor. We are both holy bodies. I care about my descendants and want to come and see you, Feng Lai said softly. I see. As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan's thoughts immediately became clearer. He had already had doubts about Mu Wudao's identity. It seemed to be a certain great saint recorded in ancient history. Now that Feng Lai mentioned it, he suddenly understood. You must know that when he met Mu Wudao, he was just a weak and extremely weak young Taoist monk. But he had obtained the 6 paths of reincarnation and several sets of Emperor Sutras. This was simply strange. Ha ha ha. The body of the holy body can also achieve enlightenment. Young people, work hard. Mu Wudao patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and encouraged him. Chapter 423 The End of This Life. In the understanding of most practitioners in the world, it is almost impossible for the holy body to achieve enlightenment. Although the names of the 9 holy bodies in ancient times are resounding, they are still lower than the great emperor no matter what. Although Yi Fan of the holy body was the first among their group to become a quasi-emperor, the stereotype of the holy body made the geniuses of his generation feel at ease. And even higher-level quasi-emperors did not regard this future emperor. The Deshang holy body joins the ranks of opponents. But Yi Fan himself understood that this did not mean that he and his heaven were marginalized in the competition in this world. On the contrary, as his heaven became stronger and stepped onto the stage of the times, many eyes were looking at it. I want to hear from you too about the past of heaven, underworld, and the immortal emperor and others in the mythical era. Yi Fan asked sincerely. The 2 words heavenly court seemed to represent some kind of destiny. Ever since his heavenly court stepped into the starry sky, the old members of the ancient heavenly court headed by the divine organization have come to seek help. While helping the heavenly court become stronger, they are also constantly adding certain causes and effects on its body. This feeling has become particularly obvious since the birth of the phoenix nest of the immortal queen. Some kind of past involving the grudges between the mythical era and the ancient era was revealed, which put Yi Fan's heaven under too much pressure. Up to now, the struggle for supremacy in this life is not just about the throne of one life, but the struggle between the ancient camps is even further ahead. It's nothing more than related to the past events of the ancient heavenly court in the mythical era, where teachers were promoted to immortals. Feng Lai was not surprised that Yi Fan asked this question, and said softly. He recounted that period of history to Yi Fan, about the glory of heaven in the later period of mythology, about the emperor's great wish to teach people to become immortals, and about the betrayal of the underworld, the Kunlun survivors, and the immortal emperor on the way to becoming immortals, etc., all of which had happened before past events. In other words, the idea of the immortal emperor and the underworld is that Mingzun has indeed betrayed the emperor and the remnants of the ancient heaven. It is reasonable for the God organization and other remnants of the ancient heaven to seek revenge and start a war with the phoenix nest and the underworld. After hearing this past incident, Yi Fan realized this is no different from what the divine organization said, and he nodded slightly. Then have you ever thought about why Mingzun, who is both a teacher and a friend of Emperor Zun, betrayed him? And why the immortal emperor, who was sympathetic to Emperor Zun as master and disciple, betrayed him? Even Changsheng Tianzuan turned against him, even though Emperor Zun committed great crimes. Are those people going to have trouble with Chengxian and Changsheng? Feng Lai continued to ask. Standing in the long river of time, everything that happened upstream could not escape Feng Lai's eyes. Of course, he knew what happened during those years. To be able to force the immortal emperor to defect. It seems that there is indeed a big problem with the emperor or his heaven. Mu Wudao also listened with interest. The era was too long, and this was the first time he understood the ancient history of that era. Yes, Emperor Zun never thought about becoming an immortal through teaching. His grand plans and promises deceived everyone. From the beginning to the end, he only wanted to achieve his own goals. If Mingzun hadn't been aware of it, I'm afraid this piece of ancient history would have been lost. Feng Lai whispered. Perhaps because they disdained to explain to the world. Neither Mingzuan, the immortal emperor, nor the Kunlun remnant left any detailed records of this ancient history. Even the divine organization and the Yuhua divine dynasty do not know the truth. In their hearts, Emperor Zun still he is an excellent lord of heaven and a great leader who vows to help them become immortals. That wouldn't look good. Yi Fan was stunned. And after a long time, he took out 1/3 of the immortal cauldron he owned from his arms. In the past, he had been actively or passively building the heavenly court along Emperor Zun's route. Unexpectedly, Emperor Zun's character collapsed. And the myth, the truth of the end of the age, is beyond imagination. There is nothing good or bad. The old heaven is a thing of the past. In this era, those who are your enemies are your enemies, and those who are your friends are your friends. It is your freedom to help, save, and kill whomever. Phone line never supports defining someone in a unidimensional way. Just like the immortal emperor. He was indeed a hero in downing the emperor and destroying the ancient heaven. But this kid backstabbed his ally Kunlun survivors in seconds and won the immortal. Zhong also triggered the ancient divine war and vigorously stirred up shit in the restricted area with his avatar of faith. He was definitely not a good bird. After Feng Lai finished speaking, he stood up slowly, nodded to Yi Fan, and then the two of them disappeared together. Since that day, Holy Body Yi Fan has joined the struggle for supremacy among many great forces in this life as a quasi-emperor. As in the original timeline, he still chooses to cooperate and form alliances with great forces such as the God Organization to fight against the Immortal Queen, the Emperor of Shiting, and others. Yi Fan's cultivation speed is very fast. In the quasi-emperor realm, he constantly relies on various high-intensity battles to hone and squeeze his body, evolving the origin of the holy body over and over again, turning golden blood into red blood. In just over 200 years, he has reached the edge of Deshang since he first entered the quasi-emperor. The difference is that the other quasi-emperors in this life are also quite outstanding. DK, Jian Taishu, Old Madman, Dongfang Tai, and others successfully reached the 9th level of quasi-emperor in the hundreds of years of war with each other, which is enough to fight the immortal Queen of Heaven, and others are tied together in this regard, plus the old guys from divine organizations, Taoist palaces, and other places. There were as many as a dozen quasi-emperors from the 9th heaven who were alive in those years. They ignored the grievances of the Taoist line and fought for the throne, which made people's brains beat. 90 years before Yi Fan became successful, a shocking battle broke out between DK and Emperor Shiting outside the ancient star Ziwei. The ancient warrior who had been fighting against the Holy Emperor for a lifetime had completely adjusted his mentality. Even though he was not young, although he was injured, he still killed the Emperor under the starry sky and smashed the eternal blue gold tower with his fighting fist. More than 70 years before Yi Fan achieved greatness, the old madman from the old Tianxian Holy Land fought against the enlightened people of the Yama lineage in the underworld on the battlefield of all races. In that battle, tens of millions of underworld soldiers were wiped out, and the old madman triggered the 5 secret realms, refining the king of Yama into flying ashes. More than 50 years before Yi Fan's great achievement, Yi Fan fought with the immortal queen outside the phoenix nest. Chuaning, the first god general of the ancient heaven, also came forward in person to fight to the death with Ning Fei, the first god general of the immortal god dynasty. In the end, the immortal queen and Ning Fei was both bleeding. Chuaning was seriously injured and old, and died in the phoenix nest. As the years pass by, the enlightened people and the alternative enlightened people grow old and die in battle, and the situation of the war gradually shifts towards the direction of the 2 generations of heaven. In the year when Yi Fan became Deshang, the Deshang hegemon Kanglin came to block the way. Jian Taishu, the ancient human demon Dongfang Tai, and the old madman faced the Deshang hegemony. The 3 extremely powerful generals took action together to fight with Deshang. The battle of dominance. The battle was extremely fierce. The dark purple blood energy of Deshang hegemon was unparalleled. However, Jiang Taishu and the others did not have a weak hand. They tried their best to detonate the immortal killing gourd in the old madman's hand. They actually killed Kanglin under the starry sky. Deshang hegemony lost 1 person. Then, Yi Fan successfully succeeded and took action himself, breaking through the ancient star of tyrant body. The whole world was shocked. People were not only shocked by Yi Fan's amazing combat power after becoming a Deshang, but also marveled at the tyrannical strength of Jiang Taishu and Dongfang Tai. Deshang hegemon didn't just kill anyone who wanted to, so he removed 1 person from the list. It is enough to prove the power of these 3 people. However, Just when people thought that the great emperor of this generation would be born among these people who would become enlightened, a certain ancient man from Beidou Ancient Star and Dongwang finally broke the shackles, cut off all the wounds of the Tao, and lived a second life. World. Chapter 424 Emperor Jiuyo. Roar! On this day, the ancient star of the Big Dipper, Zhongzhou, and deep in the Qinling Mountains suddenly let out a roar that shocked the world. The surging light of the pole broke through everything, like a blazing sun, shining in every corner of this ancient star in an instant. In the center of all the breath, a burly young man was slowly standing up. His face was solemn, and his face was as resolute as a knife and an axe. He was standing in the void, and his body was flowing every moment. The breath of Tao. That is the power of alternative enlightened people. And it is the power of the super strong among alternative enlightened people. My name is Gai Jiuyo. The solemn and majestic young man raised his hand, and an illusory guqin appeared above his head. The man and the instrument merged into one, playing the only immortal song of transcending tribulation in eternity. And this declaration also echoed in the ears of countless living beings. It's him, Gai Jiuyo, deep in the ancestral star of the gods, an old quasi-emperor of the gods, who was old and weak, with half of his body already petrified, suddenly burst out with golden light in his eyes, like the last flash of light before dying. And he was shocked by that man's name. Gai Jiuyo, who has been immortal for 9,000 years, has risen again. In the heavenly court, Jian Taishu, the old madman, Dojon Saint Buddha, and the old god master of the god organization were sitting together. They also heard the declaration that shocked the world, with a look of shock in their eyes. Since the Qing emperor passed away more than 10,000 years ago, several supreme geniuses have appeared one after another in the ancient history of beta cultivation world, including Gai Jiuyo, who was invincible in the world 9,000 years ago, and the old madman who was extremely brilliant 6,000 years ago, God King Jiang Taishu from 4,000 years ago, and others are all monumental figures worthy of being remembered by everyone. And Gai Jiuyo's glorious past of attacking the throne many times and suffering repeated defeats, even when Jiang Taishu was young, was like thunder from the sky and was difficult to surpass. For this reason, these enlightened beings from the Big Dipper or other ancient stars set out one by one, traveling through the void with each step, and all arrived at the ancient star of the Big Dipper. At this time, Beidou has been overwhelmed by the brilliance of Huangwang Emperor Dao. An unimaginable power burst out from the deepest part of the Qinling Mountains in Zhongzhou, turning into a clanging immortal song of transcending tribulation, echoing in every corner of the entire ancient star. At this moment, all the living beings in Beta seemed to be immersed in the fairy song. Whether it was the ordinary creatures, the supreme beings who were awake in the restricted area, or the imperial weapons and imperial soldiers who suppressed the foundations of various Taoisms, they all witnessed Gai Jiuyo from the fairy song. In Yu's life, he witnessed the glory, struggle and obsession of this peerless genius of the human race. This is truly a miracle. Deep in the immortal mountain, the immortal Tears Green Gold Holy Spirit is also listening to this fairy song belonging to Gai Jiuyo. Over the years, he has witnessed Gai Jiuyo's glory, and also witnessed his pain and decline. A generation of alternative enlightened people have suffered from injuries, falling to the level of a great sage. There is a lot of helplessness and bitterness. Gai Jiuyo is a great man. If he were born in the same era, I may not be able to defeat him in a single battle. Not far from the immortal Gold Holy Spirit, Jiang Lingyu sighed like this. In the past, he killed 12 generals before becoming a Taoist. However, when he met Gai Jiuyo, he felt that the total of those 12 people might not be as good as this one. Gai Jiuyo survived his second life not because he took the elixir, but because of his own transformation and nirvana, which allowed him to get rid of all his pain. In fact, Gai Jiuyo's state was similar to that of the ancient Dozhan Holy Emperor. His body and soul were riddled with wounds, from too many wounds that reached deep into the avenue, and it was impossible for the elixir to save him. In just a few days, many powerful creatures came to the entire universe. They surrounded the Big Dipper star, listened to the fairy music, and witnessed Gai Jiuyo's return. The immortal song of overcoming tribulation resounded in Beidou for 9 days and 9 nights. It was not until the sun rose on the 10th day that the young Gai Jiuyo opened his eyes. The mighty blood energy was like a rainbow, sweeping across the vast area in an instant. Universe, who dares to fight with me? This man roared like this. The moment he stood up, he washed away all the plainness and gentleness just now. The madman who wanted to surpass the Qing Emperor 9,000 years ago was resurrected and challenged the entire universe of this era. I come! As soon as he finished speaking, such a roar came from outside the Beidou ancient star. A young man with 4 arms and 4 arms stepped from the depths of the starry sky, holding a 4-sided dark seal made of dragon-patterned black gold. Swallowing the void. This is the most talented son of the ancient Emperor Guangming, named Mingju. His path is exactly the opposite of that of his biological father, evolving from extreme light to pure darkness. And now he has reached the pinnacle of enlightenment. Boom! Gai Jiuyo was speechless. His burly Taoist body flashed before he appeared in front of Mingju. His big hands of flesh and blood were harder than the square dark seal made of dragon-patterned black gold. With one hand, he could forcefully shake this weapon that would destroy the Taoist. At the same time, he punched with his other hand and smashed him directly into the starry sky. Then, Gai Jiuyo turned around, as if he had lost interest in Mingju and this kind of battle without any suspense. He had enlightened in another life. This era does not belong to you. As soon as these words came out, Jian Taishu, Old Madman, Dong Fangtai, and others all felt chills running down their spines. Gai Jiuyo also obviously noticed them. The meaning was very clear. That is, those who cannot achieve Taoism are not even qualified to fight with him. No! Roar! Dong Fangtai roared. The old man demon was obviously not convinced by Gai Jiuyo. He burst out with all his strength. The Tian immortal light and the Sun immortal light vibrated, turning into countless illusory chains, wrapped around his bone rod, raised it high, and smashed it. Xiang Gai Jiuyo. Boom! In this regard, Gai Jiuyo didn't make any unnecessary moves. He stepped back, accumulated strength, and punched, hitting Dong Fangtai's Wanling bone club, and also smashed the primitive and wild old man into the starry sky. Taiyin and Sun. Which one is weak, and which one is strong? Unfortunately, your way is still immature, and has not reached its limit yet. Gai Jiuyo's comments echoed in the sky, making everyone who heard these words feel numb. In this world, apart from the real great emperor, Gai Jiuyo was probably the only one who had the qualifications to say that the human demon Dong Fangtai was immature. Boom! Just when everyone fell into silence, deep in the Qinling Mountains, an aura no less than that of Gai Jiuyo rose into the sky. A figure shrouded in the light of billions of dragons came from thousands of steps, and the fairy light surged. There is actually an alternative level of enlightenment. Dream level dragon marrow. There is actually a Holy Spirit bred from such a thing. It is the Holy Spirit of perfection that was sealed by His Majesty the Qing Emperor in his later years. In Zhongzhou, there were such roars among the 4 great gods. Someone recognized the identity of this Holy Spirit, who was almost born in the later years of Emperor Qing. Ancient history said that he was suppressed forever by Emperor Qing, but he did not expect to be born in this era. There are many things in the past that I have seen clearly. I originally wanted to be born 100 years later and compete for the spot of becoming an immortal. I never expected that an unparalleled creature like you would appear. Obviously, this Holy Spirit incarnated as a dream-level dragon marrow is different from the original timeline. It has exhausted all its hostility and established itself in the alternative realm of enlightenment. It wants to make a splash, become an emperor in one fell swoop, and seize the spot to become an immortal on the Feixinxing. A battle? Gai Jiuyo didn't care about anything else. The tribulation transcending immortal Qin above his head was clanging, and he stepped into the ancient battlefield of the mythical era with the dragon marrow Holy Spirit. 2 alternative enlightened beings had an extremely fierce decisive battle. The results of the battle were not even worthy of doubt. Gai Jiuyo, who had lived in his second life, was too strong. With just over 1,000 moves, the dragon marrow Holy Spirit coughed up blood. He had to admit the terrifying power of this alternative human enlightened person in front of him. In the second year after that battle, Gai Jiuyo and Shinkong caused the Emperor's tribulation, defeated everything, and united with the heart of heaven to achieve enlightenment. Chapter 425 Party. Gai Jiuyo is so powerful that he can overwhelm the world and control all the ways. He sings a song of immortal music that transcends tribulations. When all living beings are immersed in it, Gai Jiuyo has already overcome all the catastrophes and achieved the throne of the Emperor. Emperor Jiuyo. The ubiquitous repressive force permeated the entire universe, and countless creatures knelt on the ground in the starry sky, worshipping the tall man standing with the piano in his arms. No one expected that the competition in the Golden Age would be so fierce and crazy, and there would be many geniuses who were qualified to aspire to the throne. In the end, it was this genius from the previous generation who was hidden on the edge of history who broke the situation in the Imperial Road and suppressed everyone. Well, On the day when Gai Joyo successfully became enlightened, deep in the starry sky, there was a long sigh echoing in the sky, which was a little regretful and a little sad. I saw that in the supreme palace belonging to Yifan's heavenly court, a group of practitioners with profound and boundless auras were standing or sitting on this majestic palace made of sacred jade. There were 3 generations of old, middle and young people. At least they were all in the right place. Those above the 5th level of the Emperor's heaven are all powerful and powerful. The human demon Donfang Tai, the Taishu god king of the Jiang clan, the old madman Tian Xian, the bright Emperor Mingjue, the ancient warrior DK, etc., are all in the heaven, sitting together with the enlightened ones. The light of the imperial way is looming on them. All it takes is one final leap to reach the peak of glory. And more. This is a group of mid to high level quasi-emperor creatures, scattered in the heavenly palace. Do Zhan Sheng Prince, Ji Zi, Dao Yi, Huachi Zi, Wang Su Dao, Golden Crow Emperor Daughter, Golden Princess, Yin Tianda, Xiang Yufei, Shiken Taoist, Qi Lin, Jian Yifei, Jioli Prince, Jin Chanzi, Yao Light. These are all the dazzling geniuses who once competed with Yi Fan at the same time. Some are emperor-level figures with imperial blood flowing in their bodies, and some are truly unrivaled heroes who are rare to see in 100 generations. They all have the talent to become enlightened in one life, and they are terrifying. Behind these powerful creatures, Yi Fan, the current lord of the heavenly court, the great saint, was wearing a red gold dazzling imperial robe. He looked at the talented people below who had more or less friendships with him, and the expression on his face was quite speechless. In this world, the only place in this world where nearly 20 peerless beings can sit together calmly is probably his heaven. As a great saint of the same age group, Master Yi already has the qualifications to overwhelm all of his contemporaries. At this moment, whether it is the several veteran strongmen in the realm of enlightened beings, or these rising stars, who are standing in the 6th or 7th heaven of the quasi-emperor, they are all staring into the deep sky, feeling the transformation of Gai Joyo's aura, becoming the great emperor of the world. This means that under the suppression of Wan Dao, they have completely lost hope of becoming enlightened. Ha! What a loser's party. After all the dust settled, Mingju, the Emperor of Light, who was sitting at the front, turned around, looked around at the powerful men with fluctuating auras present, and let out a slightly frivolous chuckle. But there was a bit of helplessness in that laughter, a bit of self-deprecation, and a bit of sadness. Snort. After the words fell, several cold snorts immediately came from the ancient palace of heaven. DK, the old madman and others looked at Mingju with quite a bit of anger. Even the weaker emperors and princesses showed dissatisfaction on their faces. With a look on his face, he glared at Mingju. These are the unparalleled geniuses present, and none of them admit that they are inferior to others, even if there is still a gap between the large army and the Emperor Guangming and others. It is only the distance in cultivation time. Don't be dissatisfied. The fact is that we have all been defeated. After hundreds of years of fighting, we were still defeated by the Emperor Joyo. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can go up and fight him. Nearly 20 mid-level and high-level quasi-emperors stared at him. Not only did Mingju feel no discomfort, but he laughed. In front of his eyebrows, a square dark seal slowly rotated. It was the symbol of his life. The natal ancient weapon already has a small amount of imperial law circulating on it, but everyone could clearly see that on the large black gold seal with dragon pattern, there was a clear and deep palm print. It was obviously hit by a palm of some tyrannical existence and was dented. This was exactly the mark left by the battle between Mingju and Gai Joyo a year ago. At that time, both sides used to move, and the result was that Emperor Guangming was defeated without any suspense. For Gai Joyo, Mingju is convinced. He has already heard about the legendary past of this veteran strongman. Not only did he become a Taoist in a different way early, but he also fought against the way of heaven before the Qing Emperor's mark was dissipated. Now he is alive, come down, and even live a second life, with unparalleled glory. Well, looking at the big dark seal, the human demon Donfang Tai, who was sitting in the corner without making a sound, also sighed deeply. There was a similar fist seal on his wanling bone stick. Gai Joyo was so strong that even though he had both yin and yang, can't withstand even one move. Alternative enlightenment is on a completely different level than Xuanjiu. If you don't step into that realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to even catch a single move from the 9 Nether Emperor. Zai Weixing Yin Tianda shook his head. He was also a genius, who was no weaker than any emperor's son. Now he was only in the 6th level of the quasi-emperor. But he had almost completely mastered the forbidden realm of the gods. And his understanding was astonishing. The Holy Spirit of Dzogchen, the alternative enlightenment in Qinling, has been defeated. Brother Yi, how is the holy body of Deshang compared to Emperor Jiuyo, the prodigy of the Jiang clan? Jian Yifei looked at Yi Fan, who was sitting on the throne of the heavenly court. This young man from the Jiang clan, who had returned to his ancestors, was now at least 8 points similar to Jiang Hengyu himself. He had now gone his own way and stood in the 7th level of the quasi-emperor. His strength varied. As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked at Yi Fan in unison. In their understanding, there is no need to question Yi Fan's power. Just now, he was able to fight 2 Deshang hegemons alone and kill them in one fight. In short, it definitely surpasses its predecessors. Before Senior Guy became enlightened, I competed with him in thousands of moves. Now that he has become enlightened, I may not be his opponent. Seeing this, Yi Fan had some emotion on his face. Along the way, he had received many favors from Gai Jiuyo, so the relationship between the two was naturally very good. Just a few months after Gai Jiuyo lived his second life, the two had a war. Although the outcome was not decided, Yi Fan could feel that Gai Jiuyo probably did not use all his strength at that time. The person who can live a second life independently in that state is invincible. A group of emperor contenders chatted for a long time, and finally came to the conclusion that Emperor Jiuyo was invincible. After all, it was too rare for emperors to survive the second life on their own throughout the ages. And Gai Jiuyo had already been in the first place. When he was alive, Jiuyo's alternative enlightenment fighting power was too powerful. This group of emperors, princes, daughters, and unparalleled geniuses stayed in Yi Fan's heaven for several days and nights. They were all former enemies of the emperor and out-and-out giants. But now they are the most helpless and miserable losers. I can hold the golden cup to the moon and remember the past. The deal is done. Why don't you think about becoming emperor in another era? There is still a way to become an immortal. It is difficult to find in this life. You have to see the result of becoming an immortal. After this small gathering ended, a group of powerful quasi-emperors dispersed one after another. Wang Shidao, Huiqizi, and others all had the ambition to declare themselves, and wanted to bid farewell to the era and pursue the imperial path again, or transform into chaos and pursue another path. Yogwang stood up, smiled brightly, saluted Yi Fan with fists in his hands, and left. Chapter 426, The Second Road to Immortality. The great Emperor Jiuyo was in this world, in charge of the Tianqin Seal, and suppressed all the ways in the universe, making the Imperial Road battlefield in this starry sky silent. The generation Jiegai Jiuyo is completely different from the Golden Crow Emperor who became enlightened in the original timeline. He really has the power to suppress a golden world. Even powerful men like the Holy Spirit of Dzogchen, the Son of Light, and the ancient human demons have no choice but to recognize his position as emperor. However, the geniuses did not slack off in their cultivation, although they were not destined for the throne. Many of them were still curious about the path to immortality. There were even a few who aspired to become immortals, hoping to win a precious spot. Unfortunately, time did not give them such an opportunity. Just 7 or 80 years after Gai Jiuyo became an immortal, the Faxian ancient star cracked, and the layout of Emperor Huang Tian and Emperor Zun were revealed one by one, and finally turned into a party. The door to immortality is suppressed in front of the world. The second round of the battle on the road to immortality in this world has officially begun. The source of immortality collapsed. The imperial soldiers roared. The stars exploded, and the ancient saints howled. There is no doubt that this life is still the battlefield of the supreme beings. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor, the Blood Phoenix Ancient Emperor, the Beast God, the White Tiger Taoist. In addition to these supreme beings who participated in the original timeline, there are many emperors who did not participate, including the Corpse Emperor of the Taichu Ancient Mine, and the Underworld Emperor. In this timeline of suppressing the Prison Emperor and others, Ning Fei and Chuaning died together. But the suppressing Prison Emperor was not dead. On the other side, Si Xian and Ing Long Huang from the Immortal Mountain reappeared. The couple walked side by side with Wan Long Huang and attacked the immortal battlefield with absolute strength. Even Wan Long Emperor himself could not have imagined that his little daughter, who had high hopes back then, would be so up to date, using the absolute power of her 5th life to protect herself. His son-in-law's 9-color Chaos War flag would ride the wind and waves, bursting out with unimaginable power, easily destroyed all obstacles. Father, you must practice well in the immortal realm. Becoming an immortal is not easy. And you still have a long way to go. If anything happens, just say that you are the father-in-law of an old friend of ancient Emperor Taizong, thinking of the earnest teachings of his daughter and son-in-law when he was put on the threshold of becoming an immortal. One long emperor was so stunned that he even forgot to say goodbye, and was swept into the immortal gate by Xi Xian with a battle flag. At the same time, many restricted area supreme beings have joined the battlefield, including the last few supreme beings who have launched dark turmoil in this universe. After understanding the attitude of the immortal mountain towards the death of the dark supreme beings, they have to fight for the last time in this era. Way to survive. But it is a pity that the current emperor and the Deshang holy body in this life are very special. Both are as strong as monsters. Emperor Jiuyo, Emperor Jinwu, and Deshang holy body He Fan took action together. They were not even in a hurry to fight for the path to becoming an immortal. They just wanted to sweep away all the dark supremes. This time on the road to immortality, a total of 5 dark lords, who had launched turmoil, appeared in the world. Lao Jinwu, Gai Jiuyo, and Yi Fan were unwilling to let them become immortals, and blocked them in front of the road to immortality. Emperor Jiuyo's light was overwhelming. Burning immortal Dao fire roared, and the supremes were unable to step forward at all. In that battle, the Golden Crow Emperor and the Jiuyo Emperor each killed 2 dark supremes, and Yi Fan killed one of them. At this time, Yi Fan had just become a different kind of Taoist. He could be compared with a real emperor, but compared to the 3rd generation Golden Crow Emperor, he was just like a monster. For Gai Jiuyo, the gap is still obvious. After that, Yi Fan's fighting skills were astonishing, and he entered the game again, breaking into the road to immortality as a person who competes for immortality, and fought crazily with the supreme beings in the restricted area, trying to win the remaining places to become immortals. Even for Yi Fan, that battle was extremely difficult, but he still succeeded. The Heavenly Emperor's fist smashed Taoist White Tiger's soul to pieces, and he won a precious spot to become an immortal. The second person to become an immortal in this world is not Yi Fan himself, but the eldest daughter of Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue, the child named Yi Zi. As for the third immortal in this world, no matter Yi Fan, Gai Jiuyo, or everyone from Immortal Mountain participated, leaving the supreme beings in the restricted area to fight in pursuit of the final position. Senior Gai and fellow Taoist Jinwu don't want to become immortals themselves? This is Yi Fan's inquiry to Gai Jiuyo and the Golden Crow Emperor. He has great ambitions and wants to teach heaven to become immortals. Gai Jiuyo and the Golden Crow Emperor obviously do not have such ambitions. It is said in the Immortal Mountain that following the path to immortality is only one of the ways to achieve immortality. Immortality in the world of mortals is what monks like us should pursue. As the Golden Crow Emperor spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the Immortal Mountain. There were so many secrets and opportunities in that dark and deep mountain that he didn't want to embark on the road to becoming an immortal. He only wanted to practice silently in the world of mortals and the years. It is the Emperor's duty to protect this starry sky. Gai Jiuyo's reason was extremely simple. He was the current Emperor and should protect all spirits. This is what he should do. The combat power of the 3 great realms stood in the starry sky, staring at the battle on the road to immortality on the Feixinxing becoming increasingly clear. Without saying anything more, the third immortal in this era is a supreme from the ancient mines of Taichu. His real name has long been unknown, but he is now known as the Corpse Emperor. He is an ancient emperor who channeled the corpses of the supreme Tao of chaos in ancient times. He is powerful, unparalleled. The ancient emperor used a big bow to blow up the weapons of the ancient emperor Yama on the road to immortality, shot and killed the prison emperor, and even briefly suppressed the blood phoenix and the beast god, winning the last spot to become an immortal in this world. An ancient emperor who once belonged to the underworld. Watching the corpse emperor disappear from sight, Yi Fan's eyes flickered with light. But in the end, he still did not take action. There was no unrest in the corpse emperor's body, and this person had already been separated from the underworld. Whether he became an immortal or not had nothing to do with him. When the corpse emperor's figure disappeared into the deepest part of the immortal gate, the ancient gate that was as majestic as a mountain seemed to have consumed all its power. Star. Unfortunately, there is only one step left. Seeing this, a gilt rod made of phoenix blood red gold shook, and an illusory bloody phoenix appeared on it, letting out a regretful sigh. This is the blood phoenix ancient emperor. His immortality method is very special and has been integrated with his weapons. Unfortunately, this method is not perfect. If he does not become an immortal in this life, he will lose all opportunities in the future. After the words fell, visible to the naked eye, The dim imperial soul on the imperial soldier gradually extinguished, and finally turned into a corpse, which was caught by Emperor Joyo, and then was thrown into a certain place in the starry sky, in the hands of the blood-haired young man. Rest in peace, Father! Huang Shudao is now in the 7th level of the Quasi-Emperor. He naturally has no ambition to participate in the road to becoming an immortal. He just paid a distant bow to Gai Joyo, then turned around and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. It's hard to become an immortal. It's really hard. On the other side, the beast god from Shinshu also seemed to have lost his power. But he was not completely exhausted. He just opened his big mouth and swallowed all the remaining supreme blood on the battlefield. He jumped and disappeared into Beidou Ancient, deep within the stars. At this point, Feitian Ancient Star's second path to becoming an immortal also came to an end. Chapter 427 Peace in the World. After millions of years of waiting, how many people will become immortals? Just 2 or 3 people. The fall of Feitian Ancient Star on the road to immortality represents the end of a major event that countless supreme beings and other practitioners have been waiting for countless years, and represents the end of the dream of immortality for countless generations. Whether it was the Beidou road to immortality last time or the Feixinxing road to immortality this time, they were both extremely cruel. Some people died because of the road to immortality. Some disappeared at the end of the road to immortality. And some people fell while pursuing the road to immortality. But in any case, these 2 journeys to immortality were major events that could be recorded in history books, becoming the basis and time points for dividing ancient history, and will be remembered forever by future generations. Because at this point, someone really crossed the road to becoming an immortal and stepped into the immortal realm. Everyone is recording this event in their own way, which is enough to shake ancient history. Almost all existing books of major powers are recording it, engraving the most authentic history. Where is my path to immortality? As the sole leader of the supreme Taoist heaven in this era, Yi Fan watched the entire universe boiling with the road to immortality, and couldn't help but ask himself and explore his own future path. He was ambitious. From the moment he set foot in heaven, he made a great wish in his heart. He wanted to take his family, close friends, followers, etc., with him, set foot on the fairyland, and open up a truly vast war. Picture: educate yourself into an immortal. Well, as soon as this idea came to his mind, Yi Fan could only sigh helplessly. Now he is obviously far from the level of talking about teaching and becoming an immortal. He is just over 1,000 years old, and he has become a Taoist saint in another way. He is 9 years away from Guy. There is a gap between you two. Not to mention the ancient Emperor Zun. Fortunately, my years and my great world have just begun. But Yi Fan was not immortal after all. He stared deeply at the Big Dipper star and the vast universe, suddenly smiled, and then completely disappeared into the empty hall. After Gai Joyo became emperor and the path to becoming an immortal came to an end, the speed of the Golden Age's forward movement suddenly slowed down, as if it had lost the power to move forward and slowed down on its own. Since the end of Feixinxing's road to immortality, all the rules of the universe have been silent, and few geniuses can enter the discernment of the old and powerful. The generation after Yi Fan, the strongest among the new generation of geniuses, is a primitive demonic body with a great physique. When he was 1,000 years old, he set foot in the Quasi-Emperor realm, and then broke through himself. At the age of 1800, he became an enlightened person, known as Deshang, the first person under the holy body and the tyrant body. Then, this extremely powerful demonic body challenged the heroes and fought against the Qilin prince, Huiqizi, in the starry sky. He was struck between the eyebrows by Huiqizi within 100 moves and crushed the soul. In the eyes of veteran experts, this primitive demonic body has just reached the passing line, which is too far behind. That year, the god's flower, known as one of the 3 most exotic flowers in ancient times, bloomed. Yi Fan spread invitations and invited these old friends and rivals of the same era to come, not only to enjoy the flowers, but also to reminisce about old friendships for many years. At this time, Yi Fan's generation is basically close to 3,000 years old. As time goes by, these true geniuses have basically reached the end of the Quasi-Emperor 9th level, and the best among them have launched an impact on the alternative realm of enlightenment. Looking back suddenly, we are no longer young. Looking back on the past, everything in the past was so wonderful. Dao Yi, the son of Emperor Dao Yin, is in the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor. In the circle of emperors, his fighting power is not very strong. But he is really a ruthless person. He once cheated Tianzun on the other side for the layout of the ancient tree of life left by his biological father, having killed at least hundreds of billions of people. He is now the master of the eternal ancient star, the king of the era. Xiaohua has faded, and the Nine Nether Emperor has ruled the universe for more than 1,000 years. Just like a dream. The Golden Princess is also in the realm of those who will become enlightened. She is only 3,000 years old. Her beauty is still there, but her soul has long gone through vicissitudes. I feel so unwilling. Huiqizi sighed, and stared at the gorgeous divine flower in the heaven with his sister. After 10 years, he turned around and left the heaven. It was at that time that the imperial seeds, who once stood under the starry sky, began to bid farewell to the times. 300 years later, Huiqilin overcame a tribulation in an ancient battlefield and entered an alternative realm of enlightenment. The sky-blue unicorn burst into flames, stunning the entire universe. This proud ancient prince traveled across the universe, fighting against Prince Dozhan, Dao Huangshu, Taoist Shakan, Golden Goddess and others, and defeated Dao Yi outside the eternal ancient star. He beat Dao Yi and coughed up blood. Dao Yonggu, the emperor's golden armor, cracked before he strode away and declared himself a hermit. Many old people from Beidou and eternal ancient star understand that this is a cycle of cause and effect. Back then, Dao Yiking killed Huiqizi's most trusted Dao protector, and today's battle is considered a reward. In the next 200 years, Taoist Huangshu, Taoist Shakan, Golden Crow Emperor and others also gradually bid farewell to the world and chose to proclaim themselves. These people have some memories of this era, but in their hearts, the word enlightenment is obviously more important, and they need to be in sufficient condition to face the unknown enemy in the future. Driven by the same purpose, Yi Fan's contemporaries such as Xiang Yufei, Shi Lin, Jin Chanzi, etc., also chose to proclaim themselves in this era. But some people reject this alternative method of immortality. Hundreds of years after the flower of the gods bloomed, Yi Fan's old rival from his youth appeared in fluttering light. At this time, he was almost completely transformed into a chaotic body. He also stood in the field of alternative praise and descended to heaven, only for the holy body Yi Fan. The battle between two extreme alternative enlightened beings even alarmed Emperor Jiuyo, who personally set up an unparalleled formation to prevent the aftermath of the battle between the two from spreading too far. Many people were surprised because this was the first time that Yi Fan had been injured by a non-enlightened person since his attainment, and the injury was very deep. It was a real desperate fight. This battle lasted for a full day and night. In the end, the once fluctuating light and the current chaos exploded. His chaotic body was missing, and the road was cut off. He was only willing to end himself in this way. Way to go, Yi Fan said to himself, bidding farewell to this former enemy. There is no boundary between gods and demons in this world. Yogwang is not a treacherous and evil person. He is just too focused on the path of the ruthless emperor. So focused that even he himself everyone has forgotten. What would you think if he came back from reincarnation and met you again 1,000,000 years later? In the light feathers transformed from chaos. Yi Fan faintly heard such questions, as if coming from the deepest part of the river of time, directly hitting Yi Fan's heart. Instinctively, Yi Fan's eyes seemed to reflect the figures of Yugwang, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. Looking back on the past, he couldn't help but feel a little sad and helpless in his heart. But after hesitating for a moment, he still said firmly, he is a very good opponent. I recognize his potential, and will guide and treat him kindly. The past was like smoke, and he was not willing to condemn anyone from a moral perspective. He only regarded it as his contemporary rivals, competitors, and old friends who he would miss. After all, if it is really investigated, the Empress in the ancient restricted area who indirectly created Floodlight has never stood on a high moral ground. Really? Then you can look forward to this day coming. Deep in the long river of time, Fengli nodded slightly, erasing all the past in the Yogwang true spirit, and then scattered it into the mortal world, allowing him to go through reincarnation in the hope of returning in a certain life. Chapter 428 Attitude towards restricted areas. This era, rather than being called the years when Emperor Jiuyo came to dominate the world, it is better to be called the era of heaven. As the years continue to move forward, the real geniuses of Tianting have grown up, and the word Tianting gradually represents not only Yi Fan, but also a huge force. In the era when the ancient princes were self-proclaimed on a large scale, the Yan body, Taiyin body, Shaosong, etc., had already established themselves in the realm of Junjiu. Yi Fan's fourth disciple Yang, she was even more successful in the holy body, and the era of kingship. The weaker Pangbo, Ji Haoyue, He Wang and others are already intermediate or even high-level quasi-emperors with strong strength. Such high-level combat forces united together, coupled with the huge number of heavenly soldiers and generals under the entire starry sky, are like huge beasts entrenched in the depths of the dark universe. They can destroy a life star field in just a few clicks. In comparison, Emperor Joyo's power was much weaker. Apart from Gai Joyo himself, there were only two of them. His disciple Xia Joyo. Such two people are not so much called orthodox or powerful, but more like a pair of masters and disciples living in seclusion outside the world of mortals. Plain and ordinary. This is indeed the case. For many years before Gai Joyo became emperor, Gai Joyo and Xia Joyo were in a lonely state as master and disciple. Even now that Gai Joyo has become emperor and Xia Joyo is standing in the 8th level of the quasi-emperor, there still nothing has changed. The root cause is that Gai Joyo has passed the age of competing for hegemony in the world. He is one of the few powerful men in ancient times who became emperor in his second life. Of course, he also had passionate and glorious years when he was young. He had orthodoxy, close friends, relatives and friends, and an incomparably vast world and future. But lifespan in this world is still too short. Gai Joyo lived for 10,000 years in his first life. 10,000 years was enough for him to watch his close friends and relatives age and die one by one. It was enough for him to watch his glorious orthodoxy decline and eventually disappear into the world of mortals. Now, he no longer has any desire for hegemony. And the human race and all the spirits in the universe do not need Emperor Joyo to protect him. Gai Joyo only wants to be a seeker and witness for the rest of his life. In contrast, Yi Fan was in the prime of his life, and his highly regarded Deshang holy body was not weaker than any contemporary great emperor. His troops in heaven were so strong that no one dared to question his power. Such power and glory made Yi Fan deeply realize the responsibility that the times have placed on him. In this way, when the Lord of Heaven was 2,600 years old, Yi Fan, the great holy body, first visited Emperor Joyo, and then came to the Immortal Mountain to invite Emperor Jingwu, Emperor Xian, Emperor Yinglong and others to jointly carry out great events. I want to destroy the last 3 life-restricted areas of Xianling, Xinqiu and Taichu Ancient Mine. Please join me in taking action. When the Golden Crow Emperor asked Yi Fan about the purpose of his visit, he saw the current Lord of Heaven speaking sonorously, explaining his unshakable will. His purpose is very clear: to destroy all forbidden areas of life and destroy the soil where the Dark Supreme lives, thus fundamentally eliminating the possibility of dark chaos. Simple, crude, and really effective within a certain period of time. At this time, Yi Fan was not sure how long he could live. He sincerely wanted to do something for future generations, the most important of which was to fundamentally put an end to dark turmoil. Yi Fan in this timeline has never experienced the pain of turmoil, but he has personally experienced the power of the Supreme. With such power, if the spearhead is directed at all living beings, it will definitely be a chaos. Really? You still have such an idea? The person who responded to Yi Fan was not the Golden Crow Emperor, but another man deep in the Immortal Mountain. He stepped out of the hazy light and walked to Yi Fan in 2 steps. This is an ordinary man who looks unremarkable. He is not tall and not very majestic. He only has deep eyes, as if a universe comes and goes in it. Yes, in my opinion, this is a good choice. Senior Void? Yi Fan stared at the unremarkable man. He was a little surprised, because this man was 78% similar to his best friend GZ. There was no doubt that the man in front of him was GZ's biological father, the Emperor of the Void. Then do you know why the ancient Zun and Emperor became the Supreme? Ji Shukong and Yi Fan looked at each other, and his whole body was like a bottomless pool, and asked calmly, either they are greedy for immortality, or they are greedy for the path to immortality. They do not want to end their lives, and would rather kill themselves. This greed makes them unwilling to die, and they use the longevity of all souls to extend their lives. Yi Fan said without hesitation that in his heyday, he instinctively felt that suicide was a sad and shameful act of incompetence. At the same time, he was also staring at Ji Wukong's state, and found that the ancient emperor's immortal platform was perfect and integrated, without the silence and death of the self-killer, and he was obviously still in a perfect state. If there are supreme beings like the ancient Qilin Emperor, the ancient Blood Phoenix Emperor, and the Beast God, who are only born to become immortals and do not move around, do you think they should also be destroyed? Ji Wukong continued to ask. The road to mortality is not that far away now. In the past, The ancient Blood Phoenix Emperor died calmly, and the beast god only swallowed some of the remaining supreme blood bones and vitality. Yi Fan himself saw this clearly. They are innocent and have integrity. But people's hearts will change. If they are as proud as the emperor, they will fall into chaos. We should not leave the future to others' thoughts. Yi Fan said. What happens after you kill all the supreme beings? There will be emperors and emperors in the future generations. If they kill themselves or proclaim themselves, the restricted area will be born again. How should I deal with it? Little friend? Ji Shukong whispered. My era will not breed the birth of the supreme. Yi Fan shook his head gently, with an indescribable firmness and determination in his tone. What happens after you become an immortal and leave this universe with your heaven? As long as some people become enlightened, some will kill themselves, and the restricted area will still be born. Maybe 1,000,000 years after you leave, everything you have done will turn into bubble. Ji Shukong's words were as plain as ever, but left Yi Fan speechless for a while. Young man, you think everything is too simple. If destroying the restricted area is effective, I can destroy all the remaining restricted areas alone. Where will it be your turn to take action? As he spoke, this human emperor who had fought a bloody battle with the dark turbulent supreme exuded an invincible aura. The majesty of the sixth emperor made Yi Fan have no doubt about what he said. But now they are all innocent people sleeping quietly. For more than 300,000 years, many supreme beings have exhausted their blood and died in their sleep. They are losers on the imperial road, and poor people on the road to mortality. But there is still dignity. Except for a few. There is no turmoil. Go back and think about it again. Everything exists for a reason. Unless no one becomes an emperor in the world, a supreme being will be born. This is always inevitable. At the end of his words, Ji Shukong patted Yi Fan on the shoulder, turned around and stepped into the immortal mountain behind him. As an emperor of the human race, Ji Shukong also had the idea of destroying all the supreme beings. However, as he gradually became familiar with the forbidden area of life, he found that the restricted area was different from what he originally thought. The supreme beings had once ruled the universe, and there were those who caused turmoil. But still it is considered a minority. In fact, Ji Shukong now knows several self-destruction supremes, and can be regarded as friends. Chapter 429, The Calendar of the Heavenly Emperor. Facts have proved that Yi Fan is not at the same level as all the Deshang saints in ancient times. His talent and combat power are more heaven-defying than any Deshang saint. He has never claimed to be self-proclaimed, even though he has been standing at the pinnacle of this universe, and is known as one of the strongest living beings. He has never stopped moving forward. He has always been practicing hard and making progress. This is a very scary fact, because alternative enlightenment itself represents a certain limit. If they cannot achieve enlightenment in harmony with the heart of heaven, many alternative enlightenments may not be able to make progress in their lifetime. But Yi Fan is completely different, and the speed of progress is simply frightening to the world. Geniuses at the same level, such as Jiang Taishu, Dozhan Xingfua, Old Madman and others, can feel this best. They are the few people in the world who can compete with Yi Fan, and they can also feel Yi Fan's progress best. That kind of progress does not come from blood or anything else, but from Yi Fan's progress and advancement towards a higher realm. Hundreds of years later, after visiting Gaizhouyo, Yi Fan experienced the great tribulation of becoming an emperor in the starry sky. Even though Emperor Jiuyo was in harmony with Wan Dao, he still successfully led to the tribulation of the emperor. He wanted to defy heaven and achieve the emperor's career. That catastrophe was so terrifying that it shocked several supreme beings to wake up from their long slumbers and watch the great saint body of that time endure the heaven-defying catastrophe. This generation of Deshang holy body is really terrifying. Only a few years have passed since the first life, and it has already reached this stage. The unenlightened body is probably even more powerful than when I was in full bloom in the second life, the second heaven in this universe. Is it possible that he really wants to copy the glory of Emperor Zun and lead the entire heaven to become immortals? The heavenly tribulation is close to the immortal. The power caused by fighting the Holy Emperor, Demon Emperor and others back then was probably similar to his. The Supreme sighed one by one, and some even had a bit of trembling in their voices, because in the deepest part of Yi Fan's great calamity, there were 30 earth-shaking shadows standing in the sky, and they seemed to be kings and immortals. The 36 immortal kings at the top of the domain sometimes turned into 36 kinds of plants, traveling across the world to surround and kill Yi Fan. Among them, there are unicorns galloping, white tigers flying, ancient peach trees covering the sky, and chaotic green lotuses shaking. Behind them are 36 kinds of cold and deep faces, surrounding Yi Fan. There is no doubt that those are the 36 kinds of immortality medicine that existed when this universe first opened. The origin of 10,000 ways inspired its immortal king form, which is definitely the most terrifying catastrophe in this world in history. But Yi Fan was not afraid. He stood in the center of the catastrophe, with no waves on his face, and no thoughts in his heart. Even though his body was broken, and the cauldron was penetrated, he still wielded the Emperor's fist, and attacked the immortal king of the immortal medicine, Shadow. In the end, the invincible Master Yi succeeded as he wished. He broke all shackles, defied heaven in the era of emperors, became enlightened in the midst of hardships, and became known as the Emperor of Heaven, truly ruling this era. Amazing! At less than 3,000 years old, I have achieved a dream that I could not achieve in my first life. In such a grand scene, Emperor Joyo was the first to come. Yi Fan became enlightened with absolute strength. This made his heart shake, and his face became a little pale. However, Kai Joyo didn't mind at all, and grabbed one of Yi Fan's hands. The expression on his face was full of excitement. He had just witnessed all the details of Yi Fan's enlightenment, and carefully felt the great power without any restrictions. He was a little distracted for a while, and had to admire the power that Yi Fan possessed. You are so flattering. I was just born in a better era. Yi Fan hugged Kai Joyo and said modestly. There is no doubt that he is now standing in the realm of the great emperor. Although he does not have the mark of Tianqin attached to his body, his spirit, body, blood, etc., have already entered this realm. And his heavenly emperor's way is beyond all realms, even more powerful than Tianqin's. The imprint is higher. The two discussed a few words, and then rushed into the ancient battlefield of the mythical era to spar. The heavenly emperor's fist faced the 9 nether emperor's fist, and they fought fiercely. The laws of the emperor were swayed, and every move exceeded the limits of many ancient emperors in their lives. After thousands of moves, the outcome was clear. The heavenly emperor's fist suppressed the Joyo emperor's fist. Yi Fan's blood boiled like red clouds. He had just become emperor and successfully defeated Kai Joyo. The next generation is to be feared. Really to be feared. With one move, Joyo emperor's heart was as deep as a deep pool, and he still looked like an ancient well. He gently dusted off the dust and blood on his body, nodded to Yi Fan, turned around, and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Since then, starting from the year when Yi Fan became enlightened, members of the Tianting tribe have been practicing the heavenly emperor calendar, spreading this new way of chronology throughout the universe, and it has been recognized by all living beings at an extremely fast speed. Emperor of Heaven. This epic emperor incarnates into a new historical node, like an isolated island in the long river of time, still towering despite the erosion of time. Since then, the short but splendid post-desolate ancient era has come to an end, and the era of the Emperor of Heaven has begun, with the heavenly court prospering and the king ascending to the immeasurable heights. Could it be that this Emperor Yi Tian is the person Yu and Huang are looking forward to? 300 years later, on Burial Island, King Pan and Feng Lai stood side by side, overlooking the countless heavenly soldiers and generals in the universe. They relied on 5-color altars, starship carriers, quasi-emperor weapons, etc., to travel across the universe, spread the calendar of the Emperor of Heaven, and praise the Emperor's kindness. The expression on his face was a bit sighing, and he said he had to admit Yi Fan's talent and try it out on his own. He deeply understood how difficult it was to become enlightened in this universe. Even though Qingdi was born in the elixir and his background was against the heavens, he still almost fell to death. It is even more difficult to break through the mark of Tianqin and become enlightened like Yi Fan. Moreover, establishing the heavenly court, spreading the Tao, and protecting the common people was something King Pan had experienced in the chaotic ancient times. However, the Lord of Heavenly Court at that time was named Hao, and the Lord of Heavenly Court in this era was Yi Fan. Feng Lai is also overlooking the heaven, using the body of the holy body to defy heaven and achieve enlightenment in this era of emperors. Yi Fan's reputation has reached its peak in just a few hundred years. In the world, almost no one can compete with him. Shake. It's him. But it's not just him. After a long time, Feng Lai's voice came slowly. He was not surprised by the splendor of this second generation of heaven. Compared with Hao's heaven that was rooted in the sky, Yi Fan's heaven was really immature, like a young plant. Buds, struggling to poke their heads out from the storm of the times. But the power of Yi Fan himself can already be seen at this time. The temperament of dominating the world, and no one else has been developed. That kind of power has nothing to do with cultivation. No matter how strong or weak Yi Fan is, this temperament will always follow him. I understand that when a bright moon rises, the stars around it are also brilliant, even if the brightness is not as bright as the bright moon. It is still dazzling. King Pan nodded, understanding that what Feng Lai was referring to was Wu Shi and a group of powerful men from the same universe, including Ji Shukong, Jiang Hingyu and others. They were equally brilliant and would have an infinite future. Chapter 430. The Heavenly Emperor Calendar is a splendid era belonging to the Heavenly Court. There is a Heavenly Emperor sitting high above the universe. The various departments of the Heavenly Court develop at a gentle and steady speed, and their sphere of influence quickly spreads to every corner of the universe. For practitioners from other forces in the universe, this is not something difficult to accept. After all, there is a Heavenly Emperor in the world, and it is not difficult to accept the Emperor's chronology. For ordinary practitioners, heaven has never been a strong force. It is not like a dynasty that requires all beings to surrender. Nor is it like a god that allows all living beings to worship. It just governs by inaction, and allows many living stars to develop naturally. By now, heaven has long been a large force with extremely complex composition. Human race, demon race, and many ancient races are among them. They advocate the balance of all things and rule by inaction. Just like on an ancient star, when humanity flourishes, the living space of the demon clan will be suppressed. When humanity declines, demon cultivators will take advantage of the trend and develop. This is the natural way. Unless there are very special circumstances, heaven will not get involved. Looking down at the world of mortals and realizing the cause and effect in nature between the rise and fall of all living beings, this makes heaven seem to all living beings to be truly transcendent and unattainable. By the 5,000 years of the Emperor of Heaven's calendar, that is, when Yi Fan was 7,800 years old, this situation was completely stable. In those years, the geniuses who belonged to Yi Fan's era ushered in a helpless end at the age of 7,800, which was already the life limit for many great saints at the highest level. That year, the Emperor of Heaven, who had been hidden in the heaven for 4,000 to 5,000 years and had not been born, stood up and walked across the universe. He came to the vast emperor stars such as Anhuang, Beidou, Ziwei, etc., and walked through the ancient roads in the starry sky, recalling the year that belonged to him. Then, the Emperor of Heaven stopped and sat cross-legged at the 50th level of the ancient human road. He was silent, and seemed to be watching over the years that belonged to him. In that 100 years, Emperor Tian, who rose in the same era as Yi Fan, could not withstand the invasion of the years, and sat in the depths of Gaotian ancient stars orthodoxy. When he fell, thousands of waves exploded. The world collapsed, and the Emperor of Heaven appeared above Gaotian ancient star, gently shake a green gold vase of fairy tears to bid farewell to Emperor Tian. With the eyesight of the Emperor of Heaven, Yi Fan had already known that the inheritance of Emperor Tian came from an ancient supreme being named Yun Jin. The weapon left by that ancient supreme was the green golden bottle of fairy tears that had protected Yi Fan for many years. After all this calculation, Tian and Yi Fan were destined to be together, and they were qualified for the Emperor to send them off in person. In the decades that followed, the lifespans of the great demon god, Fairy Qingshi, Kudu, and Taoist Baijia, who once competed with each other on the road to emperor, also came to an end. Becoming an emperor was difficult, and these people were undoubtedly failures, but also the cornerstone and fuel of the times. Yi Fan didn't have many interactions with them, but he was born in the same era after all, and watched their souls and physical bodies dissipate between heaven and earth. After that, Yi Fan's figure flickered, and he came to Beidou Ancient Star again, where the era of Beidou was also fading. The brothers and sisters of the former Prince Xia Yiming, Princess Yuling of Jiuli, Zixia, the innate Taoist fetus, Yukong, the demon body demon, the saint of Yaoqi, these were all old friends who had intersections with Yi Fan. Among them, most of the best ones stop at the peak of the great sage, and it is too difficult to make progress. During that 100 years, Yi Fan stayed in Beidou, watching old friends one after another fall forever in the years, turning into clouds and smoke, and he felt sad and helpless from the bottom of his heart. Since then, even the most friendly Beidou Guxing doesn't have many familiar faces anymore. In this universe, the birth of a quasi-emperor is still too difficult. Many geniuses have tried their best, but the end of their cultivation path is just the pinnacle of the great sage. Thinking of this, even if Yi Fan was the Emperor of Heaven, he felt a little helpless. As he walked in the familiar land of the eastern wasteland, he felt a sense of loneliness from his heart. The old friends were no longer around, and it was really difficult for Yi Fan to integrate his heart into Beidou. Suddenly, while passing by the Jiang clan, Yi Fan suddenly discovered that in the corner of this ancient imperial clan, there was a tall young man burning paper. The ordinary paper money was burning quietly, expressing his deep nostalgia. "Brother Jiang, long time no see." Yi Fan stepped forward to greet the man, who was none other than Jiang Yifei from the Jiang clan. He had not aged in the years, but was full of vitality. He was in the field of alternative enlightenment, and his vitality was frighteningly abundant. Emperor of Heaven. Jiang Yifei naturally recognized Yi Fan. He quickly put away the sadness in his eyes, saluted Yi Fan and said softly, "Who is this?" Yi Fan pointed to the grave behind Jiang Yifei. Those in the grave were obviously Jiang Yifei's close relatives. Otherwise it would be difficult for this genius of the Jiang clan to reveal his true feelings. "My first wife was born in a common world and had limited talents. After all, she couldn't survive the time." As a genius of the same era, Jiang Yifei obviously regarded Yi Fan as a friend. Looking at the grave behind him, the sadness deep in his eyes could not be hidden. In Yi Fan's impression for many years, Jiang Yifei was a very thoughtful person who was good at forbearing and hiding his clumsiness. However, at this age and level, Yi Fan saw his most affectionate and sexual side again, and brought his ordinary wife together. It takes a lot of effort to make offerings to the Supreme Saint. Years, life and death. Practitioners will always experience these. In the years when your loved ones grow old and your heavenly mind is clear, only the Tao will accompany you. Before Yi Fan could say anything, he heard whispers in the distance. An old man with a slightly stooped figure came through the void and stopped between Jiang Yifei and Yi Fan. This is an old man who looks lifeless, with pale hair and a somewhat gloomy complexion, but standing side by side with Jiang Yifei, you can still see that the two look very similar. Even if one is old and the other is young, you can still see that they are 60 or 70% similar. Senior is. At this moment, both Yi Fan and Jiang Yifei were stunned on the spot. Jiang Yifei was shocked by the old man's face, while Yi Fan was shocked by the old man's unfathomable aura. You must know that Yi Fan is the current Emperor of Heaven, invincible in all aspects. Even Dai Jiuyo is difficult to defeat, and his strength has reached the limit. "My name is Hingyu. Ziwei Jiang Hingyu." The old man first patted Jiang Yifei's shoulder, then nodded to Yi Fan and smiled. "I heard Yukong and Lao Mu said about you. Emperor Yi Tian. Emperor Hingyu." After the words fell, the expressions on Yi Fan and Jiang Yifei's faces froze instantly. They stared at the old man in disbelief, not knowing what to say for a moment. "It's me, living in seclusion, outside the world of mortals. Just call me Hingyu." Jiang Hingyu nodded slightly. Although he was very interested in Yi Fan, he still turned his eyes to Jiang Yifei and said softly, "The child with the blood of my emperor is flowing. The world of mortals is over. I'm here to welcome you." "Me?" Jiang Yifei looked at this old and familiar face and couldn't react for a moment. He had been a Taoist for many years, and he was obviously not used to the sudden appearance of an ancestor. "Yes, the power of the bloodline is not weaker than that of my own children, but it can achieve enlightenment in a different way. You are qualified to let me guide you personally." Jiang Hingyu looked at Jiang Yifei with great satisfaction and invited. "Where to go?" Jiang Yifei asked blankly. "The burial island is the forbidden area of God. It is a place of immortality and has the hope of becoming an immortal." Jiang Hingyu explained seriously, then said goodbye to Yi Fan and left the place with Jiang Yifei. Chapter 431 Jiuyo and Qingdi. No matter from which angle you look at it, Gai Jiuyo is an extremely special existence among the emperors of this universe. He failed to become emperor in the first life, not because he did not have such abilities and qualifications, but because he came into an unfriendly era, under the suppression of the great ways of the previous emperors. Becoming enlightened was too difficult. Now, Gai Jiuyo has attained nirvana and lived out his second life. His combat power is extraordinary. His combat power at the beginning of his enlightenment was no less than that of many normal emperors at their peak in their second life. He can be regarded as a very powerful warrior. Alien. At the same time as Yi Fan, Gai Jiuyo also gained great benefits. The two had many interactions before they became enlightened. After they both became enlightened, they became closer and closer. They often discussed and communicated together, and their relationship was naturally quite tight. As we all know, Master Yi will never treat his own people badly. Gai Jiuyo has a master at the level of the Emperor of Heaven to give him moves. so naturally he will not be too weak. As a result, the years were like running water, rushing by in the peace and tranquility of the entire universe. More than 23,000 years after attaining enlightenment, Daijoyo once again experienced the heart-piercing feeling of aging that he had felt back then. That year, his vitality had reached its limit. Even though his frame was still majestic and broad, like a towering mountain, it could not hide the sunset. The originally plump and tight muscle lines disappeared, replaced by those that were getting thinner and thinner. The physical body can no longer hold up the imperial robe of the past. However, all living beings in this world understand that Daijoyo's Taoist aura has never declined in a day. For more than 23,000 years, the Tianqin seal has never wavered, firm and solid. It was that year that a slender, simple man came to Daijoyo's residence to pay homage to the current emperor, Zheng. The moment the man's shoes stepped into the dojo, the strings of the 9 nether emperor's qing were violently plucked. The emperor's aura burst out, and the surging blood was brilliant, illuminating a large area of the universe. At this moment, Daijoyo unreservedly unleashed his imperial power. Heaven and earth fell. Yin and yang were reversed. The universe was torn apart. The sun and the moon lost light, and all the laws were surrendering and trembling, worshipping their common master. Brush. Deep in the heaven, even Yifan suddenly opened his eyes. The emperor's sword eyebrows stared in the direction of the dojo. But when he saw clearly the person visiting Daijoyo, his brows quickly opened, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because the person who visited Daijoyo was none other than the supreme demon emperor of the post-desolate ancient era, Qing Emperor Wan Qing. At this time, Qingdi was like Daijoyo, also looking like a pale old man, with a skinny body and white beard and hair. But Wan Qing's frame was not that thick, and he looked slim and tall, with an easygoing and leisurely charm. The two old men looked at each other across the vast void of Joyo Dojo, and they could see memories and sighs in each other's eyes. Especially Daijoyo. He opened his mouth several times, but could not say anything. He, Daijoyo, was very familiar with the aura of Evergreen. Even though he had never met Daijoyo before, he had fought against that invincible avenue many times, and was defeated by that power again and again, was penetrated again and again. To put it bluntly, Daijoyo spent his entire first life under the shadow of a lotus in the eternal blue sky. Now seeing the Qing Emperor himself is like seeing his own past in it. How could Daijoyo not have it in his heart? Feelings? Qing Emperor. Wan Qing. But after a long time, Emperor Joyo's thousands of words were reduced to 4 words. These 4 words contained too many emotions, too many sighs, and too much past. Even though Emperor Joyo traveled across the universe, his hands could not help but tremble slightly. Great Emperor Joyo. Daijoyo. Emperor Qing obviously also knew about the existence of Daijoyo, the great emperor of Joyo. When he learned his story from Emperor Jinwu, even Wan Qing had to marvel at Daijoyo's perseverance. Rumble. After Qingdi finished speaking, he saw that Daijoyo's whole aura and image had changed. His blood vibrated like a mountain roaring and a tsunami. His old man shriveled and sagged skin became plump and tight at a speed visible to the naked eye, making him slightly rickety. His waist straightened quickly, like an unsheathed heavenly sword. His fighting spirit overwhelming. Clank. At the same time, the Joyo Emperor Qing next to Daijoyo also vibrated on its own, floating above the head of his emperor. And the war music echoed in every corner of the entire time and space. A battle? Standing under the emperor's Qing, Daijoyo quickly transformed into a young man in his 20s and 30s. He was as rich as jade, and his eyes were as bright as lightning. He stepped forward, although he didn't say a word in his mouth. His will didn't need much at all. He said that he would challenge the Qing Emperor as an emperor and face his own inner demons. Crack. But as a natural god who was channeled through the elixir, Wan Qing would not be suppressed by Daijoyo's aura. He stepped forward, and the overwhelming blood surged across the star space in an instant. And there was even a counter-pressure. Daijoyo's momentum. Facing such an enemy, Qingdi's fighting body quickly filled up, and he transformed into a young man in an instant. Behind him, a majestic third-grade green lotus swayed in the void. The green lotus was as simple as the Great Road. My name is Wan Qing, and I am a lotus in the sky forever. With such a declaration, the Qing Emperor reversed the situation at his feet and stepped into the battlefield of the mythical era. At this time, he actually had the aura of a third immortal king and looked down at the 3,000 worlds with stern eyes. My name is Daijoyo. In response to Wan Qing, Gai Jiuyo roared with too many emotions. He took the Emperor Qin in his hands, and rushed towards Wan Qing's true body without hesitation. When, in the distance, the Heavenly Emperor's cauldron made of the black and yellow mother energy swayed. The Heavenly Emperor, wearing a red dragon robe as red as jade, personally guarded outside the vast battlefield of the two emperors. For more than 21,000 years in the history of the Emperor of Heaven, an extremely fierce war broke out between Emperor Qing and Emperor Jiuyo outside the sky. The two emperors were so fierce in their fighting spirit that even the Emperor of Heaven had to personally take action to protect their war. In that battle, the two emperors both used true fire. The third grade Qinglian dominated the chaos, and the 9 nether immortal songs permeated the ancient and modern times. Every blow could wipe out 10,000 ways, collapse the starry sky, and destroy the world. Their battle lasted for a full 18 days and nights. Emperor Jiuyo tried his best, and Emperor Qing also developed various magical powers. It was not until the two emperors' mana was exhausted and their bodies and weapons were all broken that they finally stopped. Since that day, people have never seen Jiuyo Great Emperor, nor have they seen Qing Emperor again. Even the suppression of Tianqin mark is gradually dissipating, as if the two emperors are evenly matched, and they are all buried in that battle. So, what will be the outcome of your battle with Wan Qing? 800 years later, the Golden Crow Emperor sat cross-legged among the dark mountains, slowly and calmly boiling the enlightenment tea in front of him. He stared at the young emperor opposite, who had just joined the Immortal Mountain. He couldn't help but be curious and asked softly. Qing Emperor said that the battle between the 34,000-year-old Gai Jiuyo and the 34,000-year-old Wan Qing would be a draw. At this time, Gai Jiuyo, who had already lived his third life, said with a smile, "It can be seen that after the battle with Qing Emperor, the last trace of inner demons in Gai Jiuyo's heart dissipated, and his state of mind improved a lot." Chapter 432 Reincarnation in Time. Every era has its tone. The keynote of the ancient times is the rise and coexistence of all races. One race after another is completely different and glorious one after another. You sing, and I come on stage. Although it is indeed chaotic and disorderly, and there have been many imperial wars, this long period of time still desirable. The keynote of the ancient era was the prosperity of the human race. Those hundreds of thousands of years were like a vast epic that belonged exclusively to the human race. The ancestors were galloping in every corner of the universe, and one emperor after another rose and fell. Even if the forbidden area was in chaos, there were often even if turmoil occurs, it cannot stop the rise of the human race. In contrast, the tone of the age of Emperor of Heaven is similar to that of the later period of the mythical age. Heaven is like a giant peak, suppressing everyone's hearts. Although this giant peak weighs down many people and makes them breathless, it is undeniable that it does bring peace to all souls. It brings irreplaceable peace and tranquility. The Emperor of Heaven lasted for about 22,000 years, and 1,000 years after Emperor Jiuyo disappeared from the eyes of the world, the Emperor of Heaven personally took action, grabbed the seal of the heart of heaven, and imprinted the great path of the Emperor of Heaven into it, stabilizing the entire era again. The world lamented that the Emperor of Heaven is the Emperor of Heaven after all. To dominate the Tianqin seal, there is no need to wait for the suppression of thousands of ways to dissipate. He is really overbearing. With this, the status of the first great authority in the heavenly universe becomes more stable. However, the Emperor of Heaven, who sits on the supreme throne, appears less and less often. His divinity in the hearts of the people in heaven is incomparable, as if he has already completely transcended the world of mortals, sitting in the long river of time, with only the great road to accompany him. In fact, Yi Fan has indeed gradually lost interest in seeing the world of mortals. Tens of thousands of years have passed like water. Basically, all the friends, relatives, disciples, subordinates, etc., who have fought with him have died of old age or have become self-proclaimed, traveling all over the world. There is no familiar person, face. The Emperor of Heaven seemed to have turned into a lifeless statue, sitting alone in the deepest part of the empty heaven, except for occasionally responding to the calls of the heaven's followers. He rarely took action. The Emperor of Heaven has lived for 23,000 years, and Yi Fan is more than 26,000 years old. His first life finally ended, and he lived a second life with the fruit of the Kirin elixir. The red blood was as vast as a sea of smoke, making the entire heavenly tribe crazily shout and cheer. Shout. After that, another 27,000 years have passed, and the Emperor of Heaven has lived for 50,000 years. Yi Fan's dazzling second life has also come to an end. In the entire second life, he almost never took a step out of heaven. But his majesty became more and more profound. It is unimaginable how powerful the 50,000-year-old emperor of heaven can be. According to the original timeline, in the later years of Yi Fan's second life, the immortal emperor attacked, and a big jade-like hand appeared. In an instant, it broke through all the protection of the formations in the heaven, and grabbed the emperor's eyebrows, trying to seize it. Blood and bones. In that hand is a long sword surrounded by 7-color brilliance. It is a real immortal weapon made of rare 7-color immortal gold. The immortal emperor's 5-color heavenly sword has long been sealed by 3,000 down mirrors. It is obviously a brand new weapon refined. Interesting. It seems that the rules in that strange world are indeed close to those in the fairyland. And there are even 7-color fairy gold. On Burial Sky Island, King Pan obviously also noticed the essence of the 7-color heavenly sword. Although he was slightly surprised, he was calmly, with no intention of taking action. The person who took action was Mu Wudao, the ancient great saint who had practiced for hundreds of thousands of years deep in the Immortal Mountain. This profound emperor of the holy lineage held the Kunlun Immortal Bell, and did not hesitate to block the way between Emperor Yi Tian and Chi Sai Tian, in the middle of the knife. Nowadays, the sixth life of Mu Wudao has lived for more than 40,000 years. He has become an emperor in the body of the holy body. He is in charge of the immortal weapon Kunlun Bell. His combat power is incomparable even to the current Yi Fan. In heaven, the Wyu immortal emperor gave him a hard blow with one hand, causing him to retract into the Feishin waterfall. And it was under such a tense situation that Yi Fan achieved nirvana. His vitality was overwhelming, and he lived out his third life. Very few people in the world know what else happened on that day. They only know that after the Emperor of Heaven lived for 50,000 years, and lived his third life, the heavenly court began to praise the name of the Wudao Holy Emperor and cast a spiritual statue for him. The Holy Emperor. His name has a transcendent status in heaven, only under the Emperor of Heaven. It was also from the time when the Emperor of Heaven lived in his third life, that several senior officials of the heavenly tribe also noticed that a golden bell with bright fairy light appeared in the supreme palace where the Emperor of Heaven was located. It marked the area where the Emperor of Heaven was located. The shroud seems to suppress something inexplicable. In the 61,000 years of the Emperor of Heaven's history, under the horrified eyes of the people in heaven, the suppression caused by the mark of Heaven's heart was completely dissipated. The whole world was shocked and all souls mourned. The news of the Emperor's death spread throughout the world in just a few months. The universe. But just a few days later, this news was vigorously refuted by the heavenly court. The heavenly Emperor did not pass away, but only suppressed his own way with immortal weapons, giving future generations a chance to become emperors. As soon as such news came out, the practitioners in this universe were silent at first, and then fell into uncontrollable excitement and ecstasy. Then, just 100 years later, a different kind of enlightened being crossed the world and stepped into the starry sky, causing an immeasurable catastrophe of the great emperor, alarming all practitioners. Is her, even Yi Fan, who was deep in the heaven, cast his gaze, and after a little deduction, he recognized the origin of the alternative enlightened person. That person was the female Holy Spirit who had high hopes in the ancient holy land of Yaoqi. When Yi Fan met her for the first time, she was still a very weak little monk, conceived in a stone womb, and she was as transcendent as a true immortal. The Holy Spirit was also a potential stock that attracted the attention of all parties. The eldest son of the immortal emperor once baptized her with the true blood of the immortal phoenix and wanted to make her his queen. The Black Emperor was also worried that this great perfection Holy Spirit might become the bane of the entire Yaoqi. But it turns out that everyone thought too much. After millions of years of gestation and hundreds of thousands of years of baptism in the green golden pagoda with immortal tears, this Holy Spirit has finally reached complete perfection. As soon as he was born, he showed a different kind of enlightenment power. Even when faced with the catastrophe of becoming an emperor, he remained calm and leisurely. A walk in the garden. Congratulations to fellow Taoist. You have been cultivating for many years, and became Taoist in one day. After the Dzogchen Holy Spirit passed away, Yi Fan appeared in person, and smiled at the female Holy Spirit. He and the Queen were barely old friends, and had met several times. The Emperor of Heaven praises you. The female Holy Spirit naturally recognized Yi Fan, and she bowed her head without any anger. Even when she was going through the tribulation, she was like a fairy, aloof and unconquerable. What do you call fellow Taoist? Yi Fan invited the female Holy Spirit to the heaven, poured tea for her personally, and asked with a smile. The person who bestowed upon me the Tao is Tai Su, one of the 5 congenital queens. I should be the Emperor Tai Su. However, I also received the favor of Yao Qi and gave myself a human name. So I am called Qi Su. The female Holy Spirit made a move. Qing Ro picked up the teacup handed over by Yi Fan, washed away the tea leaves in the cup, and said with a smile, "What is your attitude towards Yao Qi?" Yi Fan felt the aura of Queen Tai Su. Her background was obviously much deeper than that of the ordinary ancient emperor. But there was no trace of hostility. She was like a white lotus, untouched by the world. Don't mess with the world. Yao Qi has been kind to me, and I should repay it. In the first life, I am willing to be the master of Yao Qi. Teach the secrets of scriptures. Teach the principles of the Tao. And leave the imperial soldiers to stabilize its glory. Qi Su, Queen of the Holy Spirit, said. Chapter 433 Awakening on the Immortal Road. This Dzogchen female Holy Spirit, who has a profound connection with Yao Qi, was born and immediately became the owner of the ancient holy land of Yao Qi, commanding this holy land and making it usher in glory once again. This is obviously a mutually beneficial thing. Yao Qi needs the power of the Holy Spirit Queen to continue its past glory. And the Holy Spirit Queen also relies on this relationship in Yao Qi to successfully reap a lot of benefits. Yao Qi has a good relationship with the sacred body lineage, and this friendship has lasted for a long time. Even the contemporary emperors have become enlightened in the body of the sacred body. Facing Qi Su, the nominal master of Yao Qi, they will naturally not be too alienated. Therefore, under the personal guidance of the third emperor of heaven, the first female Holy Spirit Qi Su lived for more than 16,000 years before she came to an end due to aging, leaving behind her natal weapons and weapons. After the cause and effect of the ancient holy land of Yao Qi, he left completely. Her strength is not ordinary. Tai Su Avenue evolves the origin of all things, and she is even much stronger than many Dzogchen stone people with the same origin. In the later years of her first life, her heritage surpassed that of the stone emperor. In her second life, she let go of everything and transformed into a leisurely traveler. She wandered through various Holy Spirit ancestral lands in the universe, including the 99 Dragon Mountains in the ancient star, the 100,000 gods and demons ridge in the ancient star Gaochen, and the Holy Spirit gathering on the ancient starry sky road. She has set foot on the earth, as well as the Qinling Mountains of Beidou ancient star, with such a free mind like a wandering cloud and wild crane, and the increasingly powerful and profound origin of the Holy Spirit. She quickly gained the favor of the immortal Tears Green Gold Holy Spirit of the Immortal Mountain. When the second life of the Holy Spirit of Qi Sunu was approaching, she was introduced to the Immortal Mountain. In the same year, he accepted the favor of the immortal Tears Green Golden Emperor. In this way, the first and probably the only Taoist couple composed of the Holy Spirit of Dzogchen was formed in this universe. Once this news was confirmed, not only many ancient emperors in the Immortal Mountain and Yi Fan from the Heavenly Court were alerted, but even Feng Lai on the Burial Island was attracted and came to the Immortal Mountain to check it out in person. Very good. The Holy Spirit should also be a sentient being in heaven and earth. He should know his mind and nature and walk hand in hand. Your union allows me to see many beautiful futures. Congratulations. As the ancestor of the Holy Spirit in this world, Feng Lai naturally expressed full support for the combination of the two Holy Spirits. He was very happy to see the birth of such a Taoist couple. In the long years before this, there has never been a case of the union of the Holy Spirit. Xi Xian and Emperor Yinglong looked at this pair of Holy Spirits and were inevitably a little curious. Even in the eyes of the emperors, the group of Dzogchen Holy Spirits was very mysterious. There had never been any systematic research on the history of this group. There have been times in the immortal ancient and chaotic ancient times, but since the age of mythology, the Holy Spirit has no longer lived. It is difficult for two pairs of Dzogchen Holy Spirits to meet each other. Survival has become a problem, and there are naturally fewer and fewer unions. King Pan also had a look in his eyes. With a slight smile, he glanced at Feng Lai vaguely and spoke softly. He remembered that when Emperor Taizong was still a true immortal, there was a female Holy Spirit who was born from the Xian Wang Dao species. She was a very high-level Holy Spirit. He originally thought that he could get together with Taizong, but unfortunately, he could not catch up with her in the end. The footsteps of the immortal emperor. Can the combination of the Holy Spirit, like ordinary creatures, combine yin and yang to produce heirs? I have no other meaning. I am just curious. On the other side, Jiang Hengyu spoke with a serious face. He glanced at Qi Su and the immortal Tears Green Golden Emperor. Qi Su looked like a completely normal female cultivator. elegant and quiet, aloof and almost immortal. But the immortal thunder-green golden emperor was completely different. The immortal gold body stood there, having nothing to do with flesh and blood. Naturally, it's possible. They are all sacred beings raised by the earth. The physical body can intersect with yin and yang, and the soul also has the method of divine intercourse. With such a combination, the heirs born will definitely be beyond imagination. Feng Lai glanced at Jiang Hingyu and just nodded. Of course, I have to wait until my origin is completely perfected. Immortal Tears Green Golden Emperor nodded. Strictly speaking, his path to the Holy Spirit has not yet been perfected, and there is still a long way to go. Yi Fan's first 3 lives did not usher in a leap in longevity. The first life was 26,000 years. The second life was 26,000 years. And the third life was fully calculated. But it was only 30,000 years. Compared with the group of emperors in the Immortal Mountain who have inherited the immortal way, Yi Fan relies entirely on his own strength to promote the path of cultivation and crosses the river by feeling the stones. Naturally, the improvement in longevity is not that obvious. But there is no doubt that Master Ye's combat power is far beyond imagination. When he truly entered the 4th life, even Ji Wukong and Jiang Hingyu, who had already lived through the 6th life, felt a great power, pressure, shocked by the majesty of the Emperor of Heaven. As for outside practitioners, they have long been numb. The Emperor of Heaven has suppressed the starry sky for more than 80,000 years, and the human world has experienced too many reincarnations. People even have to read ancient books to understand the situation of the Emperor of Heaven in those early years. In this life, Yi Fan has experienced many things in the world of mortals. Not only did his old rivals and friends of the same era appear briefly to reminisce about the past, but the lunar and solar bodies under him also gave birth to children, which are real chaotic bodies, born from birth, with unparalleled talent. That was an extremely talented girl. Her parents were the Sun body and the Taiyin body respectively. She was the awakened bloodline of the 2 great saint emperors of the ancient human race. Now, these 2 bloodlines merged. Yin and Yang worked together, and turned into a chaos body. For this child, many emperors from the Immortal Mountain were born, and came to heaven for a rare visit, just to witness the power of the chaos body with their own eyes. When she is born to practice cultivation, I will personally guide her. Xixian smiled. The mother of the newborn chaos body had the blood of the Taiyin human emperor. He was the biological son of the human emperor, and the pioneer of the Yin and Yang incarnation of the chaos body. Naturally, he regarded this baby girl as his own, using the chaos stone essence as the foundation. A stone book was cast and placed next to the baby girl with a chaos body. This stone essence was the material used by Emperor Wu Shi to cast the imperial bell, and it was also the most suitable treasure in the universe for the avenue of chaos. Thank you. Yi Fan nodded. The physique of the chaos body is very precious even to him. He deduced that this girl was born with a chaos body, and he also observed the chaos scripture left by Emperor Xian. And his understanding of this bloodline was also rapid. Rising. The times continued to advance. The Emperor of Heaven had been in the calendar for 120,000 years. And the Great Age came again. A similar flower slowly bloomed in the universe, which even moved the Emperor of Heaven, because that flower is a simple and lively girl, not stained by dust. And every detail of her body and soul is exactly the same as a woman deep in Yi Fan's memory. Is it a similar flower? Or is she reincarnated? In those years, Yi Fan often came to the Immortal Mountain to discuss reincarnation and the past with Ji Shukong, Mu Wudao and others. Naturally, he did not believe in reincarnation, but his 5th disciple Ko Xiaoxiao seemed to be born specifically to shake his Taoist heart. In this aspect, he is exactly the same as the old friend named Ni. After twists and turns, this question was finally put in front of King Pan. This ancient immortal king had experienced too many things, and was not obsessed with any similar flowers. He just came to heaven in person, and had a long talk with Yi Fan. When we hit the immortal realm, everything will be clear. Finally, King Pan left such a sentence, drank the cup of divine tea, and drifted away. Chapter 430 for the new emperor and Kunlun. After 138,000 years of the emperor's calendar, the emperor's 4th life was completely complete, and came to an end in the heavenly court. In this life, he lived for 56,000 years. Although he has surpassed the imagination of many supreme beings in the outside universe, it is still nothing to the history books of the entire time. You must know that the emperors in the Immortal Mountain have the inheritance of immortality, and they have made a very high leap in longevity since the 3rd life. Take Emperor Li as an example. This human emperor received scripture inheritance from a certain immortal king in the immortal realm in the later years of his first life. The first and second lives together lived for a full 50,000 years. And the third life lasted a full 50,000 years. It lasted more than 50,000 years. And the fourth life was more than 100,000 years. He stayed in the immortal mountain for more than 200,000 years before going to Burial Sky Island because he failed to survive the fifth life. In contrast, Yi Fan has never received any inheritance in the realm of immortality. He has been groping for a way forward, and is not very outstanding in terms of immortality. Of course, Yi Fan also has Yi Fan's advantages. His combat power is unparalleled, and the heyday after his enlightenment in the first life was enough to put the fourth Emperor Li into a bitter battle. His path to immortality is on the right track, and he has begun to understand the nature of immortality. This is King Pan's evaluation of Yi Fan's fourth life. He understands the necessary conditions for the supreme humanity to become an immortal. Immortality is undoubtedly the most important among them. Only by living all the time can one be qualified to explore a more lofty road to immortality. Only then can they be qualified to continue to accumulate combat power over the years. In the fifth life, the Emperor of Heaven once again rebelled against the heavens and cut off the crimson like holy blood. He used his physical body and soul to smelt 10,000 ways and forged them into one, and actually turned himself into a chaotic body. Countless people were shocked. Yi Fan's path to the chaos body is not entirely based on the intersection of the lunar and the sun. When he was young, he had dealt with people related to the chaos body, observed the heaven-swallowing demon technique and the immortal heaven technique of the ruthless emperor, and even fought against Yogwang, knowing the path of chaos where all paths are unified. And Yi Fan's incarnation of the chaotic body is a brand new method born out of these methods. It is the path of chaos exclusive to the Emperor of Heaven. In the fifth life, the majesty of the heavenly emperor was even greater, and the heavenly court suppressed the immeasurable universe, becoming more extraordinary and brilliant. And after a long period of time in this universe, a new emperor is finally born. In the 188,000 years of the emperor's reign, the ancient warrior TK reappeared, suppressing the universe, reaching the heavens and moving the earth. And his battle power was endless. He was simply too powerful. And Jiu had already been praised by others as early as Gai Jiuyo's era. Born in this era, the strong men of his generation were not even qualified to struggle. In fact, you don't have to become a Taoist. Come to heaven and join me on the road to immortality in the future. Before DK triggered the Emperor's tribulation, Yi Fan personally showed up to dissuade him. During that era, they had been fighting for many years. DK and the old madman, Donfan Tai, Jiang Taishu and others were both rivals and friends. And Yi Fan didn't mind leading them. Thank you. But my era is in the ancient times. Now my only obsession is to become an emperor and live in peace. DK rejected Yi Fan's kindness. He had been born in many eras and had met many opponents. But the one that left him the most what I respect and miss the most is the Holy Emperor Dozhan. Shortly thereafter, the ancient warrior TK caused the great emperor's calamity and successfully attained enlightenment. Millions of years of depression were wiped away. The only pity is that DK only had 8,000 years to become emperor. He did not have the strong qualifications of Gai Jiuyo. After becoming emperor in his second life, his longevity had been consumed a lot. In his later years, he also rejected the kindness of the immortal mountain. I just want to end quietly in the years. After that, more than 10,000 years passed. And after the traces of DK's Tianqin Dao were completely dissipated, the great world came again, and the rules of heaven and earth were revealed, which was fascinating. It was also an unscrupulous golden age, with heroes vying for hegemony and hundreds of rivalries vying for success. One after another, ancient roads in the starry sky belonging to the major races were opened, gathered together, and became the only ultimate ancient road. In that life, there were countless corpses on the imperial road, but two of the most brilliant geniuses broke out of the siege and led the entire universe. One of them is a god-killing insect. Its race is a terrifying group in the starry sky. The slightest movement is a million-mile sea of insects. And it is only easy to swallow the sun and eclipse the moon. What emerges in this life is a powerful god-killing insect, an unrivaled creature in this race that has reached the ultimate level of individual evolution. It has the appearance of a dragon, is cruel and bloodthirsty, and is ruthless. The other strongman who rose up was not a human race, but a practitioner of the dragon path that was rare in the world. He was a mirage dragon, swallowing clouds and spitting mist, mysterious and majestic. It is worth mentioning that this mirage dragon is not a nameless little casual cultivator. It comes from Feixinzing, and is the hope of this era for the Kunlun survivors. Two powerful men rose up in the same world. With unparalleled fighting power. They stepped on the blood and bones of countless contenders to reach the top. And fought to the death all the way to the Quasi-Emperor's 9th level. Before the winner was decided. In the end, the Mirage Dragon from the relics of the ancient Phaeacian star Kunlun won the final victory. When the Mirage Dragon God Emperor transcended the Emperor's tribulation and became enlightened. Countless practitioners throughout the universe cheered. This is the Emperor who is rising step by step in this generation. Compared with the ancients like Decay, and the invincible giants like Chisu. The Holy Spirit of Perfection, and the Mirage Dragon God Emperor obviously made them feel a sense of intimacy. Of course, those who are even more joyful are the strong men of the Kunlun remnant clan. Since the time of Emperor Hengyu, this clan has been a famous imperial companion. In almost every generation of imperial journey, there are geniuses participating in it. And they can become quasi-emperors every time. But almost always he dies on the imperial road. The arrival of the Mirage Dragon God Emperor in the universe has simply solved the stalemate that the Kunlun family had suffered for many years, and made this great family extremely excited. At the same time, the existence of Mirage God Emperor also means that a plan they have been planning for a long time finally has the conditions to implement. In the 25,000th year of the Heavenly Emperor's calendar, the light of the Imperial Way exploded on the Phaeacian ancient star, and two slender figures soared into the sky from Kunlun Mountain and landed outside the Immortal Mountain. They were actually two powerful men of the Imperial Way. One of them, the dragon-like one, was the current Mirage Dragon God Emperor, and the other was a red beast with a human face and a snake body. Its eyes were closed together, and a lamp hung above his head. A rare candle dragon in the world. The two strange beasts stopped outside the Immortal Mountain. Although the aura of the Imperial Tao was surging, they did not overstep their bounds, and waited quietly for the Immortal Mountain's reaction. When the ancient candle dragon, Mirage Dragon God Emperor, and friends of the Kunlun bereaved family are here. I don't know why. A moment later, the bells rang in the Immortal Mountain. A tall and majestic blonde young man strode out from the dark mountains, looked down at the two powerful men of the Kunlun clan, and whispered, "This is the Golden Crow Emperor." Although the old Golden Crow is only one person. 200,000 years have passed, and he has now successfully lived his 5th life. Although there is still a big gap in combat power compared to the Emperor of Heaven, it is still enough to overwhelm Zhu. The two masters of the Imperial Way, Dragon and Mirage Dragon, were suffocated. Emperor Golden Crow, facing such an unfathomable emperor. Zhu Longzun and Mirage Dragon God Emperor both looked solemn. After paying homage to them seriously, they spoke in a deep voice. The Kunlun Immortal Clan is here for our clan's immortal bell. This bell involves a lot. The Kunlun Immortal Clan is willing to show sincerity just to welcome back the immortal bell. They understand that from the perspective of the cultivation world, the immortal bell no longer belongs to the Kunlun survivors. And to truly welcome it back, a huge price must be paid. Chapter 435 Immortal Traveler. The Immortal Mountain has remained unchanged for tens of millions of years. With eternal darkness, depth and thickness, and layer after layer of imperial formations rooted there, exuding terrifying power of rules all the time. Even if the current emperor comes, he will scalp numbness. Now, the ancient candle dragon of Feixinzing and the newly promoted Mirage Dragon God Emperor have personally experienced this majesty. The Golden Crow Emperor is definitely one of the youngest people in the Immortal Mountain. But in their eyes, he is still like a straight tower. The mountains soaring into the sky are so strong that it is hard to fathom. Sincerity? I wonder what kind of sincerity everyone from the Kunlun tribe can show. As soon as they expressed their attitude to each other, they saw another splendid colorful light rising into the sky, turning into a treasure mirror surrounded by 3,000 colors of the avenue beside the Golden Crow Emperor, overlooking the two great masters of the Kunlun clan. It turns out to be a fairy mirror. Ancient Master Zhulong saw the true nature of the ancient mirror, and his expression became more serious. He could clearly see the battle between the Forbidden City and the Immortal Taoist in the past. It was this mirror that not only suppressed the Immortal Bell and the Immortal Heavenly Sword, but also suppressed the Immortal Bell and the Immortal Heavenly Sword. He also easily destroyed the Immortal Taoist who was in the Ascendant. This weapon alone definitely possesses the power of immortal beings. Thinking of this, the Zolongzan and the Mirage Dragon God Emperor looked at each other. The Mirage Dragon Emperor, who was in good condition, offered a ball of treasure liquid surrounded by a hazy fairy light, causing the divine light to burst out and illuminate a small half of the starry sky. It was a thick, dark yellow liquid, although it was only the size of a fist. It shone like a small sun. Dense patterns were constantly flowing on it. Sometimes it turned into images of strange beasts, such as Cheongqi and Tianfeng. And sometimes it turned into chaos. Ancient immortal texts engraved the eternal road. Kunlun blood. In the past, the immortal emperor used this immortal creature to completely revive the Kunlun immortal bell, and severely damage the emperor in the immortal realm with his human body. This is the sincerity of the Kunlun immortal clan. Zhulong Guzuan pushed the ball of Xian Huang Dao blood in front of the Golden Crow Emperor and the immortal mirror. He spoke sincerely, even though he was deeply reluctant to give up. He had to give away the real immortal treasure just to win back the ancestral bell. Kunlun blood, that's it. 3,000 Taoist mirrors were slowly rotating in the void. It seemed that they were carefully observing and considering this ball of immortal blood before speaking slowly. This universe has 4 immortal artifacts that best represent the origin: bells, tripods, towers, and mirrors. Among them, the Desolate Tower and the Taoist Mirror come from the ancient times. The immortal cauldron comes from the emperor at the end of the mythical era. And the final immortal bell is naturally related to immortal creatures, which is the so-called Kunlun. As the fairy mirror thought, the fairy bell was originally an important companion weapon of our Kunlun ancestor. They were supposed to become immortals together in the earliest mythical era. However, due to various reasons, the Kunlun ancestor failed in the pregnancy process, and only the fairy bell remained. With a small amount of Kunlun immortal blood, we can support the immortal clan, Zhulong Zun said. This ancient lord is quite ancient. Like the immortal lord and the prison-suppressing lord, they are all creatures from the mythical age and know much about the past. Exchanging immortal blood for immortal weapons. You are smart people. 3,000 Dao mirrors slowly turned. And there was obviously a hint of ridicule in the words. No matter how precious the immortal blood is, it is only a one-time consumable. But the immortal weapons can be passed down through the ages. When comparing the two, it is clear which one is more precious. This, Mirage Dragon and Zhulong, the 2 imperial masters, were about to say something more. But they saw 3,000 different kinds of light blooming on the 3,000 mirrors. Then, a golden stream of light rose from the depths of the immortal mountain, landed directly in front of the Mirage Dragon God Emperor. No need to say more. It's changed. After Santian Dao Mirror finished speaking, the thick and heavy Xian Huang Dao blood disappeared directly, and was sealed into the immortal mirror. Immortal Mountain now has no shortage of Kunlun immortal bells. As of the 200,000th year of the Emperor of Heaven, Ji Shukong, Jiang Hengyu and Mu Wudao have been practicing for more than 500,000 years, under the guidance of the immortal method. Although there are many bumps in their path of cultivation, now, in the road to the 6th life is getting farther and farther. Just a few years ago, Ji Yukong even lived his 7th life. The practitioners of the mortal immortal path in the 7th generation are extremely tyrannical. Their own principles, combat power, and level have gradually become equal to the weak true immortals in the immortal realm. In some aspects, they have even surpassed some mediocre true immortals and immortals. To put it bluntly, Ji Shukong can at least have a draw with any of the true immortals and immortals who have been promoted in the fairyland and foreign lands in the past 10,000 or 20,000 years. As a tyrannical weapon comparable to an immortal weapon, Ji Shukong's precious mirror reforged from void immortal gold is no longer weaker than the Kunlun immortal bell. Like the cauldron being refined by the Emperor of Heaven, it can suppress the tianqin of ordinary emperors, and the source, help it live forever. In contrast, Kunlun blood, a consumable product that can assist emperors in understanding the laws of immortality, is what the immortal mountain needs now. Thank you. This is a favor owed by the Kunlun immortal clan to Immortal Mountain. The 2 emperors of Faxian Ancient Star naturally didn't know the connection. Apart from Kunlun blood, they really couldn't bring up anything in the realm of immortality. Seeing that they really welcomed the immortal bell back, they were naturally grateful. I will be of use to you in the future. Immortal Mirror was not polite about this. He just spoke calmly, and swept the 2 imperial masters out of the Big Dipper star. After that, the Kunlun survivors did not rush to announce the rise of their immortal clan to the world, but developed in a rather low-key manner. Even if there was an emperor in the clan, they never broke out in conflict with the heaven. Mirage God Emperor was emperor for 2 generations, and ruled the world for more than 18,000 years. After passing down his bloodline, leaving behind inheritance and weapons, he announced his transformation to the Tao and disappeared into history. This is a very decisive emperor. When he proclaimed himself, his 2nd prime life had just passed, and he was not even considered old. So he used the Kunlun immortal bell to suppress his body, cut off the mark of tianqin. and slept under the Kunlun Immortal Mountain. The Kunlun survivors are very familiar with this method of obtaining immortality through the power of immortal weapons. Their supreme master does not need to kill himself in order to live forever in another way. This Kunlun remnant has ambitions. It proclaims itself the Emperor of Perfection, and deliberately avoids the era of the Emperor of Heaven. I am afraid that it will explode on a large scale in a certain era and dominate the universe. The Golden Crow Emperor was sitting cross-legged in the Immortal Mountain, looking at Facian Ancient Star with a somewhat complicated look. He easily saw that the Mirage Dragon God Emperor was not dead. And for a moment, he felt a little sighing and worried. 6,000 years have passed since the second life of Mirage Dragon God Emperor, when he proclaimed himself. It stands to reason that he still has at least 6,000 years of peak Imperial life. Under the suppression of the immortal weapon, he can really live for a long time. It is conceivable that in the future, everything about the Emperor of Heaven will reach its peak, and he will leave the heavenly court to teach and become an immortal queen. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, the Kunlun survivors will probably be born, shaking the overall pattern of spiritual power in the entire universe. Let them make trouble. After the heavenly court becomes an immortal, the pattern of the universe should be reshuffled on a large scale. As long as it's not too much, I won't care, Sanqian Daojing whispered. In the future, when the road to immortality opens, Immortal Mirror won't go to the immortal realm with us? Emperor Jinwu tasted the meaning of Immortal Mirror and said with some surprise, not only me, but also Huanta will not go. We are all ordered to guard and witness the direction of the times in this universe. After you leave, if there are any uncontrollable major changes in the times, someone should take action to suppress everything. Sanqian Daojing sighed. The Emperor of Heaven will also become an immortal. He will eventually leave one day. There will always be someone to protect him in the post-heaven era. Chapter 436 Children. During the 216,000 years of the Emperor's calendar, Yi Fan's fifth life ended. In his later years, he cut off the origin of chaos in a certain life star field under the command of heaven, eliminated the principles of chaos, and returned his bloodline to its original state. This is a method of returning to nature. Yi Fan spent the entire fifth life, a full 80,000 years, to understand the chaos, almost completely comprehending this ancient physique, and then integrated it into his own body. It is worth mentioning that the chaotic origin that Yi Fan transformed from that ancient galaxy still caused a large-scale commotion in the world. The Emperor of Heaven is the Emperor of Heaven after all, and even the origin that is chopped off and abandoned can easily become a quasi-emperor. At the end of the fifth life, Yi Fan once again achieved nirvana and lived out the sixth life. 14,000 years later, after 230,000 years of the Emperor of Heaven's calendar, another brilliant era came. The innate chaotic body from the mythical era experienced hardships and finally achieved nirvana and was reborn in this era. Correspondingly, the Emperor of Heaven felt this and released the chaotic body in heaven. Two innate chaotic bodies met in an era, and naturally an extremely fierce war broke out. They met in the realm of saints. One had 1,000 years of practice experience in the mythical era, and the other possessed both Xi Xian and Yi Fan, the two great chaos emperors. The imperial scripture and the imperial law are both powerful and powerful. At first, both Yi Fan and Xi Xian planned to use the innate chaotic body named Wang Bo as the best whetstone to polish their own chaotic body, Yi Xian, and use the chaotic body to achieve the chaotic body. This is a rare event in ancient times. Such results are indeed obvious, due to the existence of the Emperor of Heaven. Wang Bo always has some reservations about taking action. In 700 years, Yi Xian was trained from an inexperienced newcomer to a chaotic female quasi-emperor who can stand alone. It is gratifying to draw with the veteran chaos body Wang Bo. In response to this, Si Xuandu of the Immortal Mountain became interested in talents and gave Wang Bo the chaos scripture created in his seventh life, willing to provide him with protection and guidance. Come under my seat and become an immortal in the future. Your name will be on the road to immortality. When Wang Bo was 1,100 years old, he created the chaos, heavenly heart with rules, and broke through all imperial tribulations to become a Taoist. Xi Xian personally extended an olive branch and invited this chaos body to join the Immortal Mountain and walk together on the road to immortality. Unfortunately, Wang Bo rejected this proposal. Perhaps because he suffered a catastrophe in the age of mythology. He seemed extremely indifferent and withdrawn, and was alone from beginning to end. Although he had a certain respect for seniors on the imperial path, such as Xi Xian and Yi Fan. But that's about it. He is also a very hard-working person. He was born in a chaotic body. But he was not too dependent, even though he died in the hands of the emperor in the age of mythology. His first life was in the chaotic body of the Emperor of Heaven for more than 14,000 years. In his second life, he was a chaotic body. When he was alive, he followed the example of Si Xian and Yi Fan and decisively cut off the chaos body to start over. In the 245,000 years since the Emperor of Heaven, Wang Bo became enlightened for the second time. This time, he used his mortal body to analyze 10,000 ways and reached the limit in all aspects. He did not want to live in the shadow of the Emperor of Heaven and the Immortal Mountain. The Emperor of Heaven lasted for 253,000 years, and Wang Bo's second life was more than 8,000 years old. He chose to deduce the secrets of heaven and evolve into an immortal path in this young and powerful era. That year, many people saw Wang Bo creating a passage deep in the starry sky, then striding forward and rushing in. The right place? Perfect Emperor. But the time is wrong. Wish him success. In the same year, Yi Fan and Si Xian saw off Wang Bo together. In terms of qualifications and talents, this person was no less than Gai Jiuyo in this period of ancient history. It was a pity that various problems existed, and it was difficult to become a companion. After that, starting from the 260,000th year of the Emperor of Heaven calendar, the Emperor of Heaven seemed to have made a major decision and released all the most qualified second-generation geniuses in heaven in a certain year. The six-eared sacred ape, the supreme immortal body, the younger brother of the divine silkworm emperor, and the little fat man who was transformed into the spirit of the immortal cauldron. These young people who are usually highly regarded were born in the same era. And they practiced, discussed Taoism, and great war. There is no doubt that these are the second-generation geniuses with the highest qualifications in heaven. Their qualifications are beyond imagination in this world, and their bloodline and talents are astonishing. At the same time, a pair of sons and daughters of Si Xian of the Immortal Mountain were also released. They were the children of Emperor Xian and Emperor Ing Long, who were born hundreds of thousands of years ago. They were equally talented. Among them, Si Xian's parents and children inherited the mother's Ing Long Emperor blood and the father's Chaos blood. The two were almost perfectly integrated when they were conceived in the womb. The child named Si Li's Chaos Dragon blood was astonishing, extremely fierce. Si Xian's daughter took the original path of her father and grandfather, Taiyin. She integrated everything she learned into the Taiyin Avenue to find a unique Taiyin road. In other words, in the ordinary era of the Emperor of Heaven's 260,000 years, there were 6 geniuses who coexisted. What these 6 geniuses possessed were not simply the qualifications to become emperors, but terrifying qualifications that surpassed ordinary emperors. Under the watchful eyes of Yi Fan and Si Xian, as well as the attention of many senior figures in heaven, the 6 geniuses integrated into the universe of this era and began to practice. The era they lived in was only slightly better than the era when Yi Fan was young. The rules of the road were not obvious. Spiritual power was thin, and the cultivation conditions were extremely difficult. But these children can still rise in the twilight of their respective stars, rely on the scriptures of their fathers to guide them, walk through the first 4 secret realms of the human body, and then set foot on the immortal platform, moving forward step by step until they succeed in cutting the path and step into the starry sky. Then, starting from the Tao-killing field, the 6 geniuses began a long war. The 6-eared sacred ape versus the Chaos Dragon blood. The supreme immortal body versus the 9-transformation divine silkworm. At first, these young people were just the agents of their father's scriptures and avenues. But after collisions and confrontations, they gradually found their true identity. Your own path. When we are on the road to immortality in the future, these young people will work together and be an absolutely indispensable helping hand. At the highest point of the heaven, Yi Fan and Si Xian stood side by side, witnessing the young people rising up one by one, exploring their own paths in the battle, and at the same time getting familiar with their opponents. They couldn't help but smile on their faces and whispered. In his hand, a formation diagram flashing with bright sword light and killing light was slowly rotating. 6 killing swords were hung on the formation diagram, and every inch was filled with terrifying power. It can be seen that Yi Fan indeed has high hopes for them and regards them as a huge help on the road to immortality. But it's just a helping hand. At least in this universe, there isn't much time left for them. The foundation for becoming immortal still lies with us. Si Xian shook his head slightly. He had the same idea as Yi Fan. He did not want to put the burden of becoming immortals on future generations, but he also expected them to develop and find their own way. The war between the second generation of Tinju lasted for hundreds of years. These 6 were all outstanding people with extraordinary talents. Although they had their own victories and defeats over the hundreds of years, no one's Taoist heart was damaged. Hundreds of years later, the 6-eared holy ape and Yufeng, who was transformed into the spirit of the immortal weapon, caused the emperor's tribulation in the same year and became enlightened one after another. The other 4 geniuses were sealed and waited for the next era. Chapter 437 Untitled. Due to the existence of the 2 forbidden life zones of the immortal mountain and the heavenly burial island, the next generation of heavenly geniuses can become emperors without reservation in the context of the sky-covering universe. Even if they cannot follow the path to immortality in the 9th life, they still have the capital to live forever. This is naturally Feng Lai's instruction. As the ancestor of the first generation of heavenly court in chaos, he naturally doesn't mind opening some convenient doors for the development of the second generation of heavenly court. It's just some immortality substances, so that these powerful descendants can have more power. Long practice time is definitely a good thing. You must know that the qualifications of the next generation geniuses in heaven are also extraordinary. Even if the 6-eared holy ape, the supreme immortal body, the chaotic body Xian, etc., are roughly regarded as the geniuses of the same level, they still have the qualifications of at least the giant-level immortal king. This was not Feng Lai's groundless speculation. According to his understanding of the future of the Holy Ruins era, the 6-eared holy ape should have attained the realm of the immortal king giant when he died. He would also have developed a pair of golden eyes and fiery eyes, making him famous in the heavens. He wants these young men to become stronger. Therefore, from the time when the 6-eared sacred ape and the Yufeng divine emperor were both emperors, Feng Lai asked 3,000 Tao mirrors to pass on their immortal realm scriptures to guide them to immortality and embark on the path of 9 generations of cultivation. When the first life of the 2 great god emperors ended, they used the emperor mirror of the void and the cauldron of the source of Mother Chi of all things to suppress their bodies to prevent them from merging with the seal of heaven's heart, and then continued their path to immortality in the depths of the immortal mountain or heaven. Looking at it this way, it seems that our thinking was limited in the past. We might as well let all qualified and powerful people in the past era become enlightened and set foot in the realm of the imperial way early. It will always be good for their future. One day, 3,000 Tao mirrors suddenly came up with such an idea. Not to mention anything else, Yi Fan alone had accumulated nearly 20 enlightened people and alternative enlightened people in his time, plus the ancient Taichu, Emperor, and Zhang Byron. Wait, there are too many qualified strong people. After much thought, it gave up the idea of letting all qualified powerful men from ancient times become enlightened, even if each emperor only controlled the Tianqin seal in the first life. And it would be seamless every time. Less to say, it also takes 500 to 600,000 years. This period of time is too long. Long enough to bury too many naturally born geniuses. Thousands of years later, the Tao mark suppressed by Tianqin's mark dissipated, and the supreme immortal body of heavenly court and Xixian's chaos dragon son were born together. They survived the imperial tribulation and successfully attained Taoism. These 2 are not the descendants of the heavenly court in Yi Fan's era. One is the young master of the ancient Taoist palace organization in the mythical era. He is the supreme immortal body that is difficult to find in ancient and modern times. The other is the parent and son of 2 ancient emperors, and his grandfather is. The Tian emperors in the early ancient times all had extremely high origins and bloodlines. As a descendant who has perfectly inherited Xixian's chaotic blood, Xi Lai's physical body has undergone a huge transformation. The source of chaos is extremely powerful. Although there is Ying Long Emperor's blood in his body, he can still condense the chaotic heavenly heart like a normal chaotic body. And in the years of the emperor, he became enlightened. The world was shocked and couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying foundation possessed by the heavenly court. Such a grand scene as 1 world and 2 emperors could appear several times. This was an unprecedented glory in any era. The supreme god emperor exists as the continuation of the glory of heaven. Her Tao palace has been integrated into Yi Fan's heaven many years ago. Now it has become a very important main line of heaven. Together with the Dozhan holy vein, the village of Jiuqian is of the same lineage and has a very high status. However, the Chaos Dragon Emperor did not have much interaction with heaven. As the son of Emperor Xian, although he had a close relationship with heaven, he also had an independent status. He chose to take over the 10,000 Dragons' Nest to continue the glory of this dragon line. This undoubtedly made Wanlongkeo, the ancient royal family, even more powerful and dazzling. Grandpa, Mother, and Xi Lai himself became the 3rd Dragon Emperor. In the era of Sili's rule, It is not an exaggeration to say that Wanlongke was known as the #1 dragon vein in history. What pleased the elders the most was that when the Supreme God Emperor and the first Chaos Dragon Lord were more than 3,000 years old, the two emperors finally came together because of their understanding. It's really gratifying. The wedding of two real emperors in the world. Basically all the creatures in the heavenly court and the immortal mountain were present. Even the Tai Wang, Jiuli, Jiangifei, and others who lived in Burial Island came to specially congratulate the two emperors. Combine. We monks should restrain our 6 desires and 7 emotions and pursue the path to immortality. But we should not be ruthless and unfeeling. Only those who have to work together will not be lonely on the path to immortality. Even Yifan, who is the current emperor of heaven, is very happy. In his field, he has a close relationship with the ancient emperors of the immortal mountain such as Xi Xian and Ji Shukong. There is no need for any political marriage. What really makes him happy is that the emperors of the younger generations have different relationships. Everyone has their own happiness. This is what he pursued when he first established heaven. The first life of the Supreme God Emperor and the Chaos Dragon Lord was also 17,800 years old. The two young descendants helped each other and stepped into the immortal mountain hand in hand. They can be regarded as the successors to Xi Xian, Englong Emperor, and the immortal Tears Green Golden Emperor. Another good story with Empress Chisu. The only pity is that after more than 10,000 years, this pair of offspring was unable to leave an heir. Even Xi Xian and Yifan had seen it in person. And in the end, it could only be attributed to the combination of the supreme immortal body and the Chaos Dragon blood. It is too difficult to integrate the two physiques. 10,000 years later, after the heavenly heart seals of the Supreme God Emperor and the Chaos Dragon Lord were dissipated, the daughter of Xi Xian and Emperor Englong was born. The woman named Xi Jingjing reigned in the sky and pushed forward an era without any pressure, combined with the heart of heaven and become the Tao. As the son and daughter of Emperor Xian and Emperor Englong, Xi Jingjing did not choose to deeply develop the power of chaos or the true dragon bloodline in her body. Instead, she picked up the Tying manual that belonged to her grandfather and embarked on a path that once belonged to her ancestors. Lunar. Xi Jingjing's Tying Tao is different from that of the Tying human emperor of the past. She has better guidance and is not obsessed with Tying itself. Instead, she analyzes all the ways and explores and finds the origin of Tying hidden and integrated in the depths of all things. In memory of her grandfather, her imperial title was also established as Tying, and she was known as the Tying God Emperor. She inherited and carried forward the ancient Tying lineage of Ziwei Star, so that practitioners of that lineage once again ushered in glory. This child has solved one of my worries. I look forward to how she will look when she meets her grandfather. Xi Xian smiled. He had long known that his own father had been reborn in the immortal realm, and that all 3 generations of his ancestors and grandchildren were at the pinnacle of humanity. This must be a good story spread in history. According to time, the senior emperors, who were reborn in the immortal realm at that time, have been practicing in the immortal realm for more than 500,000 years. Based on their talents, I am afraid they have returned to the pinnacle realm of humanity long ago. But I don't know if they have become immortals. Jiang Hingyu was also full of emotion. He had already lived his 7th life a few years ago, and his vitality was at its peak. But he knew better than anyone else that reaching his 7th life was already his limit on this road. Yes, even if he is given 1,000,000 years, it will be difficult for him to cross the threshold of the 8th life. And in the realm of the 7th life, if he fails to survive the 8th life, there will be no backlash. The 8th life is difficult to achieve, but becoming an immortal is not difficult for him. Chapter 438. The Divine Silkworm has undergone 10 changes. With no end in sight, the Tying God Emperor sat upright above the heavens and attained enlightenment in the vast sky. 18,000 years later, his first life came to an end. Father, I seem to have seen the path to immortality on the pure Tying Avenue. It is the highest realm that my grandfather once mentioned in the Tying manual, and that we should spend a lifetime pursuing. In the later years of the first life, Xi Jingjing and Xi Xian discussed the Tying Tao. Being able to inherit and pursue the path of their ancestors has always been a matter of pride. Very good, but I think your grandfather should have already walked the road to becoming an immortal as you mentioned. Xi Xian took action and suppressed his daughter's Tianqin mark with a 9-color Chaos War flag. Thousands of years later, the traces of the Tying God Emperor's rules and regulations disappeared in the universe, and the 6th genius of the next generation of Heavenly Court rose up, also easily suppressing the entire era, leaving everyone breathless. That is perhaps the most special one among the next generation geniuses. He is the younger brother of the ancient emperor of the divine silkworm in the ancient times. After experiencing the glory of his first life, he cut through everything and embarked on the path of the 9 transformations of the divine silkworm. Starting all over again. The 9 transformations of the divine silkworm. This is a very powerful racial talent. Each transformation is a major nirvana. The more thoroughly it is carried out, the greater the benefits will be. The 9 transformation divine silkworm in heaven is one of the most complete divine silkworms that has achieved nirvana. In order to practice this path, it has shed everything in the past, whether it is identity, cultivation, or memory, leaving nothing behind. This naturally brought huge benefits to the 9 transformation divine silkworm. When the cultivation of the 9 transformation divine silkworm reached the perfection of the quasi-emperor 9 heavens in this life, the Taoist divine silkworm, the parent and son of the ancient emperor divine silkworm, was born in person to witness the strength of his little uncle. As a result, Taoist Shikan, who is the son of the ancient emperor, was shocked, because he, who was praised by others, fought with the 9 transformation Shikan in the realm of enlightened beings, and they were evenly matched. Even if he sacrificed his perfect way, he could only barely win, got the upper hand, 100 years after he came to the mortal world in this life. The 9 transformation divine silkworm understood the scriptures left by the god emperor, went against the will of heaven, evolved into the 10th transformation of the divine silkworm, and shocked the universe. That year, almost all practitioners whose spiritual paths were related to emergence, transformation, nirvana, and the birth of a new fetus from the old body felt something in their hearts, and were amazed and side-eyed at the majesty of the 10th transformation of the divine silkworm. It's really amazing. Even in the ancient bronze palace in the deepest part of the ancient restricted area, there was a woman whose talent shocked the past and present. She sighed leisurely, waved her hand, and the 9 magical herbs on the 9 sacred mountains in the ancient restricted area rose into the sky and turned into a 9-cup plant in the void. The small tree with intertwined colors flew not far from the sacred silkworm. Deep in the heaven, Yi Fan was also sighing. He knew that the ruthless empress's initial path was to transform her mortal body into a chaotic body, which was also the path to nirvana and rebirth. As for delivering the 9 wonders of elixir to the little divine silkworm, it was also a recognition of the divine silkworm's 10th transformation. After that, the little divine silkworm, who completed the 10th transformation, became enlightened. It did not take the huge name of God Emperor like its elder brother in the ancient times. It was known as the Silkworm God Emperor, sitting in the heaven and ruling over the heavens. But the influence of the divine silkworm clan is not limited to this. At the moment when the little divine silkworm completed its 10th transformation, Feng Lai, sitting cross-legged in the deepest part of the Sky Burial Island, opened his eyes and seemed to sense someone equally powerful in the universe. It is about the nirvana of the divine silkworm clan. More than 20 years after the Silkworm God Emperor came to the world, in the wilderness of the universe, deep in the ancient battlefield of the mythical era, above an ancient star densely covered with imperial formations, Feng Lai appeared holding a light blue paper umbrella. Come out. His breath is ethereal and indifferent, as if he is standing in the gap between time and space, as if he does not belong to any era, but also seems to come from the past, present and future, real and illusory. Scold. At this time, Feng Lai glanced at the broken star battlefield at his feet and scolded. Under his will, the imperial Tao formations on the entire star immediately collapsed. Millions of hectares of land rolled, rushing like ocean waves. A mouthful of boxy things lifted up. Looking closely, it was a stone box less than the size of a palm. It looked like a coffin, but was only about 4 fingers long. It was exquisite, beautiful and eye-catching. If you look closely at its style, you can see that it is simple and natural, with small but clear carvings depicting flowers, fish, insects, and the natural landscape of heaven and earth. It is infinitely old. If Yi Fan comes here, he will be able to recognize the origin of this thing at a glance. It is the 9-fold god coffin from the mythical era. He has been in charge of it for a period of time, and he even opened it during the conflict with Mount Shumi. Interesting gadget. Feng Lai played with the delicate coffin with great interest. After a moment, he let go and fixed the small sarcophagus in the void. My little friend, can you come out and see me? He opened his mouth and made a sound that seemed to come from eternity ago. It shook time and space and inspired thousands of ways. Finally, it turned into one avenue after another and was imprinted on the 9-layered coffin of the mythical era. This is the true power of immortality. inspired by Feng Lai's motto. Although it has no power, the essence of the immortality realm makes the 9-layered coffin of the mythical age tremble slightly. It seems that it cannot bear it, and the first layer of the ancient coffin directly cracks. Crack! It was a clear and sweet sound, like two pieces of fairy gold gently colliding. The harmonious sound of the avenue made Feng Lai smile on his face. Crack! Crack! Immediately afterwards, the lids of the small sarcophagi opened layer by layer, and the blazing fairy light fluctuated violently along with the rich taoyuan. In a trance, it turned into thousands of swords and swords, slashing at Feng Lai. But these things that could threaten the life of the great sage were just illusions in Feng Lai's view. The oil-paper umbrella in his hand vibrated, and all the brilliance was easily lost. Soon, the last layer of the knuckle-sized coffin cracked open, and an even more turbulent Jidao brilliance exploded. The surging Jidao power reversed above the universe, and then gathered around the 9th layer of the sarcophagus. Well, then, a long and gentle sigh came from the deepest part of the 9th floor sarcophagus. That sigh seemed to come from an eternity ago, reaching the sky and the earth, resounding throughout the past, present and future. Feng Lai looked intently, and saw that deep inside the small sarcophagus, there was a figure that seemed to be more majestic than the sky. He was slowly moving his body. Jiazi Naksumi. At a glance, he couldn't tell who the man was, whether it is tall or small. Only a sound of Tao washes it away, and shakes the sky. I never thought that my young brother, who risked his life to reach nirvana, would actually understand the true meaning of the 10 changes. I never thought that there are immortal figures, like fellow Taoists in this universe. The water in this world is really deep. Deep. I can't even see through it. Before Feng Lai could say anything, he heard the man murmuring, uttering ancient syllables that belonged to the ancient times. He stood up from the 9-layered coffin of the mythical era, took one step, and transformed into the size of a normal person. Standing next to Feng Lai, forward, it was a man wearing a jade-white emperor's robe. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He was tall, and had a body like a dragon. The most attractive thing was his eyes, which looked chaotic but seemed to be pregnant. The infinite universe is deep and far away. My name is Tai Tsong. What do you call me? Little friend? Feng Lai looked at this man and felt that his appearance and cultivation were both extraordinary. He looked ordinary, but his real combat power was probably better than that of Yifan, who is now in the 6th life. More tyrannical. I am the ancient divine silkworm emperor from the ancient times. Fellow Taoists, just call me the divine emperor. The divine emperor whispered. Chapter 439 Wild Immortal Emperor Seedling. The God Emperor, that is, the Emperor of the Gods, is the leader of all eternity, dominates the world, and is invincible. It has to be said that the name of the ancient emperor of the divine silkworm is quite significant. Even the immortal emperor, who once ruled all the ancient races, was only known as the god of all races. The title of the old emperor of the silkworm is undoubtedly higher than that of the immortal emperor. But even Feng Lai had to admit that the god emperor was truly worthy of such a great title. It is said in the world that the divine silkworm has 9 transformations. Each transformation represents a nirvana that shocks the world. Those who obtain the 10th transformation can transcend everything and become emperor in one leap. As the first silkworm ancestor in history to have completed his 10th transformation, the God Emperor has exceeded the limits time and time again, finding his own path in nirvana and transformation, becoming an immortal, and even achieving higher levels. In the Holy Ruins era that Feng Lai knew about, the God Emperor even sneaked into the Soul River of the Weird Clan without everyone realizing it. Undercover Soul River for a long time. He became the real high-level leader of Soul River as a quasi-immortal emperor, surpassing the 9 above the quasi-immortal emperor like the Sihun Lord. From ancient times to the present, it seems that you have indeed lived a long enough time. Staring at the God Emperor, Si Xian's eyes clearly saw his past, present and future. Whether it was the arduous training and confused exploration in the past, or the countless choices and results in the future, Feng Lai could see clearly. Ashamed, I was born in the early years of ancient times. Millions of years have passed, but most of my time has been spent in nirvana and deep sleep. Things outside my body are all in the past. If I, my young brother, hadn't walked the path of 10 changes and touched the I'm afraid I will have to sleep for a long time for some of my original principles. When the God Emperor spoke out, he felt like he had a great dream for eternity, and when he woke up, he felt like he was in a world of change. Not to mention the great chaos that affected the universe, such as the ancient divine war, Not even the 2 openings of the road to immortality. Such a rare event. Let him wake up! Emperors always want to hide from the world, and give a stage for those who come after them to ride. It's just that the little friend of the God Emperor seems to have a lot to ask for. And even the road to becoming an immortal is difficult to discern. Fonlai said with a smile. It's just the road left by the ancient immortals to lead to the immortal realm and lead to immortality. I have my choice. The road to becoming an immortal lies at my feet. The God Emperor spoke. And even though he had been sleeping for half an era, his voice still had the same majesty as when he came to the world. As his strength became more powerful, his tone became more calm and relaxed, with no frown on his face. What's more, none of the immortal figures, like Taoist brother Tai Tsung, have ever set foot on that road. It is conceivable that the water in this world is deep and extremely extraordinary. It can be seen that the God Emperor is a very transparent emperor. He is a maverick in the circle of ancient emperors. He has not cut himself into a restricted area, nor does he believe in any path to becoming an immortal. He only wants to constantly transform himself. Be strong. Moreover, the ancient emperor's attitude toward Fonlai was more curious than fearful. He could not clearly see the details and background of the man in front of him. But the other party was able to bring him out of the 9-layered coffin in the mythical era. And he even dared to call him a little boy. Friends, one can imagine its power beyond the limits of humanity. Of course, when you look back after you rule the world in the future, you will be able to get a glimpse of the truth of this great universe. Fonlai stared at the God Emperor, feeling the immature but boundless potential of Dao Yun in him. In a trance, he felt like he was looking at an outstanding junior, just like when he first saw the young Gutuo. The dream has lasted for millions of years. How many times has the body of the divine silkworm transformed? Little friend? As he said that, Fonlai looked at the 9-layered coffin of the mythical age. There seemed to be a tiny universe in the coffin, with many crystal-clear shadows of creatures floating in the void. Some showed the appearance of Kunping, as big as a galaxy, with frightening wings. Tao. Some take the form of humans, sitting high in the sky, giving guidance to thousands of ways. That was not a virtual image, but the remnants of the ancient Shikan Emperor's nirvana over the years. They were like the feathers taken off by an immortal, and each piece shone with a fascinating ray of light. The divine silkworm becomes an emperor in 10 transformations, and the emperor becomes an immortal in 9 lifetimes. I realized the way of heaven in my dream, and thought that the body of the divine silkworm should undergo 9 more transformations, just like 9 reincarnations. And then the 9 transformations will be unified, and I will obtain the immortal way in the world of mortals. Fruit. The God Emperor did not mind Fonlai's gaze. Instead, he pointed at the remains of the immortal spirits in the 9-layered coffins of the mythical era. He felt quite complacent and proud. Today, my divine silkworm body has completed a total of 17 transformations, just like a normal emperor reincarnating again and again. When the 18th transformation is completed, the human realm will be completely perfect, and I will obtain the body of the immortal silkworm. That is indeed quite powerful. My little friend is extremely talented. He is as unparalleled as my 3rd disciple. With the eyes of the immortal emperor, Fonlai naturally has a clear view of the divine emperor's path. Although he has not yet completely walked out of his own path, the seeds of the Tao have already sprouted in his heart. He only needs to thrive, and eventually he will be able to make his way out. A fruitful day. And Fonlai has no doubt that when the God Emperor completes his 18th transformation, he will definitely be comparable to the 9th generation mortal immortal, brother Taoist's disciple. Who is the Emperor? What Fonlai said immediately made the God Emperor interested. Although his way requires a lot of time to accumulate and is not known for rapid progress, it is better than being solid and steady. Every step is down to earth and not weaker than anyone else. His name is Gutuo. In his home world, he is known as a rare genius in hundreds of years. He is not from this world, but he also controlled the Tianqin seal when he was young. If we insist on talking about it, it should be in the chaotic ancient times. Fonlai whispered. As he finished speaking, dense Tao patterns flashed between his palms, and a young man with an upright and powerful face appeared in the void. He looked like a heavenly emperor traveling to dominate the world. Exactly what Gutuo looked like before he became an immortal. Huh? Seeing Gutuo's face and the faint Taoyuan flowing on his body, the God Emperor's face became solemn. He naturally knew the chaotic ancient times. But what shocked him even more was that the Wind of All Man had an ethereal and melodious aura. Even though he has long been on par with the true immortals, it is still difficult to suppress the shadow of Gutuo's Tao mark. The genius Gutuo? I wonder what happened to this ancient hero. After a long time, The God Emperor moved his eyes away from Gu Tuo. There was a hint of sympathy in his eyes when he looked at Gu Tuo. After all, they all had potential. Even though the boundless powerful man only met each other from a distance, it was enough for the God Emperor to understand each other. He has now transcended humanity, established King Tuo's immortal city, suppressed him deep in his mother realm, and lives as the most mysterious and powerful foundation in the entire world. Talking about Gu Tuo, this proud disciple, Feng Lai, the smile on his face became even wider, and he spoke without hesitation. That's really fascinating, the God Emperor whispered with a bit of envy in his eyes when he heard this. In the Holy Ruins era, the situation of the God Emperor and Gu Tuo were actually somewhat similar. They both reached the realm of quasi-immortal emperors on their own. They were both outstanding men who claimed to have the qualifications of immortal emperors. But they both died in front of the final leap. It's rare to meet such a good seedling like you. Are you willing to listen to me, an old immortal, talk to you about the path to becoming an immortal? Feng Lai said. I wish I could have it. After hearing this, the God Emperor's attitude suddenly became much more respectful. He slightly cupped his hands to the powerful man in front of him, who was suspected of being an immortal creature, and said loudly, Chapter 440 God Emperor, sleep forever. Don't disturb him. The Emperor of Heaven lasted from 300,000 to 400,000 years, and the seventh life of Emperor Yi Tian lasted for 100,000 years. But it was considered the most frightening time for the heavenly tribes, because during these long 100,000 years, the heavenly tribes almost saw the heavenly tribe worst ending. From the sixth to the seventh life, it can be called the most difficult nirvana among Yi Fan's ninth life. In his later years, the Emperor of Heaven burned everything and risked his life to find the vague hope of life from death. He still almost became a Taoist on the spot, and the mark of the Emperor of Heaven almost collapsed. Destroy? That shocking riot shocked the world. Many people thought that the era of the Emperor of Heaven might have ended. However, they did not expect that Emperor Yi Tian was invincible and survived with difficulty in the end. However, starting from that year, the true body of the heavenly emperor began a long slumber. Even though the emperor's chi was strong and active, Yi Fan himself never woke up, as if he had turned into a living dead, making the highest level of heaven powerful. They all fell into panic. Everyone understands that everyone in heaven can die, but the Emperor of Heaven cannot pass away. Yi Fan himself is the soul of the entire heaven. As long as the Emperor of Heaven is still there, even if there is only one person left in heaven, it will still be heaven. But on the contrary, the huge foundation of heaven will be collapsed in just a few thousand years. But fortunately, the Emperor of Heaven has not completely died. The foundation of this giant Taoism is very profound. After overnight discussions, Yi Fan's disciples, and many tribes invited the Black Emperor, who is known as the #1 master of miscellaneous studies in heaven, to personally serve as the Emperor of Heaven. Cure. After all, the target was the Emperor of Heaven. Master He immediately attached great importance and concern to the current state of Emperor Yi Tian, and quickly formed the Emperor of Heaven's recovery leadership team to start promoting business. It has a lot of reputation. After all, it is one of the highest levels of heaven. It is also a dog that has followed Emperor Wuxia. He personally stepped into the Immortal Mountain and invited out several ancient emperors such as Kong Kong, Heng Yu, Jin Wu, Xian Wang, and Qingdi. Study Yi Fan's status. A group of emperors read ancient books, deduced history, and studied 10,000 ways in the highest palace of heaven. They finally agreed that the emperor was fine, but the situation in his seventh life was somewhat special, and he would need to sleep for a long time before he woke up. Okay. With these words from fellow Taoists, I can feel confident and bold. When the conclusion was drawn, the entire heaven could hear the Black Emperor's laughter. Soon, the emperors of the Immortal Mountain were politely sent back to the restricted area by the Black Dog, and then found the Heavenly Emperor Cauldron and started a vigorous campaign. The Celestial Emperor Treatment Plan. I believe what Qing Di and the others say. The Heavenly Emperor is fine. When the Great Way is complete and the time is right, he will wake up naturally. The attitude of the Heavenly Emperor Ding is very clear. The Heavenly Emperor is not sick and does not need to accept the completely unreasonable treatment of the big black dog. No! He has a serious illness. Black Emperor retorted righteously and argued with reason. More than 300,000 years have passed since the Emperor of Heaven. Chaos bodies have been born, but the innate holy body has not yet shown signs of Taoism. This is a serious illness. Need to be cured. At that time, the Black Dog and the Heavenly Emperor Cauldron looked at each other and debated sleeplessly for more than half a month. The god of the heavenly emperor Calvin was finally led astray by the Black Emperor's series of fallacies and sophistry, and participated in the underworld, in the emperor's plan. Many years later, under the careful treatment of Master He Wang, the invincible Master Yi successfully married a congenital Taoist wife, who was 18 or 19 years old at an age of more than 300,000 years. A pear tree weighed more than a begonia. Decades later, he had a son, named Yi Shui. Since then, the second innate holy body in ancient times was born, and the emotional history of the Emperor of Heaven ushered in a new chapter. Around this innate holy body, which was born to be extraordinary, the heavenly family and the immortal emperor's family launched a protracted struggle, which was related to the grudges between the heavenly emperor and the immortal emperor, and the entanglement between the immortal emperor and Wuxia in the strange world. Wait. In the 380,000 years of the emperor's calendar, while Yi Fan was sleeping, the immortal emperor attacked again. The heavenly sword made of colorful fairy gold cut off everything and raided the heaven. In that battle, the great emperor of the void and Mu Wudao took action together. One used the identity of Yi Tian the Emperor Yuezhu to activate the void immortal mirror with all his strength, and the other, as the former Deshang holy physique, used the Six Paths reincarnation fist to attack the immortal emperor. That was probably the most intense imperial battle in the past few million years. The combat power of the two tyrannical emperors in the seventh life had reached an unfathomable limit. They faced the immortal emperor's huge hand that came across the realm. Every collision can annihilate the infinite starry sky. To put it bluntly, the seventh-generation emperor's combat power is no less than that of many true immortals and immortals in the fairyland and foreign lands. The void mirror and the reforged Six Paths Dinghai Pearl are no less than immortal weapons. The immortal emperor cannot fully exert his combat power, which is simply a one-sided advantage. If the essence of the new immortal heavenly sword 7-color immortal gold was not too hard, I'm afraid this heavenly sword would remain in the Zhetian universe forever. The turning point of the war was when the immortal emperor's allies in the strange world died in person. Another real strong man in the realm of immortality showed his might, and wounded the void emperor with a mouthful of immortal gourd of 10,000 paths, thus buying the immortal emperor time. The emperor had no choice but to desperately grab 5 creation eyes and a stone egg from the depths of the universe and escape into a strange world. In the same year, Ji Wukong, Jiang Hingyu and Mu Wudao joined forces to open an ancient path to immortality on the ancient planet Inghua, and also rushed into a strange world. This is the choice of the 3 people. They understand better than anyone else that even with the guidance of immortality, the 7th life is already the limit. Instead of pursuing the illusory 8th life, it is better to escape into a strange world and reach immortality in one leap. For 100,000 years, Feng Lai has been paying attention to the occurrence of these major events in the universe, feeling the changes caused by his own existence. But he has never intervened. During these 100,000 years, he had been discussing with the God Emperor in the small universe deep in the 9-layered coffin of the age of mythology, spending a lot of time telling the God Emperor about the vast world outside this universe. From ancient times to the present, from the human way to the immortal way, from the laws of this world to the ancient laws of chaos and the ancient immortal laws, and from the evolutionary path of the Yucha level to the immortal path of mortals. Feng Lai has never told anyone in this universe about the immortal realm in such detail, telling the cultivation method of God, with the exception of the God Emperor. The God Emperor is like a dry seabed that is dried up for millions of years. His soul carries what Feng Lai talks about. He is a talented person and can digest many novel things. Soon, hundreds of thousands of years passed before Feng Lai seemed to notice the passage of time and stopped what he was saying. You can choose to stop this endless wandering and join my sect. I can protect you all the way to an extremely advanced realm. Before parting, Feng Lai still sent out such an invitation to the God Emperor. If the future God Emperor, he really has the qualifications to become an immortal emperor. And he is confident that he will be able to protect him until he becomes an immortal emperor. Thank you, Dao brother. But no need. The transformation of the divine silkworm requires almost endless years as the foundation. If I join a certain aggressive force, I'm afraid my Dao will be disturbed. In response to Feng Lai's invitation, the God Emperor just smiled casually and sent Feng Lai out of the small universe in the 9-layered coffin of the mythical age. Then he sealed all the coffins and sealed them firmly with the fairy silkworm runes. Then, without hesitation, the God Emperor lay down in the coffin, closed his eyes, and then fell into a long sleep. Chapter 441 Emergence. If someone is unlucky, The Emperor of Heaven has been in the calendar for 400,000 years. This is an important era for Heaven and the entire universe. In this year, the Emperor of Heaven has undergone an extremely important transformation in his life. The stars roared, the world shook, and countless billions of creatures worshipped Heaven. After 100,000 years of dreams, the Emperor of Heaven completely ended his long slumber in his 7th life, went against the will of Heaven, and successfully lived out the 8th life. In this life, Yi Fan has almost mastered all changes in physique and bloodline, breaking free from the shackles of the chaos body and the holy body, turning into a mortal body, causing huge waves. Congratulations. I am afraid that the Heavenly Emperor's Taoism has been infinitely close to that of immortality. He has returned to his original nature and understood the root of all the wonders of Taoism. The Golden Crow Emperor personally came to Heaven to congratulate Yi Fan. After the void, Heng Yu and Mu Wudao broke into the strange world. Emperor Xian also retired from the world. Emperor Joyo and Emperor Qing studied the desolate tower deeply. Old Jinwu was already the oldest person in the Immortal Mountain. Emperor. It has to be said that the Golden Crow Emperor is very compatible with the immortal Golden Crow ancestral method. He is also a talented person who can live out the 2nd life on his own. Now he has also lived through the 6th life, and his combat power is enough to crush the era. After all, it is the cornerstone of all physiques and bloodlines of the human race. To return to our roots and reach the end, this step must be taken. Yi Fan nodded. The Golden Crow Emperor did not come alone. The 2nd generation Supreme God Emperor, Yu Feng God Emperor, and others also came. Yi Fan had an in-depth exchange and discussion with them about physique and bloodline. These future generations of emperors have gained a lot. Does Uncle Yi think that the mortal body is destined to surpass other bodies? The Supreme God Emperor asked seriously. Practitioners admired the power of physique and bloodline. But Yi Fan's return to his roots in the 8th life touched them very much. As a supreme immortal physique, she even had the power to kill physique. The idea of practicing again? Not necessarily. Even the most talented and ruthless empress needs to be transformed into a chaotic body. The power of the physical body can never be denied. The holy body also has the qualifications to become an immortal. It is just my choice to cut off the holy body. Yi Fan elaborated seriously. Immediately afterwards, the 6th Holy Ape, the Silkworm God Emperor, and others also asked in turn. They were all enlightened people who had ruled the world, and their positions were high enough. The questions they asked and the insights they put forward also made Yi Fan nod frequently. Approval. The Emperor discussed with these young emperors for hundreds of years before letting them leave. Those years were probably the years when the Emperor smiled the most. Watching the pillars of heaven grow up one by one. This is something worth looking forward to. In the future, Heaven will teach people to become immortals. What do you fellow Taoists from the Immortal Mountain think? Will you follow me? Or will you look for another era? He discussed with the Golden Crow Emperor and mentioned the details of the future road to immortality. The 8th life was successful. Now Yi Fan felt that he was very close to becoming an immortal, and could start planning the road to immortality. Let's go to the immortal realm together. Emperor Xian and others think so. Brothers Void, Heng Yu and others are also vanguards for you. The immortal emperor and his allies are both very strong. Emperor Wuxia cannot be defeated in that realm. I found something cheap and need help. The Golden Crow Emperor said. In the 6th life, even King Pan valued old Jinwu very much. He already had a deep understanding of the immortal realm. He knew that there were many great sects in the immortal realm, including the Golden Crow clan, the King's Immortal City, etc. And he also longed to go to the immortal realm. Get deeper development. That's good. Yi Fan smiled. He has never forced the emperors of the Immortal Mountain to join the Heavenly Court. And there is no need to do so. Many of the existing powerful emperors have a good relationship with him innately. And they will naturally come together when they go to the immortal realm. In the 410,000th year of the emperor's calendar, a certain innate Tao stone cracked deep in the ancient star of emergence. And the holy spirit of a great perfection stone man shot straight into the sky, triggering the emperor's catastrophe, shattering everything and realizing the Tao. After seeing that person's identity clearly, even Feng Lai cast his gaze. The Yuhua emperor had finally returned. After the end of his 2nd life, he entered nirvana and turned himself into a stone fetus. After 700,000 or 800,000 years of gestation, he became the great emperor. The perfect Holy Spirit returns in the 3rd life. It must be said that this is a very talented practitioner, a direct descendant of the ancient heaven in the mythical era. Not only did he successfully attain enlightenment, but he also established the Ascension God dynasty and found the place where he became an immortal on Earth. He wanted to evolve into an immortal cauldron again. Inherit everything from Emperor Zun. It's a pity that this young man who has become an immortal is really unlucky. In his first 2 lives, he was considered an excellent human emperor and didn't do anything harmful to nature. After his death, he was stabbed in the back by a few juniors who were eager for quick success and instant gain. In order to become an immortal cauldron, he killed a certain person, the biological brother of a peerless empress. Boom! Sure enough, when the rules belonging to the feathered emperor spread to every corner of the universe, at the bottom of the ancient restricted area, a majestic energy like a prehistoric tsunami fluctuated violently. Deep in the bronze immortal palace, one after another crystal-clear bodies, the flawless and beautiful body exploded, turned into ashes, and was incorporated into the body of the ruthless emperor. At the seal of heaven, the sky-swallowing magic jar, and the little girl carved in pink and jade also rose into the sky and submerged into the body of the woman in white. The Taoist fruits of all worlds were unified, and the accumulation of nearly 1,000,000 years exploded. At this moment, the ruthless empress' condition reached the limit. At this time, all her hatred and sorrow turned into sword light, and was locked on the Yuhui emperor, with a strange and powerful emperor aiming his celestial sword at the center of his eyebrows. The feathered emperor, who had just entered his 3rd life, was completely unable to resist. Even though his stone human body was very strong and powerful enough to crush most of the emperor's soldiers in the world with his bare hands, he still could not resist. With blood oozing all over his body, he managed to stand up. My name is Yu Hua. My fellow Taoist is. His whole body seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, struggling to defend and resist. The 2nd stage of his path to immortality had just begun. And of course, he was not willing to die just like that. Zheng! As soon as the word Yu Hua came out, the sword in the hand of the ruthless empress shook. The tears on the bronze mask became sadder and clearer. The sword light was so strong that it almost completely strangled Emperor Yu Hua. But after a long silence, the empress still did not make a move against the Yu Hua emperor. After a moment, she actually put away the fairy sword, turned around, and disappeared into the starry sky. A few days later, the Yu Hua emperor came to the Beidou ancient star, and the ancient star the Great Desolate respectively. With the power of the 3rd emperor, he looked back at the past. He soon saw everything that the Yu Hua divine dynasty had done back then. When he saw clearly the man with the holy blood, when the young man was sacrificed to immortality by his descendants, Emperor Yu Hua inevitably felt a burst of angina even though he was the emperor for 3 generations. It's very difficult to solve the cause and effect of the hatred between close relatives. At that moment, Emperor Yu Hua suddenly understood why the empress hated him so deeply. As the ancestor of the Yu Hua dynasty, a stinky shit basin really had to be placed on his head. But the fact is that the empress did not kill him with her own hands, which forced Yu Hua to admit that the empress was kind-hearted and had a clear grudge. If she could kill Emperor Yu Hua in front of everyone in the world, no one would be able to say anything. Yes, an emperor who lived the 3rd life on his own. But unfortunately, this world is not suitable for you to continue to live in. While Emperor Yu Hua was still sighing, he saw a void cracking above the ancient star Yu Hua, and Feng Lai stepped out and smiled at Emperor Yu Hua. Without waiting for Emperor Yu Hua to say anything, Feng Lai stretched out a finger and flicked the emperor into a crack in the void. That crack is very special, leading straight to the sky. Chapter 442, Replanning the Pattern of Restricted Areas. In this way, the Yu Hua emperor disappeared half a month after attaining enlightenment in his 3rd life. Not only did his qi completely disappear, but even the Yu Hua Dao marks and the Tianqing mark dissipated and disappeared into nothingness. There is only one scripture left in Yu Hua Ancient Star, which describes the improved path of Emperor Yu Hua. Regarding the whereabouts of the ancient emperor, some said he could not bear the majesty of the empress and died on the spot. Some said he was afraid of the ruthless empress, so he cut off his Taoism again and fell into a deep sleep, waiting for the next great world to come. Some even said that he, unable to bear the shame in his heart, he crashed to death in front of the ruthless empress's brother's grave. In any case, the feathered emperor is indeed not suitable to continue to hang out in this universe. Even though the past incident of using the blood of the ruthless empress's brother to create an immortal cauldron has nothing to do with this brother Ban Jin Yuan, and the ruthless empress is not prepared to seek revenge on Yu Hua. But after all, she is the ancestor of the Yu Hua divine dynasty, the one in the immortal realm. The pressure is enough to cripple Emperor Yu Hua for the rest of his life. Therefore, the simplest and crudest solution that Feng Lai came up with was to let the Emperor Yu Hua realize his potential in a free world, as the place where all the heavens and worlds meet. The heaven where all the realms compete for glory is such an excellent stage. In the sky, there are countless immortal kings and quasi-immortal emperors. The emergence of such a guy who is at the pinnacle of the human realm and can compete with Di Wu for the first time is like a drop of water, which can cause small waves within a certain range. But for the sea, it is too small. As for what Emperor Yu Hua can become, Feng doesn't care much. The stage of heaven is too big. He doesn't even need to give Yu Hua any immortal way inheritance. In the field where Yu Hua is located, any civilization in heaven has high-level combat power. Immortal things are simply not too simple. The era belonging to the Emperor of Heaven continues. In the 420,000th year of the Emperor's calendar, the white-haired sword god of the divine organization was born. This powerful quasi-emperor was a descendant of the ancient heaven in the mythical era. No longer willing to endure the torment of the self-proclaimed years, he broke out and wanted to defy heaven. Promise. Both descendants of the ancient heaven. The white-haired sword god sat cross-legged on the ancient star of Yuhua for hundreds of years, comprehended the scriptures left by Emperor Yuhua, and then pointed his sword to the sky, overthrowing all the powerful men in the entire era, and then faced the emperor's tribulation alone. Unfortunately, compared to Yintianda, Jiang Yifei and other talented geniuses of similar age, who possess epic-making suppressive power, the white-haired sword god was still far behind. In the end, he failed to overcome the tribulation. The sword broke, and his body and spirit disappeared between heaven and earth. 800 years later, John Byron, an ancient man who was also engraved on the genealogy of geniuses, was born. This genius, who had repeatedly proclaimed himself at least dozens of times since the end of the ancient times, seemed to have made up his mind to prove the truth in this life. John Byron is very special. He has a mortal body, but is very lucky. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the registered disciple of Huang Tian Emperor. During the brief period of peace during the riots in the Boundary Sea, Shirhao once brought John Byron to meet many people, including Feng Lai and True Dragon. Wang attaches great importance to this young man. John Byron himself obviously lived up to his status. He practiced two kinds of cultivation paths. One was the ancient cultivation method improved by the kings, and the other was the human body's secret realm method passed down by Shirhao to later generations. Both of them reached a very advanced level. The great catastrophe he caused to become an emperor was extremely powerful, and every ray of tribulation light was enough to shatter 10,000 ways. He himself evolved all kinds of dharma in the tribulation light. He not only cultivated the path and fruit of the emperor, but also strived to integrate the Tao and fruit of chaotic ancient dharma into the human body, in the secret realm. In the end, relying on his strong perseverance to pursue the Tao, John Byron succeeded, and the Tao and fruit of the secret realm of the human body actually merged into one with the Tao and fruit of the ancient law, regardless of each other. It was only after he became emperor that John Byron learned that the most powerful immortal king he had met in the previous era was also living in seclusion in this era. This shocked John Byron, and he realized that the water in this world was unbelievably deep. If you can really continue like this, you will completely evolve other branches of the immortal path, and you will be the Taoist ancestor who suppressed an era. 100 years after attaining enlightenment, John Byron personally visited the ancient emperor Taizong. He evolved his own Tao fruit in front of Feng Lai, which made Feng Lai nod his head, thinking that if he could practice in heaven for 1800 epochs, John Byron might really be able to walk the path of the Taoist ancestor. Road. In the 480,000 years of the heavenly emperor's calendar, the green golden emperor of immortal tears, who had been suppressed deep in the immortal mountain for a long time, was finally fully conceived and perfected. A strike of the immortal emperor's fist blasted through the sky, causing massive imperial tribulations, and he completely became enlightened. After all, he is a member of the Holy Spirit tribe, who is qualified to confront the 8th generation Yifan. The immortal tears green golden emperor shook the world on the second day after he became a Taoist. He fought against Gai Jiuyo, who was in the 7th generation, with his heaven-defying body and Tao, and actually had a draw with Gai Jiuyo. With such a result, even the heavenly emperor, who had been living in seclusion for many years, became interested. The heavenly emperor's fist shook, and he punched the immortal tears green golden emperor. Awesome. This is probably the limit of the creatures that can be born in this universe. After one punch, the heavenly emperor did not retreat, but the immortal tears green golden emperor took a small step back with a groan. Such a result even surprised Yifan. No one knew his current combat power better than him. A living true immortal, Yifan dared to rush forward and fight. The Holy Spirit incarnated in immortal gold, if Emperor Huang Tian had not killed off everything related to the immortal realm in this world. The holy spirit of this race would have become an immortal the moment it was perfected. John Byron said softly. As a true hero of the ancient times, John Byron knew that there was a zodiac immortal golden king and a 7-colored golden giant immortal in the original imperial city of 9 heavens and 10 earths. Both of them were born as immortals. And they were very good friends with the Taitsong Emperor. Friend. Compared to those ancient holy spirits, the immortal Tears Green and Gold Emperor was as weak as a baby with thin arms and legs. Fortunately, this is the Jitian universe after all. The immortal Tears Green Golden Emperor still has an unquestionable status in the world. He is known as the Lord of the Immortal Mountain. He gives preferential treatment and protects the Holy Spirit forces in the world. In just a few thousand years, he has become the leader of many weak holy spirits in this universe. The unparalleled Emperor in my heart. The only pity is that I should not be able to take the road to becoming an immortal in the 9th life. Now that I am only in the 3rd life, the immortal runes are somewhat unstoppable. 50,000 years later, the Green Golden Emperor of Immortal Tears lived in his 3rd life. But he could barely restrain himself and set foot on the immortal path. Congratulations on the addition of a general on the road to becoming an immortal. Yi Fan was very happy. His friendship with the Immortal Tears Green Golden Emperor made his confidence in setting foot in the immortal realm even higher. Indeed, according to heavenly calculations, the next time the road to immortality opens will be in the last few 100,000 years. The Immortal Tears Green Golden Emperor nodded slightly. But my ancestor, the Holy Spirit, said that before becoming an immortal, we need to find a solution. The problem of removing other life-restricted areas. Life-restricted area? Is Senior Taitsong going to take action on those restricted areas too? Yi Fan was surprised. He had been thinking about destroying the remaining Taichu ancient mines, Xianling tombs, and Shinshu for hundreds of thousands of years. Unfortunately, Ji Wukong did not if I don't agree. The plan has been shelved until now. In recent years, Yi Fan's perception of the forbidden area has changed. Except for taking action against the underworld's Tontian Mingbao, he has not done anything extreme. So be it. The Holy Spirit of the Ancestor is kind-hearted, and is willing to let me create a new pattern of the restricted area of life. Fairy Tears Green Gold Emperor said. Chapter 443 before leaving. In the 540,000 years of the Emperor of Heaven's calendar, the Great Road is silent. The universe is desolate, and all living beings have difficulty practicing cultivation. The vast majority of practitioners can only huddle in the stars where they are. This is the third 10,000 years since the immortal Emperor retired from the world and stripped off the mark of Tianqin. The downmark suppression of the immortal Tears Green Golden Emperor has long been dissipated. But the world is in decline. The ancient roads in the starry sky of hundreds of tribes are closed, and there is a lack of decent and powerful geniuses. That is to say, in this bleak and dull era, some fundamental rules of this universe have undergone drastic changes. When, one day, a long and distant sound of the cauldron vibrating came from the deepest part of the heaven. It was as if a supreme god was bombarding Wan Dao, causing it to make an incredible loud noise and shaking Wan Dao. Emperor Cauldron! It's heaven's initiative. In the entire universe, any practitioner who has surpassed the immortal Sanjian Dao can clearly see that a huge cauldron as vast as the universe is rising slowly. On its surface, the source of the mother energy of all things surges like a tide, and the black and yellow light flows. Majestic. Ling Zutian. It is an immeasurable weapon that accommodates billions of galaxies, and it is also the most noble majesty of the most powerful Taoist system in the universe. And above such a heavy weapon, a figure wearing majestic red imperial robes was walking on the cauldron. His eyes were like the divine glow in the fairyland. Just his appearance was enough to overturn the universe. Emperor of Heaven. At this moment, countless trillions of living beings knelt down from the bottom of their hearts and worshipped the godlike figure devoutly. The Emperor of Heaven has been in the calendar for more than 500,000 years. Over such a long period of time, the name of the Emperor of Heaven has been deeply imprinted in the deepest memories of many civilizations. It is an existence that must be worshipped. Of course, the aloof Emperor of Heaven would not pay any attention to anything. He stared forward with his profound eyes. Wherever the cauldron, the source of the mother energy of all things, passed, the universe reversed. In just the blink of an eye, it covered a distance of countless billions of light years. His target is Beidou, one of the legendary ancient stars closest to immortality. Similarly, this is also the star where the 3 life-restricted areas of Taichu Ancient Mine, Shinshu and Xianling are now located. Boom! When the cauldron, the source of the mother energy of all things, fell on the ancient star of the Big Dipper. A majestic air force as vast as the sea and irresistible swept away, covering all 3 life-restricted areas. In just one breath, the numerous imperial Tao formations shrouded outside the divine ruins and the immortal tomb collapsed. Only the dozens of layers of imperial Tao formations in the Taichu ancient mine remained strong and were still struggling to hold on. This is the power of the current heavenly emperor. It is rare in ancient times for an unparalleled emperor to live to the 8th life on the mortal road. Just a look can easily penetrate the imperial formation pattern. Lord of Heaven, what are you going to do? Seriously, if you really want to kill them all without leaving any survivors alive. The next moment, heavy and angry roars erupted from all the restricted areas. One after another, dazzling weapons like the sun rose into the sky. The imperial path was surging with light, confronting the Emperor of Heaven from afar. The Emperor of Heaven is displeased with the restricted areas of life. This is a matter known to everyone in each restricted area. As early as hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Heavenly Court had bared its fangs against the 3 restricted areas, and the situation once reached a tense situation. Now, the Emperor finally decided to take action. In the restricted area, many Supreme Tao Supremes were sighing softly. For more than 500,000 years, they watched the Emperor of Heaven grow stronger step by step, reaching a situation that was beyond their reach. But most of the Supreme Beings are not too afraid. They are all former Emperors and real beings of the Supreme Beings. Even if the true immortals come, they dare to rush forward and fight for their lives. In an instant, more than 20 Ji Dao weapons rose into the sky, awakened from their long slumber, and fell under heavy pressure, making the entire Beidou ancient star tremble. Ha! There are swarms of ants. But they are still ants. Regarding these supreme attitudes, Yi Fan didn't say much, but a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the fairy glow in his eyes was shocking. But he didn't say much. Crash! Just as the supreme beings were accumulating power, deep in the distant mountain of immortality, the sound of hunting with war flags spread out sounded, and the 9-color fairy light surged. A man with an illusory figure held up a war flag of chaos, deep in the mountain of immortality, coming in stride. Xian Wang. Throughout the universe, ancient cultivators recognized the war flag of chaos surrounded by 9-color fairy light. They bowed down without hesitation and murmured a name that was almost forgotten by ancient history. Wow! On the other side, an illusory 3rd-grade green lotus rises from the depths of chaos, like the origin of billions of avenues. The simplicity of the lotus is like the simplicity of the avenue. Qingyi! Among the countless living ancient stars, countless 7-colored divine lotuses and 8 treasure celestial lotuses transformed into demon saints roaring loudly, reverberating throughout the world, worshipping the supreme faith belonging to their ethnic group. Brush. At the same time, there was also a turquoise light rising like the blazing sun. It was a figure completely made of green gold from fairy tears. Just standing there, the law of heaven fell silent, worshipping the figure who was close to the sky. These 4 powerful creatures appeared and stood in various directions on the Big Dipper ancient star in tacit understanding. They faintly formed an ancient formation, surrounding more than 30 Supreme Tao Supremes in the center. The Heavenly Emperor, the Xian Emperor, the Qing Emperor, and the Immortal Emperor. The 4 most powerful emperors taking action together are really spectacular. Son-in-law of the Wanlong Emperor. You also want to join in the destruction of the restricted areas? Is this your attitude? As true and well-informed extreme practitioners, these restricted area supreme beings easily recognized the identities of the 4 emperors. Many supreme beings held their breaths. Many supreme beings roared. And they all felt great pressure. They are all very aware of the gap between emperors, and understand that any emperor present has the ability to destroy any life-restricted area alone. Now that they appear together, they obviously come with the determination to kill. Boom! 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 But even in the face of such 4 invincible enemies, these ancient supreme beings are still fearless. Pieces of immortal sources exploded one after another, and one ultimate weapon revived one after another, ready to take action to meet the enemy. They are supreme beings, not lambs to be slaughtered. Even if true immortals come, they will never lack the courage to resist. Don't worry, everyone. I'll take action and only kill the turbulent supreme ones. In this regard, See Xianqing stood firm with his 9-color chaos war flag. He was a well-known emperor who was friendly with the restricted area. His eyes swept over more than 20 supreme beings. The expression on his face was solemn, and he spoke in a low voice. Over the years, The underworld has long been destroyed by Yi Fan, and the surviving members of the factions in Kunlun have disappeared. These are the only remaining wild self-destruction supremes. Crack! After the words fell, Qing Emperor was the first to take action. The almost immortal Qi of the Emperor locked onto the 5 extreme creatures in an instant. The third grade Qinglian shook and pulled those supreme beings out of the crowd. Those are ancient and decaying beings. And they are not only filled with ancient energy that rushes towards them, but also with massive karma of living beings. It seems that there are billions of living beings wailing and roaring around them. And the avenue is overwhelming. There is no doubt that those are the supremes who have launched dark turmoil. Boom! Seeing this, Yi Fan strode forward and used the Heavenly Emperor's fist to overturn thousands of ways. Only one person wanted to fight the 5 supreme beings alone. He does have such strength. Even if the 5 supreme beings who launched the dark turmoil were all sublimated in an instant and besieged the Emperor of Heaven, their momentum was 8 points weaker. It was a battle without any suspense. Yi Fan punched a total of 5 times, and each punch hit the Jida Supreme between the eyebrows, causing their weapons to collapse and their bodies to turn to ashes. Even their souls were wiped out in an instant, and they could not bear it at all, unable to withstand the heavy punch of the Emperor of Heaven. Call! After doing all this, Yi Fan stretched his body under the starry sky, destroyed the Supreme, and cut off the chaos. This was what he wanted to do many years ago. Now that he has killed all the Dark Supremes in the universe, he has also finished his life. A wish. We have to thank the Emperor of Heaven. And we have to thank several emperors. In this case, for the remaining 21 fellow Taoists, we will have time to talk about the restricted areas of life and the future of those who commit suicide. When the ashes of the Dark Lord dispersed like smoke, suddenly a plain and melodious voice sounded from the sky, and a man wearing simple clothes and holding an oil paper umbrella came from afar. In 2 or 3 steps, he came arriving in front of more than 20 supreme beings. He didn't look very majestic, nor did he have the heavy and cold killing intent of the Emperor of Heaven. But his aura was profound and unpredictable, making many supreme beings in the restricted area frown and even feel a little horrified. But soon, these supreme beings, whose lifespan was short, all realized that following the footsteps of that man, some inexplicable and unknown substances under the starry sky were appearing from scratch. And they nourished the souls of the Supreme, slowly restored their nearly exhausted origins. The ancient Emperor Tai Tsung. You really do have a huge secret. In the crowd, a middle-aged man holding the Tao Tribulation golden mace stared at Feng Lai, feeling the endless supply of immortality substance on Feng Lai's body that was so precious that it made his heart tremble. He sighed softly and said, "Of course, if it weren't for me, you would have been destroyed by the Emperor of Heaven hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if you insist on the integrity of the Emperor, you will inevitably become the source of fear for all living beings." Feng Lai turned his head and said to the ancient Emperor of the Golden Clan. He smiled and said, "I wonder what Emperor Taizong wants to say to us when he gathers all the self-destruction supremes." At this time, an ancient emperor with a humanoid body, but with unicorn armor, ox horns, and Kunping wings also spoke and listened carefully. The beast god already understood that the 4 heavenly emperor-level beings were only taking action to destroy the remaining 5 dark supreme beings. The Taizong emperor in front of him, who came with a massive amount of immortality, was the powerful one who decided the future. It's very simple. The heavenly court is about to become an immortal, and the powerful people who can suppress everything are about to leave. I must properly resolve the issue of self-destruction as the supreme, and eliminate the possibility that after the heavenly court leaves, this universe will be engulfed by dark chaos. Feng Lai whispered, just like what Ji Viukong said to Yi Fan back then. As long as there are still people in the world who have achieved enlightenment and become emperors, the existence of the self-destruction supreme will never be eliminated. Even if Yi Fan has the ability to destroy the 3 restricted areas such as the Taichu ancient mine, it will still be useless. After the heavenly court Juju leaves, there will always be descendants who become enlightened. Some of these descendants will always commit suicide and enter the restricted area in order to live forever or become immortals. By then, new restricted areas will be born. They may not be called Taichu ancient mine, or they may not be called Shinshu, but there will be no difference in nature. In those miserable forbidden areas, there will always be people who will turn their butcher knives on the weak people for the sake of miserable immortality, transforming into new immortal lords, stone emperors, etc., to oppress the universe. No matter Feng Lai, Yi Fan, or other extreme practitioners, they do not want this kind of history to repeat itself. Then, may I ask what Emperor Taizong's solution is? Among the many forbidden supreme beings, under a piece of jade refilled with fairy spirit energy, a certain white-haired old woman breathed out the massive fairy spirit breath emanating from Feng Lai's body, and spoke in a hoarse voice, asking carefully. These self-destruction supremes do not dare to relax because of Feng Lai's good attitude. They are deeply aware of the combat power of the four great figures, such as Emperor Tian and Emperor Xian. Each of them absolutely dares to kill all the ancient minds of Taichu, and even has the ability to destroy them. All self-destruction supreme. It's very simple, Feng Lai whispered, his eyes sweeping over every self-destruction supreme present, as if there was an indescribable magic power. I will open up the road to immortality for you, and give you the opportunity to fight hard and challenge everything. Hope. What? After the words fell, not to mention killing the supreme being, even Yi Fan, Qing Emperor, Si Xian and others were a little stunned. They did not expect Feng Lai to propose such a plan. There are too few roads to immortality left in the past. It takes millions of years to open up, and there are many requirements. It is obviously not in line with healthy development. Feng Lai ignored the astonished looks of these powerful men and just whispered to himself, I want to create a path to immortality again, which will be opened every 100,000 years. Those who pass it will live and enter the immortal realm and live forever. Those who fail will die and return to earth. Rumble. After the words fell, Feng Lai ignored the pensive expressions on the faces of many supreme beings and emperors. He pointed in the distance and saw the edge of the universe. Suddenly, among the stars, a majestic golden gate tore through the void and appeared. It was a majestic gate made of void fairy gold, thousands of miles high. Just standing there, there was an unimaginable brilliance surging, shocking all living beings. The road to immortality. Staring at the door that suddenly appeared, even Yi Fan, Qingmi, and others felt suffocated. The hands of the ordinary self-destruction supremes were trembling, and they didn't know what to say for a while. This gate to immortality was specially refined by Feng Lai in the past by Gu Tuo. The material is void immortal gold, and its strength is an out-and-out giant-level immortal king weapon. Even if there are several 9th-generation mortal immortals, they will not be able to use it. There is absolutely no way to open this door. May I ask the great emperor, what are the rules for becoming an immortal? How many people can you become in one life? Among the supreme beings, the immortal grandma spoke up again, and asked with radiance flowing in her originally chaotic and turbid eyes. There are no rules. Those who commit suicide can also participate. Once it opens in 100,000 years, all spirits will fight for it, and one person will become an immortal in one lifetime. Feng Lai said calmly. That's really cruel. Hearing this, everyone present had a look of astonishment on their faces, and the strong men from all the restricted areas glanced at each other unconsciously, with some inexplicable meaning in their eyes. The road to immortality takes 100,000 years, and only one person can become an immortal in one lifetime. This means that the competition for the road to immortality will be quite cruel. Even if we do not consider killing the supreme ones, it will also involve the struggle of many extreme practitioners. Becoming an immortal is inherently cruel. Compared to endless sleep and death in the depths of the restricted area, perhaps a splendid battle is more suitable for us. The beast god said thoughtfully. Feng Lai has never thought of lowering the difficulty of immortality. In fact, all the world needs is a goal and an opportunity to strive for, not to mention becoming an immortal in one life. No matter how illusory the chance of becoming an immortal is, someone will rush forward. In 100,000 years, at most 4 emperors will be born. If these emperors participate in a large-scale battle, someone will inevitably die and their energy will return to the universe. This is beneficial to both the universe and the world at large. But Senior Taizong's method seems to still be unable to avoid the birth of the Dark Supreme. After Yi Fan frowned and thought for a long time, he suddenly said, It's simple. Feng Lai shook his head, pointed at the fairy golden door in the distance and said, The fairy gate has a spirit. Once it opens in 100,000 years, it will be liquidated in person. Chapter 444 on Sustainable Development. 1,000 years later, the road to immortality opens for the first time. That year, under the witness of countless cultivators in the entire universe, one supreme one after another stepped out of the restricted area and came to the immortal road to fight, and fight hard to choose the most powerful one in this era. A total of 9 Forbidden Zone supreme beings, including the Golden Ancient Emperor and the Beast God, participated. The Candle Dragon Supreme from the Kunlun family, who had lived from the mythical era to the present, was also born, risking his life to compete for the precious spot to become an immortal. Facts have proved that the supreme beings far from being disgusted with the windy road to immortality, showed great enthusiasm. Just after starting it for the first time, 10 supreme beings experienced it personally. After all, the road to immortality left by Emperor Huangtian is too long. It is so long that even the supreme being will be afraid because there is no hope. Throughout the ages, too many supreme beings have failed to achieve immortality and have to sadly die of old age in the years. Feng Lai's road to immortality is not only hope for them. It is also an opportunity for these mythical ancient lords and ancient emperors to be freed from their struggles. In that battle, the 10 supreme beings engaged in a crazy and rapid battle. Blood energy, combat power, weapons, Taoism, longevity methods, etc., were all things that the supreme beings competed with. Everyone was in bad condition and had to fight with the minimum possible strength. Kill the opponent with the most cost. In the end, the ancient supreme beast god from Shinshi won the victory. He successfully killed the remaining 9 supreme beasts, dragged his remaining body across the door made of void fairy gold, traveled through infinite time and space, and sank into the depths of the fairyland. Transformation. After everything was over, a milky white Dao fire rose from the void above the immortal gate that remained motionless. It instantly swept across the immortal battlefield, turning the dead supreme beings' remains, Dao principles, weapons, etc., into Dao and burned into smoke. Rumble. Just like after the death of ordinary creatures, everything in it will become nutrients for the fertile land. After the death of the supreme being, their Tao principles finally return to their origins and become the universe. Sure enough, the existence of extreme creatures consumes the origin of the universe. After the death of the 9 supreme beings, even the rules of heaven have become much more active. On that day, Yi Fan, Qing Emperor, Gai Jiuyo, Xixian, Lao Jinwu and other current emperors sat cross-legged in the deepest part of the heaven, feeling the changes in the rules of the universe, and the expressions on their faces couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If this can continue like this, in 200 to 300,000 years, the supreme beings in the universe will be able to clean it up. After 100,000 years of reincarnation, they will develop healthily, and the rules of the avenue will be much more active. The Golden Crow Emperor nodded and had to admit the significance of this immortal gate. Immortality and immortality were too tempting. As long as this immortal gate existed, the Supremes would have no reason to proclaim themselves for a long time. If there is a battle on the immortal road, the Supreme will die. For the universe, this is a good thing. Rules and vitality are reincarnated. If too many are accumulated from individuals, the rules of the entire universe will wither. Now that these powerful individuals have died, the vitality can finally return to the universe. Xi Xian is also experiencing this natural way of life and death. Yun opened his mouth and said, in the ancient times, someone had put forward a similar argument. It was analyzed that the great carvings from the ancient times to the ancient times were related to the sudden increase in the number of supreme beings in the restricted area. Too many origins accumulated in the bodies of the supreme beings and could not return to the universe. This would naturally lead to the inability to make ends meet, and thus wither away. It seems that our existence is also a huge burden on the universe. Gai Jiuyo sighed. The Taoist practices they possess now were much deeper than those of the Forbidden City Supremes, and they required much more energy. So, after Heavenly Court enters the immortal realm, I hope you can draw enough vitality to feed the Mother Realm. Beside Qing Emperor, there was also a faint fairy light flowing on the desolate tower, making such a sound. Sustainable development is also a major issue for the spiritual world. These 4 words are applicable to the development of all large sectors, just like the immortal realm and the foreign realm. In an era without large-scale wars, the practitioners within these 2 realms will break out into a war under the will of the immortal king and the immortal king. Even some weak immortals will die in the battle. There is no other reason than to prevent practitioners from overexpanding and placing an excessive burden on the universe. This is a way to reduce expenditures in both worlds. At the same time, the foreign lands before the ancient times were very keen on invading other great realms and plundering resources. The immortal realm also had a supreme formation that could capture the external universe and fill the source of the immortal realm. There is no doubt that this is the open source method. In the current Jitian universe, the Heavenly Court, the Immortal Mountain, and the Burial Sky Island have accumulated too many creatures from the extreme realm. These people will leave the Jitian universe in the future, which means that a large number of origins are about to leave this world. So they must open source. Is there anything you can do, fellow Taoist Immortal Tower? As the Emperor of Heaven, Yi Fan naturally understands this truth. with the huge size of Heavenly Court. Once it leaves, the entire universe will wither in an instant. It is no exaggeration to say that after Heavenly Court leaves, this universe may not be able to support even an ordinary emperor within 1,000,000 years, and it will take too much time to recover naturally. Actually, it's easy to solve it. After you arrive in the immortal domain, go to the boundary sea to kill 1 or 2 immortal king domain creatures, and send them to this universe to transform into Tau. This is the simplest and crudest way to open up the world. Hearing this, 2 bright eyes seemed to flash in the Huanta Tower, and a voice with a hint of smile reached everyone's ears. Is the immortal tower talking about the boundary sea? What Huanta said aroused the interest of several emperors present. Although most of these people are not weaker than true immortals, they live in a small universe after all. Although they barely know what the immortal king is, they have no understanding of the world. The sea really knows nothing. That is the place where history is buried. It is an endless ocean made up of countless broken universes. Every wave contains a broken universe. When an immortal weapon enters, it will be smashed into powder by the waves in an instant. There are many immortal kings among them. The ancient creatures of different levels are powerful and crazy. Perhaps realizing that Heavenly Court was indeed about to leave, Huanta was silent for a while, and no longer held back, telling Yifan and others about the boundary sea. It's unbelievable. Can even the powerful immortals just barely survive? The Golden Crow Emperor was shocked. Although this was not the first time he had heard about the immortal realm. The horror of the boundary sea was still like a fantasy. What's the realm of immortality? Even if the Emperor of Heaven and the 9th Emperor Xian become immortals, they can barely save their lives in the world sea. Huanta shook his head. Brush. After the words fell, an illusory man wearing a simple armor and a body like a dragon appeared from the desolate tower. This was a god of immortal weapons. His figure, appearance and voice were 70% similar to the desolate emperor himself. The immortal realm is very large. There are too many universes as huge as this one, and its local area is even more boundless. Even in the ancient immortal era, when this universe was still a complete continent, the immortal realm itself was comparable to one. It's just a giant state. The ancient god's eyes swept across the several emperors present. He obviously meant to give some advice and guidance. He spoke a lot eloquently. After many hours, he fell silent. You are the seeds of the great path left by Emperor Huan Tian, and you are the children who have high hopes for you. You are talented, and your future achievements may not be low, but you must always maintain enough respect for the future. Thank you, Immortal Tower. In the future, I will personally kill the Immortal King and feed back the Mother Realm. Yifan nodded, stood up together with Qingdi, Gai Jiuyo and others, and bowed to Huanta. Chapter 445: The Empress Burial Island and the Past. The Emperor of Heaven is 600,000 years old, and the 8th life of Yifan is 200,000 years old. Although he looks old and thin, his condition still shows no signs of aging. His blood energy and mana are like a vast ocean. Every move can cause the avenue to shake, and the universe is moving. Creation. According to Yifan's own calculations, his 8th life should have come to an end when he lived to be 150,000 years old. But he did not fail because of old age. Instead, he accumulated strength over the years, and his cultivation became deeper and deeper. Yifan has evolved his own state many times. Even if there are no bad results, he is still a little worried, because according to the method of becoming an immortal in the 9th life in his deduction, the 8th life has obviously not been completely completed. I don't think that's normal. For this reason, he even set out in person, climbed to Burial Sky Island, found the depths of the immortal mountain where Feng Lai and Pan Wang were, and consulted the 2 seniors on the immortal path. Unfortunately, Tai Tsong is not here, and Pan Wang is the only one on Burial Sky Island. As the ultimate immortal king who once almost became a giant, King Pan was obviously very interested in Yifan. After carefully studying Yifan's condition, he let out a sigh of relief, shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. It's just that your cultivation is too deep, and the road to immortality has been completed." You said the road to immortality was successful? Yifan was puzzled. Over the years, he had intermittently learned a lot of news about King Pan from the great emperors of the Immortal Mountain. The psychic who knew the elixir was probably an ancient immortal from countless years ago, and he respected him very much. Yes, that means you have almost reached the limit of the immortal path. In the 8th life, you have almost reached the limit of time. If you want, you can step into the immortal path at any time, Pan Wang said, and took out a page of yellowed fairy paper and sent it to Yifan. This is the fairy paper refined by Pan Wang using the peach tree himself. It tells a fairy scripture that can help people become immortals. As time goes by, doesn't it mean that my ninth immortal path is rarely perfect? Yi Fan was stunned, followed by a burst of regret. He was a little unwilling to have reached this point. That's not the case. The path to immortality is at your feet. You can still try nirvana. The ninth life is a hurdle. There are very few people who take this road. If you can achieve perfection in the ninth life, it will be of great benefit to your future. Pan Wang shook his head and said, "Thanks for the advice." Yi Fan understood and said goodbye. On that day, the Emperor of Heaven returned from his burial on the heavenly island and began to wash away the path he had walked in his previous 8 lives. Someone once saw the Emperor of Heaven sitting cross-legged on the ancient star of the Big Dipper, evolving the physical body and the soul cauldron, cultivating hundreds of scriptures in the furnace, and uniting all laws into one. Someone once saw the Emperor of Heaven reciting ancient sutras near the ancient Ziwei star, and performing the 9 secret techniques of the ancient heavenly lord from the mythical age. Then he fundamentally analyzed the 9 secrets, uniting those supreme techniques into one and turning them into the most powerful blow. Some people have also seen the Emperor of Heaven descending to the ancient star territory of Amiba, revisiting the ancient Emperor Amiba's dojo, gathering the power of faith like a galaxy around him. And then after many years of study, he scattered them and returned them to heaven and earth. I don't know when the day started, but the Emperor of Heaven appeared again in the deepest hall of heaven. He re-evolved the golden and red holy blood, and then combined his body with Tao to evolve the great power of the innate holy body and Tao womb, and then transformed into a chaotic body, causing the surging light to flood the heaven. Many years later, the Emperor of Heaven cut off all these bloodlines and transformed into a mortal body again. In his realm, all bloodlines became illusory. Some ancient practitioners lamented that the Heavenly Emperor's humanistic practice may have come to an end, and now he is retracing the past path to achieve greater brilliance with consistency. A word that became a prophecy. In the 640,000 years of the Emperor of Heaven's calendar, Yi Fan attained nirvana again in the depths of heaven. He reversed his own path and pushed his cultivation, blood, Taoism, etc., to the strongest limit, and then solidified. Maintain it forever. In this life, Yi Fan's humanistic practice is completely perfect, and everything has reached its limit. In the 9th life, he really made it this far. The Heavenly Emperor's dalliance spread to the entire universe in just an instant. Even in the depths of the ancient restricted area, in the Bronze Immortal Palace, a certain woman in white felt it. A glance swept across it, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's a pity that he is too stunning and seems to be different from your layout and thoughts. The wide hall was silent and empty. Opposite the Empress, Feng Lai sat on a bronze throne. He also raised his head and seemed to be staring at Yi Fan and whispered. According to the original layout of the Empress, Master Yi can also become a Taoist. The Hadao flower has been prepared for him for hundreds of thousands of years. Once Yi Fan's holy body is completed and his talent is exhausted, he can use the Hadao flower to become a Taoist. When the road to becoming an immortal opens, the Empress will take Yi Fan to the immortal realm together. Master Yi, in this reincarnation, will remember all the past in his previous life, gain enlightenment, and live happily with the Empress. He doesn't believe in reincarnation, and everything I prepared is false. Hearing this, the Empress' voice was a little lonely and regretful, but she was also a little emotional, and she was really happy for Yi Fan. Tao is different. If he believes in reincarnation, your brother may indeed come back in reincarnation, Feng Lai said. In Yi Fan's point of view, if you believe in reincarnation, it exists. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. If Master Yi doesn't believe it, then all reincarnations can be classified as so-called similar flowers, blooming and withering like their predecessors. Whether you believe it or not, I respect his idea. The Empress shook her head, nodded to Feng Lai, and whispered, Thank you also to ancient immortal Tai Tsong for discussing the Tao with the great sage. I gained a lot. In her hand, a blood-stained paper boat was shining brightly. This paper boat was obviously extraordinary, and the immortal laws flowing on it were otherworldly. Even the Empress was greatly shocked. It's rare to see the 9th world immortal. I'm also very happy. Feng Lai also said. In the past 30,000 to 40,000 years, he has been living in the ancient bronze immortal palace, occasionally carving the Tao patterns on the ancient bronze palace, and often discussing Tao with the ruthless Empress. At this time, the ruthless Empress has completed 9 generations of practice and set foot in the realm of immortality. Apart from Feng Lai, she is definitely one of the strongest creatures in this world. Heaven is about to go to the immortal realm. How does the Empress make a choice? Should she follow him or stay in this world and wait for the next similar flower to bloom? Feng Lai stared at the blood-stained black boat in the Empress' hand and stood up. Asked casually, I have recognized him. So naturally I want to go with him. Seeing this, the Empress also stood up, moved her lotus steps gently, and said Feng Lai to the gate of the immortal palace before speaking slowly. Well, when you in the future meet me in the past, remember to say hello at both ends of the river. Feng Lai was not surprised by the Empress' choice. He just took a deep look at the blood-stained boat in the Empress' hand and said goodbye. I will. The Empress didn't quite understand what Feng Lai was talking about, but based on the other party's attitude, she might have a lot of interactions with this ancient immortal from the ancient times in the future. After thinking about it for a moment, she nodded. If my guess is correct, this ancient bronze palace should be an immortal weapon refined by Emperor Taizong in the chaotic ancient times. Won't the Emperor take it back? Before leaving, the Empress suddenly pointed to the bronze palace at the feet of the two of them. She clearly felt that when Feng Lai was around, this immortal palace would be overflowing with joy. No need. It is the hope I leave to future generations. If the Empress feels it is necessary, just pass it on to future generations. Feng Lai shook his head. Chapter 446 Three Immortals. The Emperor of Heaven lasted from 640,000 to 720,000 years, which was a full period of 80,000 years, which was considered a very active period of time for the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven in his ninth life is walking around the world. Sometimes he stands high above the nine heavens, overlooking the struggles, calculations, and grudges of the geniuses of the world. Sometimes he is plain and easygoing, sitting and discussing the Tao with the emperors of a certain era. Sometimes the Tao is perfect, casually burning the scriptures in the imperial realm on an ancient star, leaving them to future generations. The practitioner sighed, thinking that this was the emperor's nostalgia for this world. The path to immortality left by the Emperor of Desolation was getting closer and closer, and the heavenly court was about to attack the eternal dream. At the same time, the senior officials of heavenly court were also surprised to find that since the Emperor of Heaven lived his ninth life, time has been unable to leave any traces on him. A full 80,000 years have passed, and heavenly court has always looked like a 20-year-old emperor. He looks many years old, with thick black hair, crystal clear skin, and a tall body. He has never aged. I am afraid that the Emperor of Heaven has already passed the path of immortality, and will live forever in the world of mortals. As soon as this news came out, the entire heaven was immersed in heartfelt joy. The stronger the Emperor was, the deeper the foundation of the heaven was, and the closer they were to completing their dream of becoming an immortal. When, in the 720,000th year of the Emperor's calendar, on an extremely ordinary morning, when the radiance of the sun illuminated the endless palaces of the heaven, a long and melodious cauldron sounded from the highest point of the heaven, majestic swinging, shaking the past and present. Countless people were shocked when they saw that in the supreme palace, in the Emperor's palace that the entire heaven must worship, a light of completely different colors was blooming, illuminating the sky. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a big cauldron with surging immortal light one after another. Some were as red as blood, like the burning true blood of a phoenix. Some were green and crystal clear, like the tears of the immortal king. And some were purple. There is a ray of light, and there is a shadow of a god looming in it. It was a large cauldron made of 9 completely different types of immortal gold, including phoenix blood red gold, immortal tears green gold, feather green gold, and divine trace purple gold. Each bite was so vast, with 3 legs and 2 ears, as if it held up the entire universe. These are the heavenly emperor's golden cauldrons that Yi Fan has forged over the past 700,000 years. Each one is no less than an immortal weapon, possessing the power to turn decay into magic, and with endless magical uses. Combine! Just when all the members of the heavenly court were inexplicably surprised and excited about their 9 heavenly emperor cauldrons, they heard an order coming from the supreme hall, and the 9 cauldrons suddenly became illusory at the same time. Under the will of the supreme emperor of heaven, the 9 cauldrons made of completely different immortal gold slowly approached, and their materials, Taoist rhymes, and even the exclusive runes contained in them were shattering, melting, and merging into one. It was a huge project unimaginable to the world, with immeasurable power. Each tripod was an important weapon that had been personally sacrificed by the 9th Emperor of Heaven. Each tripod carried completely different Tao patterns. Even if the Emperor of Heaven personally took action, It would consume all the heart. Unimaginable. But the Emperor of Heaven is the Emperor of Heaven after all. And his weapon refining methods have already reached an unparalleled level. The fusion process of the nine-mouth cauldron was smooth and perfect. After just 10 days, all 9 cauldrons disappeared, replaced by a 9-color cauldron. Bounding, brilliant and glorious. When the Emperor of Heaven takes action, the weapon he forges cannot be a rough blend of 9 kinds of immortal gold, but a perfect combination that starts from the heart and comes from the Tao, without any flaws. Just like the 5-color heavenly sword of the immortal Emperor back then. This is the most perfect fusion, and can even be defined as a new type of immortal gold. Immortal weapon. When the 9-colored cauldron was completed, the entire heaven burst into unparalleled cheers. Countless heavenly soldiers and generals roared, and even the quasi-emperor level officials roared, cheering for the birth of the immortal weapon. The well-informed members of the heavenly court deeply understand the significance of the immortal weapon. With its existence, all human beings will tremble. However, the Emperor's construction of weapons is still not over. Rumble. Deep in the heaven, a cauldron of the mother energy of all things rises into the sky, carrying a vast ocean of black and yellow light, flooding the universe. The whole universe knows that cauldron. It is the real heavenly Emperor's cauldron, forged from the source of the mother energy of all things. It has accompanied the heavenly Emperor from the beginning of his life, and has cultivated his life. There is no doubt that it is also an immortal weapon. Normalization. At this moment, as a low shout came from the palace, the Emperor of Heaven was so powerful that the cauldron of the source of Mother Chi of all things, and the 9-colored treasure cauldron all vibrated and merged again. Unthinkable. The whole world was shocked and marveled at the incredible weapon refining method of the Emperor of Heaven. 2 extremely powerful immortal weapons could be forcibly fused, which was beyond the limit of many people's imagination. After all, it is the style of the Emperor of Heaven. One weapon can defeat all methods. One weapon can defeat all methods. Beidou Ancient Star. In the Immortal Mountain, the emperors are also looking at the process of Yi Fan building the Heavenly Emperor cauldron from a distance. The Golden Crow Emperor has to marvel at the power of the Heavenly Emperor. He is now in the 7th life, and the Sun Avenue is flourishing. He is almost an immortal. But compared to the Heavenly Emperor, I am still too weak. He is a special one after all. Even though there are many emperors of the Immortal Mountain, no one can compare with him except Emperor Xian. Next to the Golden Crow Emperor, Gai Jiuyo stood holding a harp. This proud human emperor had long since lost his stubbornness for many years. Now he is also in the 7th life. He is stuck at this bottleneck. Even with the help of the Immortal King's scriptures, he is still unable to overcome it. A crucial step to emerge from the 8th life. As he said that, the 2 of them looked towards the depths of the Immortal Mountain. There was a tall man standing on the dark mountain peak. The battle flag in his hand was hunting in the void. He stood with Si Xian and stared at the mouth, the immortal cauldron that keeps merging. There is no doubt that Si Xian at this time has also taken the path of becoming an immortal in the 9th life. The 9-color chaos flag evolved into the immortal path, and turned into the Hunyuan war flag to suppress endless time and space. With the existence of this real mortal immortal, the Immortal Mountain at this time was already filled with a lot of immortal substances. Emperor Tai Huang, Emperor Li, Ing Long Emperor and others had all returned from Burial Sky Island and gathered in the Immortal Mountain. Even Jiang Yifei and the heavenly demon ancestor from the beginning era were born and became emperors in the past tens of thousands of years. Also in the Immortal Mountain. Boom! The 9-color treasure cauldron has been integrated with the cauldron that is the source of mother energy of all things, turning into an immortal cauldron that looks like a universe. The 9-color celestial being is surrounded by clouds, and the black and yellow light reaches the sky. Just looking at it from a distance is enough to make the body of an ordinary emperor crack. In the same year, the ruthless emperor also moved. She wore a mask with a grimace that seemed to be crying and laughing, and received an inconspicuous bronze ring from the depths of the heaven, and summoned the one who had been with Yi Fan for a long time. Little girl, merge into one. Then, a fairy sword and a blood-stained black paper boat exploded in the hands of the empress, turning into 2 balls of pure fairy light, which merged into the mask and ring, turning them into fairy weapons. As for the bronze immortal palace, the empress stared at it for a long time, and finally remained silent. She grabbed the immortal palace in her hands, and threw it into the depths of the universe. The path to immortality is about to open, and the most magnificent battle plan in history is about to begin. On the other side of the Immortal Mountain, I stared at the 3 9th-generation mortal immortals, Yi Fan, Si Xian and the ruthless empress. and the two emperors of the Holy Spirit clan, the immortal Emperor and Chisu, stood side by side, looking at the sky and sighing. This is a good thing. Our children need the material nourishment of the immortal world, Queen Chisu said. In her hand, a green golden egg of fairy tears the size of a human head was slowly beating, and the weak vitality was washed away. The incomparable distance and aloof. Chapter 447 The Road to Immortality. Heavenly Court is really going to teach people to become immortals. Since the Emperor of Heaven succeeded in refining the nine-color Mother Chi cauldron, the Heavenly Court, which has ruled the world for more than 700,000 years, is like a real dragon that has been sleeping for many years. The functions of the entire body are resurrecting, showing off its power. The Emperor of Heaven personally took action and awakened many ancient people who were his contemporaries or friends with him, such as Jiang Taishu, Prince Dozhan, Ji Zi, Dao Yi, Jiang Tingting, etc., and adjusted them to their best condition to trigger disaster in the Emperor's way. It is not just one or two people who want to become enlightened, but a group of people. The Emperor of Heaven is independent of all the ways, and protects the Emperors so that they can achieve enlightenment safely. Facts have proved that the power of the ninth world immortal has completely overtaken this universe. Even if the group of elixirs in the heavenly tribulation transformed into real immortal beings, they could not stop Yifan at all. It is too easy for the ninth mortal immortal to kill most of the true immortals. In the 720,000 years of the Emperor's calendar, an unprecedented era has come. Emperors rise together, and thousands of ways rumble, shaking the past, present and future. But Yifan was not in a hurry to conquer the immortal road. He personally opened the treasure house accumulated by heaven for more than 700,000 years, took out a massive amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and began to refine elixirs. At this stage, the treasures that can enter the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven are naturally the level of the 9-turn elixir. The 9-turn elixir and the improved version of the 9-turn divine liquid are refined one after another. If Heaven wants to open up the battle map for the strongest, these Emperors must adjust their state to the best and reach their personal peak. This preparation work lasted for more than 5,000 years. When all the Emperor's avenues reached their strongest, the world was already rioting, and a certain path to immortality left by Emperor Huang Tian was about to open. Take the immortal road? Seeing this, Yifan finally stopped waiting. He stood in the highest palace of heaven, stepped on the majestic 9-color Mother Chi cauldron, and announced to the heavens that he would teach him to become an immortal. Behind him, nearly 100 emperors roared. Most of them had already reached the pinnacle of their second life. The Supreme God Emperor, the Six-Eared Sacred Ape, etc., were even more powerful. One after another, the ultimate weapon soared into the sky. Get up and protect the ancient palaces of heaven in the center. Rise. Immediately afterwards, a roar came from the dark and profound immortal mountain. As if it had received a supreme order, this very mountain rose directly from the ground and flew to the farthest point of the heavenly palace complex. The Hunyuan battle flag buzzed under the strong wind in the void. Xi put his hands behind his back, stood side by side with Yifan, and looked at the road to immortality in the distance. Behind him, the immortal emperor, Qing Emperor, Jiuyo Emperor, Englong Emperor, Tai Wang, Li Emperor, Jinwu Emperor and other emperors with extremely profound cultivation standing proudly. Although they were not many in number, their momentum was compared to that of the heavenly court. The team is not weak at all. It's time to go. Soon, the ancient restricted area also rose from the ground, held by a slender white palm. The empress was dressed in white, and the mask of a grimace that seemed to be crying and laughing on her face was shining. And she also stood beside Yifan. Inexplicably, Xi Xian suddenly felt that most of the ruthless empress's thoughts were on Yifan, as if she was exploring and seeking something important. But thinking about the relationship between the two immortals, Xi Xian secretly shook his head. The cause and effect between the empress and Master Yi was deeply involved, involving the conflict between family affection, kindness and spiritual practice, and the conduct of Master Yi in his two lives. Xi Xian felt that he should not say more. What? I have to leave after all. Seeing the strong men quickly gathering around him, Yifan took one last look at the universe and saw the deep starry sky, countless living ancient stars, and countless trillions of creatures staring here. The desolate tower, the ancient bronze palace, and the 3,000 Tao mirrors all have no intention of leaving. And the same goes for the immortal bell. They protect the more than 20 remaining elixirs in the world by their side. And look at the heaven together. Everything is something that Yifan is familiar with, now that he has to leave his hometown. A trace of desolation flashes through Yi Fan's heart. Rumble. Suddenly, another light bloomed in the void, and an island full of fairy energy broke through the barrier of laws and appeared in front of the world. It was the Burial Sky Island. After waiting for too many years, it's finally time for you to step onto a broader stage. Feng Lai stood above Burial Sky Island with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the few red dust immortals with a smile on his face and waved to them. Behind him, King Pan still looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a faint fairy light flowing on the dragon staff as tall as a person in his hand, which was round and perfect. Senior Taisong, do you want to go with us? Yi Fan held his hands to Feng Lai, glanced at King Pan, and then at the dozen or so Holy Spirit tribesmen who had perfected their path behind Pan King, and asked, My real body is not here. This body is just a ray of obsession. I will suppress it in this universe for a long time, and will not leave with you. Feng Lai spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it made Yi Fan, Si Xian, and the Empress a little shocked. They opened their eyes one by one, only to find that, as usual, they could not see through Taisong's heels at all. As a representative, I, the king, will walk with all my friends on the road to immortality. Before anyone could say anything else, King Pan stepped forward with his Panlong staff, and his breath surged, making Yi Fan and the other 3 ninth-generation mortal immortals become nervous instinctively. Senior Pan King, a strong man who channeled the immortal medicine, you are indeed one of the most hidden creatures in this universe. I underestimate you. Yi Fan's eyes flashed, and he revealed Pan King's origin in one sentence. When he was protecting the people in heaven and becoming emperors, Yi Fan had carefully studied the human form transformed from the elixir. The humanoid immortal transformed from the Chaos Green Lotus elixir was 70% similar to the Qing Emperor, while the human form transformed from the ancient flat peach tree was similar to that of the Qing Emperor. Pan Wangshao said that he was 99% similar. Even the details of the movements of holding the Panlong staff were exactly the same. Yi Fan was deeply impressed. Ha ha ha. To be precise, it wasn't the elixir that became me through channeling, but after I died in the ancient times, the remaining part of my body and mana turned into the elixir of the ancient flat peach tree. Now it's just the return of the deity. King Pan laughed and patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and said, So, Pan Wang is also the 9th mortal immortal. Si Xian squinted his eyes and looked at Pan Wang, feeling his aura, and then spoke after a moment. I also had no chance of becoming an immortal on that path. I became an immortal in another way. Now the soul has returned to the immortal king status. King Pan shook his head. He stepped forward with the Panlong staff, side by side with the 3 ninth-generation mortal immortals, including Yi Fan and the Empress. Behind him, a dozen Dzogchen holy spirits joined the team on the Immortal Mountain, preparing to open the way forward. Do you want Burial Island to stay in this world? Before leaving, Yi Fan looked at the island that contained a huge amount of immortality and was disappearing into the void again. He was not only a little surprised, but asked, Yes, this island is the shelter I left for the Holy Spirit people in this world. It's not easy for the little guys to practice cultivation, so they should have a place to stay. Feng Lai shook his head. Taisong, you are really good to these little stone people. Even King Pan was a little surprised by the result, and said with a little teasing, After all, they are children born and raised. They respect me as Holy Spirit ancestor. I can't treat them badly. Feng Lai said with a smile. Chapter 448, I miss you so much on the immortal road. It wasn't until the road to immortality opened and the Emperor of Heaven really revealed the many trump cards he had hidden for a long time that people knew just how strong the team of immortals in heaven really was. Regardless of the groups of great saints and quasi-emperors who formed a sun-shielding formation under the starry sky, the nearly 100 perfect emperors gathered in the void alone represent a supreme foundation that ordinary orthodoxy cannot imagine. What's more, there are the Emperor of Heaven, Emperor Xian, Empress and King Pan who stand at the forefront and are obviously much more powerful than all the emperors. They are all peerless figures who can suppress everything in this universe and dominate the past and present. They are true immortals. Creatures. It's almost time. One last glance at the ancient and boundless sky-covering universe behind her, covered by a bronze mask that seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. The Empress' eyes burst out and landed on a void billions of miles away. There, a little fairy light was blooming, just like the first ray of light after a long night, illuminating the hearts of all the people in heaven. The road to immortality left by Emperor Huang Tian in the past seems not to lead to the immortal realm, but to the immortal world where the immortal emperor lives. Yi Fan stared at the cluster of fairy clouds with his divine eyes, quickly deduced, and directly understood the foundation of the realm behind Chengxian Road. Back then, he had fought against the immortal emperor, and the opponent had an aura similar to this realm. Yes, this strange world may be one of the methods left behind by Emperor Huang Tian when he laid out the path to immortality in the past. It may be an unexpected byproduct of Emperor Huang Tian, but it doesn't matter. Just fight through it. King Pan shook his head and slowly raised the Panlong immortal staff, which was as tall as a person in his hand. The power of the immortal king's soul burst out and hit the source of the immortal glory in front of him. Crack! The next moment, the sound of the cosmic barrier shattering resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The arrangement of the immortal realm that originally belonged to Emperor Huang Tian collapsed. Time and space were torn apart, and the universe exploded, eventually turning into a wide passage, pointing into the distance. Boom! It was like opening a floodgate. In an instant, the area where the heavenly court was located was flooded by the ocean-like rich immortal Tao energy and immortal matter. Chaos mist covered the sun. Time fragments shot up into the sky, and the faces of the powerful men in the entire heavenly court were all exposed. A look of horror and ecstasy. This is the first time for many people to experience such a rich longevity substance. This substance is so rich that many veterans, who have not yet become enlightened in the depths of heaven, will become younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short moment, they seem to be thousands of years younger. Herod, I have to have a hand in the road to immortality. Among the crowd, a red dragon and horse was the most excited. The sound of the dragon's roar and horse's neighing echoed through the sky. It was a bit noisy, but it made many people in the heavens smile from the bottom of their hearts. Without it, this dragon horse is an innate sacred thing bred in the 99 Dragon Mountains. It is the true mount of the Emperor of Heaven. It has been steadfastly accompanying the Emperor of Heaven for many years. Its figure has been carved in the official history of the heavenly court and is worshipped by hundreds of millions of people. The Tao fire is blazing. The sky is rushing, and Lama breathes in the immortal matter rushing out from the cracks on the road to immortality. It belongs to the Holy Spirit race that has been practicing from scratch. Compared with the Spirit Emperor, his talent is not very good, and he will only be able to live forever. When you reach the realm of alternative enlightenment, it is difficult for the universe to continue moving forward. There are still many members of the heavenly court like Long Ma. Under the baptism of immortality, many strong men whose life energy was almost exhausted were able to extend their lifespan and embark on the road to immortality with the Emperor of Heaven. Ha ha! Everyone, stay! Just when the infinite palaces of the heaven were about to rush into the road to immortality under Yi Fan's will, a sound of laughter suddenly sounded from the depths of the universe behind, and a certain man with 9-color immortal light burst into the sky. A big tomb comes with thousands of steps. He was a middle-aged man dressed as a Taoist priest, with a slightly fat body and a strong breath. At first glance, he did not look majestic as a strong man, but if you taste it carefully, you will feel a sense of eternity and vicissitudes. Ming Zun, Yushin, the bastard old guy. After seeing this man's appearance, the crowd immediately rang out exclamations from people from different eras. Although they had different names, they all expressed concern and joy for the man in Taoist robes. Uncle Tai's Song, Uncle Pan Wang. Duanda's eyes swept across the boundless crowd in front of the immortal road, and at the first sight, he saw Feng lie above Burial Sky Island and King Pan in front of the immortal mountain. He bowed without hesitation and paid his respects from a distance. On his immortal platform, there are 9 profound and gorgeous reincarnation seals that are shining brightly. They are separated, but they seem to be connected as one, and the glow belonging to the immortal creatures flows on them. The 9th-generation reincarnation seal finally obtained the Red Dust Immortal. The current Red Dust Immortal is not only the great disciple of the Xuanwu Immortal King in the chaotic ancient times, but also the tribulation-transcending Heavenly Lord and Hades Emperor in the mythical era. He is also a well-known archaeologist that Yi Fan is familiar with. Duanda, why are all memories in one place? Turned into one person? It has been more than an era since you were first born, and you have gone through many ups and downs, and finally you have become a worldly fairy. Congratulations. Feng Lai smiled and nodded. Chao Yushin was no more than 3 years older than Shi Hao. He was one of the young people he watched grow up. Now he has finally found his own path, which is worthy of celebration. A late bloomer. Congratulations. King Pan also nodded. He had also heard of the name Chao Yushin, a close friend of Emperor Huang Tian, and the most talented disciple of Xuanwu Immortal King. Even though King Pan was the king of the immortal realm, He had also heard the story of this young man. After greeting the seniors, Duanda turned to Yi Fan and other familiar members of the heavenly court, strode forward, greeted each other with Si Xian and the Empress, then stepped forward and gave Yi Fan a big hug. Who do you think you are now? Are you Chao Yushin, Ming Zun, or Duanda? Yi Fan felt a little emotional. When he and Duanda met for the first time, he was still a little unknown monk, and Duan was still a notorious baited gravedigger. More than 700,000 years have passed, and now both parties have completed their work. Long-cherished wish. Just call me Duanda. I will become an immortal in 9 reincarnations. I am the one who has reincarnated in 9 lives. All the memories are there. Duanda stretched out his sleeves and used the skills of the 9th world red dust immortal to grab a strong black dog in his hand and pinch it violently. Just now everyone was calling his name, and the Black Emperor yelled like a bastard. It is really a difficult road to become an immortal through the 9th reincarnation seal. Yi Fan nodded and took out an immortal treasure that shimmered with immortal light. It was the weapon of Emperor Hades in that life. But this weapon had already been used by Yi Fan to conquer. The gods were sealed, and their bodies were refined into immortal weapons. It was an accident. In the past, I was obsessed with the underworld and passed down too many dangerous theories. This weapon listened to me. I didn't expect that it would cause trouble after my death and harm many people. Duanda glanced at the Tonsian Mingbao and waved his sleeve. The immortal weapon quickly collapsed and dissipated into fly ash. The gods inside struggled, but it was useless. They were ground into powder by the big millstone of reincarnation, the Tontian Mingbao. This thing has been the bane of the universe for many years. Too many people have died because of it. The grievances among them are too many and too wide. Even Duanda can't protect it. After doing all this, Duanda returned to his cynical expression. With twinkling eyes, he found Ji Haoyue among the members of the heavenly court and greeted him. Disciple Haoyue, you have inherited my immortal sutra of overcoming tribulation. Why didn't you come to see me? Division? Yi Fan's uncle Ji Haoyue. This arrogant young man's talent is actually not that good. In the past, when he relied on the divine king's body to traverse the universe, he was defeated by a tribesman named Shinzuan, and his Taoist heart was almost broken. If you continue to be decadent, you will stop being a great sage. Later, during the years when Yi Fan's holy body was completed, Ji Haoyue got an opportunity in the starry sky and harvested the complete inheritance of the tribulation-transcending heavenly lord. After more than 1,000 years of seclusion, she reached the realm of alternative enlightenment. Greetings to Master Dujia. Ji Haoyue gritted her teeth, but finally bowed to Duanda. She said unceremoniously that Ji Haoyue had the cultivation of a different kind of enlightenment now, and the inheritance of the tribulation god lord had at least an average contribution. This was a great favor, and it was unparalleled for Ji Haoyue. Differentiation and reinvention. But Ji Haoyue was really unhappy looking at Duanda's face. Everyone is here. Let's go! The Empress did not interrupt Duanda's reminiscing with everyone, but watched the fat middle-aged man warmly reminiscing and discussing the past with powerful men from all eras. She did not remind him until several hours later. Let's go! Meet Wuxia and the others. Hearing this, Yi Fan also took a step forward and was the first to step on the road to becoming an immortal. His body was like the immortal king's sacred mountain. Wherever he passed, all dangers that could threaten the emperor's life collapsed, allowing the heaven to pass. Goodbye. Before leaving, the immortals and many great emperors turned around and faced the illusory and majestic burial sky island in the distance. They bowed together to Feng Lai above the immortal island and spoke with a long voice that could be heard clearly by most of the starry sky. Goodbye. Feng Lai nodded and looked towards the long river of time. He saw a few figures looking at the depths of the turbid and rushing river. They were the future Yi Fan, Wuxia and the Empress. He bowed to Feng Lai of this era, and then walked towards the more distant past. 800 years later, in the immortal realm itself, outside the Hunyuan immortal king's city. Boom! Without warning, the vast space and time above the sky collapsed. Yin and Yang were reversed. The 5 elements exploded, and even the 10,000 rules of the fairyland that were extremely stable were distorted and torn apart. As if there was an invisible big hand, the fundamental laws of this universe are being shaken. After just a month or two, the twisted and rioting rules dissipated. Under the attention of countless creatures in the fairyland, an illusory heavenly gate that was countless thousands of miles away appeared. For bright fairy lights suppressed the 4 corners of the fairyland. It's completely stabilized. Immediately afterwards, Boundless and majestic palaces appeared in the depths of the Immortal Gate. Each palace was engraved with the formation patterns of the Immortal Tao. The rules of the Immortal Domain were riots with unlimited power. But they still could not harm the Heavenly Court in the slightest. Crash! On the Nanchaman, the Hunyuan war flag was hunting against the terrible rules of the Immortal Realm. Xi Xian sat above this Tianmen Gate, suppressing the rules of the Immortal Realm together with the Void. Hengyu, Wu Dao, Golden Crow, Jiuyo and other true immortals. Make a way for everyone. Around them, Yi Fan, Empress, Wu Shi and Duanda are trying their best to unleash the power of the ninth world of mortal immortals to open the void passage from this strange world to the fairyland and prevent its closing process. Behind him, King Pan stood at the top of the heavenly palace, leaning on the dragon immortal staff, paying attention to the changes in all rules, and protecting all the weak creatures in the heavenly palace and the immortal mountain. For 800 years, Heavenly Court has been fighting in the strange world. After Heavenly Court reunited with Wu Shi, Hengyu, Void and others, they directly launched a war against the Immortal Emperor and the nameless Red Dust Immortal, a Yuanshan Immortal King, 5 9th-generation mortal immortals, plus several true immortals. The Heavenly Court has no doubt crushed all opponents. Even if the Immortal Emperor possesses the pure-blood 5-color Phoenix bloodline of the Immortal Realm. Even if the nameless mortal immortal, it has been entrenched in the strange world for more than an era, and is still being suppressed to death. The same is true for Emperor Zun. This figure who is almost crazy in order to become stronger is also an out-and-out 9th-generation Red Dust Immortal. He has been planning for many years, and is only willing to sacrifice all living beings to train this universe into his giant cauldron of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, facing the crushing numerical superiority of Heavenly Court, Emperor Zun still couldn't do it. The Hunyuan war flag, Panlong staff and Wuxia bell vibrated together, directly erasing Emperor Zun's arrangements over the years. And the cosmic furnace collapsed and was destroyed. Emperor Zun finally died under the siege of the Empress, Yi Fan and Duanda. He was indeed once a famous figure, and an everlasting legend in the mythical era. He was also a teacher and friend of Duanda. But people's hearts it will change. Since they are enemies, they will not hold back. In the end, what happened? A 9-colored deer in the realm of the quasi-immortal king stared at the infinite palace and felt his scalp numb. Because the aura that suppressed the immortal gate was extremely deep and powerful. And every one of them had terrifying power that was not weaker than it. Not only it, but all the aborigines of the immortal realm under the sky felt the extraordinary power. The heaven was like an infinitely vast majestic beast, tearing open the sky and greedily breathing every ounce of the immortal realm. Air. Raging. Suddenly, the roar of burning fire rang out from the sky. And deep in the giant city, a majestic red Tao furnace appeared. The immortal king's magic power soared into the sky, suppressing all the rioting rules here in an instant. Hunyuan Immortal King. Long time no see. Old friend. Before the Hunyuan Immortal King behind the red fairy furnace could speak, King Pan's angry laughter came from the depths of the space-time rift. A dragon staff appeared from the sky, carrying infinite vitality, so rich that there is a lush greenery throughout time and space. Pan King. Welcome back, old friend. After carefully identifying the aura on the Panlong staff, all the Taoist fires on the red Immortal King's furnace converged, and a burly man appeared and bowed his hand to King Pan in the rift of time and space. As an ancient supreme immortal king who has spanned several eras and experienced too many major events, Hunyuan Immortal King vaguely guessed the origin of this infinite palace, and did not take action. He just sat cross-legged in the sky and witnessed all this happening. When, at the same time, the sound of bells and tripods echoed at the gate of the illusory fairyland. Yi Fan, Wu Shi and others finally completely stabilized this void passage and attracted the attention of Hunyuan Immortal King. Wu Ending. You are back too. Listening to the call that was full of surprise and excitement, Wu Shi's eyes flashed with light. He slowly stood up and nodded to the man above the furnace. No end is past. My name has no beginning. As early as in the strange world, Wu Shi had already awakened at the moment he became an immortal. Knew Wu Ending. Understood that precious past, and inherited everything from the immortal king Wu Ending. But in the end, the endless has passed away, and only the beginningless is left in the world. This is a beginningless choice and an endless decision. Clank. Suddenly, there was a sharp and bright gunshot from outside the starry sky, and the Emperor Killing War spear tore through the galaxy, cutting out a wide door outside the Hunyuan Immortal King city. And 10 illusory figures strode away from the door. Come out. King Tuol. The identity of the visitor was Gu Tuo. Immortal King Hun Yuan looked shocked. Even though he was an ancient supreme immortal king, he still looked solemn and handed over to this supreme giant. Gu Tuo nodded, but didn't say much. He just stared at the heaven that was constantly appearing on the sky, with a flat smile on his lips. Behind him, 9 powerful men with the light of immortality all over their bodies were also looking up. They were Tien Human Emperor, Fuxi Emperor, Dozhan Sheng Emperor, and other geniuses, who had been brought to the immortal realm by fallen life for millions of years. In the past and now, they have already established themselves in the realm of immortality. My name is Gu Tuo. Welcome to the fairyland. After the boundless palaces in heaven had completely descended, Gu Tuo slowly spoke out. His voice was booming. Just a few bites made all the people tremble. The second generation of heaven. Chapter 449 Extra 1 Fairyland Xiaoyao Fairy. Chapter 449 Extra 1. Fairyland Xiaoyao Xian. The vast immortal realm is vast and boundless. Except for the existence of the supreme immortal king, almost no one knows how vast the immortal realm is. Even a true immortal will need to spend a lot of time to cross the immortal realm. Throughout the ages, this great universe has withstood countless impacts and turmoils. Since the beginning of immortal ancient times, it has been attacked by ominous kings, fought fierce battles with dark creatures, and even been affected by a war at the level of the Emperor of Heaven, almost completely torn apart. But with the help of the 2 heavenly emperors, the immortal realm finally survived the catastrophes. As the cornerstone and pure land of the immortal way, it carries the hope of the entire immortal way cultivation civilization. The mainland of the immortal realm exists as the center of the entire immortal realm. There are abundant products, vast land, mountains and rivers with dragon veins, and plants and trees with spirits. It is a place that countless practitioners have been pursuing throughout their lives. Duchi Mountain, standing on the shore of the East China Sea of the immortal territory, is far away from the boundless starry sky of the immortal territory, and is backed by the magnificent formation of the immortal territory itself. It is one of the 132 million formations in the immortal territory's defense formation. Such a unique location makes Duchi Mountain like a shining pearl in the East China Sea, with prosperous dragon veins and boundless avenues. Even the true immortals love it very much and hold a grand meeting here every hundreds of thousands of years. This year is the day of the immortal family's grand gathering in Daokishan that happens once every 500,000 years. Ha ha ha. Long time no see. Fellow Taoists. More than 500,000 years have passed like water. Are you still living comfortably? Friend Hunong Immortal. I didn't expect that you would have made such great progress after not seeing you for more than 2 million years. Your power of soul has taken a further step, and you are about to achieve the ultimate enlightenment. As one of the most lively events in the Wujin Immortal King realm, Duchi Mountain is a good opportunity for the immortal realm to connect with many practitioners. Spiritual cultivation in this world often takes 10,000 years to start, and these more than 500,000 years are not that long. Not only those who have attained the Tao and advanced in cultivation, but also many young geniuses who have risen in recent years cherish this event. They practice and fight on weekdays, but it is rare to come to such a pure land to practice and discuss the Tao. Fellow Taoists, have you ever heard of it? Just over 1,000 years ago, a big event happened in Tuowang Immortal City. Not only did our clan's immortal king Yulan appear, but even Lord Tuowang's emperor killing where spears shone with glory. In the circle of young people, there is a blue water unicorn lying on the boulder. The dragon head is majestic, and the 4 hooves are surrounded by clear water. The blood is transcendent. At first glance, it is a being with the blood of immortality. Not far from this water unicorn, several creatures with the same extraordinary temperament are equally comfortable and leisurely. There is a fierce woman carrying a long sword on her back, a young peacock tribe with colorful hair, and a golden-haired holy ape holding an iron rod. All of them have far-reaching auras and are extremely extraordinary. Hearing what Shui Qilin said, these geniuses showed great interest. Most of them were members of the true immortal family, and there were even a few descendants of the immortal king family. Their origins were extraordinary, and the things they had access to were at a very high level. Oh! The big event that can alarm Tuowang Immortal City may involve the top beings among the Immortal King and the Immortal King. The young peacock tribe man with 5-color hair nodded slightly. His eyes were deep, and there seemed to be a 5-color Taoist map shining behind his head. Mysterious and transcendent. In the past, after the 2 great immortal emperors Huang and Tai Tsong set foot in the sky with their countless tribes and followers, the immortal realm ushered in an era of vigorous development. This five elements peacock immortal king among the young peacock tribe is one of several immortal kings who rose up in the era of the Emperor Hotion. I heard from my teacher that it was the backhand left behind by the two heavenly emperors in the past. A tyrannical existence in the human realm broke through a certain shackles and came to this world. The sharp woman carrying the slender Taoist sword was obviously also interested in this topic. And then the peacock tribe young man spoke. Would you like to elaborate on the backup plan left by the two heavenly emperors? Fellow immortal tribulation? The woman carrying the Tao sword didn't speak loudly, but it immediately made the small circle of young geniuses lively. All eyes turned to the cold and stern woman named Xianjia and asked. The two heavenly emperors they were referring to were naturally the two ancient emperors Huang and Taizong. As the ultimate achievers of the immortal path, the emperors who personally pacified the other side of the boundary sea and came into contact with the source of darkness were naturally affected by the immortal realm and burial, worshipped by practitioners from other regions and even foreign regions. I heard from the elders that before the two immortal emperors went to the higher ancient world, they had arranged a backup plan to transform a great world called 9 heavens and 10 earths, and pass down the Taoism as a breeding ground for the most powerful people. Immortal Tribulation spoke softly and told the story of these immortal geniuses. Her name was very special. It came from the Immortal Tribulation sword art, one of the 3 ancient sword art. She obviously had great ambitions. The universe was established by the heavenly emperors themselves. How vast is it? What Xianjia said made all the geniuses present hold their breath and concentrate. And Shui Qilin even sighed. According to legend, that is the ancient world where Emperor Huangtian devoted a lot of effort. Every creature in it is born with a Tao seed planted deep in the bloodline by Emperor Huangtian, and is extremely suitable to follow the path pioneered by Emperor Huangtian. In order for the practitioners in that realm to go further, the two heavenly emperors even invested 36 kinds of immortal king origins in that realm, allowing people to live a second life. Xianjia opened his mouth, pulled out the long sword from behind, placed it between his knees, and spoke softly. She indeed has an extraordinary origin, and is the descendant of one of the ancient F4 who was banished to immortals. The young man who was once as famous as Shi Yi and the 10-crown king practiced the method of integrating the 3 ancient sword techniques into one. When the 2 immortal emperors led the heavenly court to leave this world, the banished immortal had already arrived in the realm of giants. Although his true body left with the 2 immortal emperors, his inheritance was left behind and turned into 3 lines. Each of them inherited one of the swords and expected future generations to complete the 3 swords, reunite, and create greater glory. Doesn't that mean that practitioners in the entire universe are born with Tao seeds, and they can all practice the secret realm of the human body like Emperor Huangtian? Second life? My father once said that 99 out of 99% of people in the world will never be able to access that realm. Incredible. Immortal Tribulation's words were simply shocking to the young people present, even though the cultivation methods in the immortal realm have already been improved by the emperors. And the king burial method and the immortal king method are also widely circulated. The secret realm method of the human body is still being practiced. He still holds a high position in his heart. They never imagined that there would be a cultivator in the universe who was loved by Emperor Huangtian and was born suitable to practice the secret realm of the human body. It's like a fantasy. If I were born in such a universe and could follow the path of Emperor Huangtian, I would have no regrets even if I went through hundreds of calamities. Even the men from the 5 elements peacock tribe, who came from the immortal king tribe, had their eyebrows trembling, yearning for the world that Immortal Tribulation talked about. The other geniuses had the same attitude. The ancient universe described by Immortal Tribulation was like a legend, like a dream. Among the 2 immortal emperors, the cultivation path of Taizong ancient emperor has not been spread outside, and Huangtian emperor's secret realm method of the human body is not uncommon. However, the road of cultivating human body is too difficult and dangerous. Even though Huangtian emperor has already walked that road, it is ordinary. It is still difficult for people to reach too high a state. Even if the road left by Emperor Huangtian is broken, immortality is difficult. And it is difficult to become an immortal in a very poor life. Are you still willing to walk on that road? Suddenly, a clear voice came from the crowd, and someone spoke slowly, describing a world that the geniuses of the immortal realm could not imagine. The voice was so plain that it was unimaginable. Everyone followed the direction of the sound, and saw a golden-haired humanoid standing there under a sacred tree that was at least 1,000,000 years old. He was holding a long stick made of sacred iron, and his eyes were empty at this time, as if he was recalling the past, and was incompatible with the geniuses present. This friend from the 8 tribes seems to know a lot of things. Could you tell me more? What the golden-haired holy ape said was tantamount to slandering Emperor Huang Tian, which naturally made many of the immortal figures present look displeased. Only Xianjia's eyes flickered, and he asked softly. She practiced the immortal tribulation sword art, and had extraordinary eyesight. She felt that this golden ape with a hairy face and a thunderous mouth was very powerful. Not to mention his majestic body. He also had an aura that was invincible in the world. Although it was not obvious, it still made people feel trembling. This momentum was felt by the supreme giant when Xianjia was led by his master to meet King Tuo. My name is Dozhan. It's just a guess based on ancient books. I shouldn't spoil everyone's interest. Fairy Xianjia can continue. The golden-haired holy ape, who called himself Dozhan, shook his head. He didn't seem to be interested in saying anything more, and just smiled softly. Said. Hearing this, Xianjia didn't say much. He just tapped the sword between his knees lightly to attract everyone's attention and said, I heard that a total of 8 selected top human beings came to this world this time. However, within 1,000 years, all 8 masters were able to become immortals. Some traveled around the world, and some joined King Tuo's command. They are all powerful and powerful. As it should be. It would be strange for a strong man, who came out of the universe that Emperor Huang Tian worked so hard to create not to become an immortal. Those 8 true immortals should have the qualifications to become immortal kings. Immortal Tribulation said that many of the immortal geniuses present did not show much shock. Although the immortal king is rare, it is natural for him to be related to the Emperor of Heaven. These geniuses are full of expectations for the future. The 2 heavenly emperors have taken away more than 80% of the immortal kings and true immortals in all realms. It will take an era or even several eras to recover. The Great Avenue is prosperous, and there are many treasures, which is worth looking forward to. Crash! A group of geniuses were chatting when they suddenly heard a sound like a rushing river coming from the horizon. The sound seemed to come from the past, present and future. Just hearing it made the hearts of all the practitioners present tremble. With awe in their hearts, they looked up and saw no shadow of a surging river in the vast sky. Only a man in green, with an easygoing face and clothed clothes, penetrated the void and strode towards them. At first glance, the man didn't look very eye-catching. He looked like an ordinary walker among the crowd, walking slowly in the drizzle, calmly and leisurely. But upon closer inspection, many young people found that this man's aura was completely different from ordinary people. The feeling of being high above the 9 heavens, overlooking the reincarnation of all living beings, was definitely not something that ordinary practitioners could develop. Brush! No one had time to react, only to see brilliant fire rising into the sky on Chixian Island, accompanied by dazzling fairy clouds, blocking the man in green. When the firelight dissipated, a capable woman with purple hair and black skirt appeared on the spot. Her clothes were fluttering, her facial features were delicate, and she had extraordinary momentum. Many people recognized that he was the real master of Daoji Immortal Mountain, and the only master of this large area. One of the rare immortal kings in the immortal domain. Immortal King Wujin. Fellow Taoist must be the true immortal Xiaoyao from Tuowang City. He is a distinguished guest. My name is Wujin, and I have met the true immortal. What Immortal King Wujin said shocked all the practitioners present. The arrival of a powerful person at the true immortal level actually attracted an immortal king to greet him personally. You must know that Immortal King Wujin is an ancient person who has existed since the ancient immortal era. He stands at the pinnacle of ordinary immortal kings and is a disciple of the giant immortal King Qiyu. In this vast and empty world, he is the oldest and most powerful ancient, one of the immortal kings. It's me. I'm just a true immortal, and I'm not worthy of alarming the immortal king. Xiaoyao Tianzuan. No. Xiaoyao True Immortal responded modestly. Over the years, he has gradually understood the structure and future realm of the immortal realm, and he knows that there is an insurmountable gap between true immortal and immortal king. But even so, there is still a feeling of neither being humble nor arrogant in the words of Xiaoyao Xinqian. This has nothing to do with his attitude. It is the temperament cultivated by Tianzuan-level figures for millions of years. He rules the world and is not afraid of everyone. The 2 immortal beings greeted each other, and then disappeared into the depths of the immortal mountain one after the other. Wow! As soon as the 2 disappeared, they heard that the practitioners, who had never entered the realm of immortality on the periphery of the immortal mountain, were getting excited. Xiaoyao True Immortal. A name I have never heard of before. Which immortal king's realm is this true immortal from? His aura is very different. I'm afraid he practices a very special path. Otherwise, how could he be attracted to Lord Wujin to personally receive him? The river of time is long. And the sound of the rushing water before was probably the power that caused the long river in the world. A group of supreme powerhouses talked about what they had just seen. What kind of true immortal was he worthy of being welcomed by such an immortal king in person? And it's like talking about friendship with peers? A true immortal who walks the path of time and can mobilize the power of time on a large scale in the true immortal realm definitely has such qualifications. Xiaoyao true immortal, Xiaoyao Tianzuan, the end of the journey to the 9 secrets is really the avenue of time? Looking at the backs of the 2 powerful immortals disappearing from the sight, the golden-haired holy ape named Dozhan couldn't help but be a little stunned. As the last emperor of the ancient times, the name Xiaoyao Tianzuan was really loud and clear. As one of the 9 most powerful emperors from ancient times chosen by Feng Lai, Dozhan Holy Emperor certainly knew what happened to him. He was attacked by the immortal emperor in the past, and had no way out. After he failed to transform into a war immortal and died, he had a trace of his true spirit left behind, and was protected by a certain immortal weapon. After living many years, he was saved by a powerful being, and was reincarnated into the world, Fairyland. Then, he and the 8 ancient emperors who were traveling with him were dispersed, and they began to cultivate their minds in the Fairyland. In this world of immortality, Holy Emperor Dozhan experienced a sense of freedom, and freedom that came from the depths of the true soul. There was no need to sacrifice his life for immortality. No need to count every ounce of life like in the past. He just needed to take big strides. If you keep moving forward, you can win your destiny. Reincarnated with the memory of the Emperor, Dozhan Holy Emperor does not even need to choose the practice methods and scriptures at all. His scriptures and avenues are the most suitable for him. He can easily reach the limit of the past by just following the steps. Nowadays, the Dozhan Saint Emperor has been practicing in the immortal realm for more than 300 years. If he had copied his past self for so many years, he would have been able to set foot in the supreme realm of the ultimate realm, and even accumulate hundreds of thousands more years to impact the battle. Xiandu is not impossible. However, Dozhan Holy Emperor has been suppressing it, and at the same time, he is also trying to try the scriptures, avenues and secret methods that he could not polish in detail due to time factors, making them more and more perfect. Since the Emperor of Heaven has allowed me to live a new life, I should live a new life. Chapter 450 Extra 2 Wonderful Fairyland. In this world, there are always some powerful traditions that have endured thousands of tribulations and endured despite the impact of time. Most of them have brilliance beyond the reach of ordinary people, and have unimaginable foundations. Countless years have passed. Even though the most glorious past is long gone, these traditions are still strong enough to overlook all living beings in the world. The Golden Crow clan in the immortal realm is such an ancient, mysterious, and powerful orthodoxy. From the time when the Golden Crow Heavenly Emperor planted the first ancient sun tree in the immortal realm during the Emperor's fall, the brilliance of the Golden Crow clan has never ceased. Their ancestral land has been rooted in the immortal realm for more than dozens of epochs. And now it has turned into a sea of trees gathered by thousands of sun god trees. Only the Golden Crow people in the true immortal realm are qualified to plant such a divine tree, nourished with Tao blood, and become the foundation for the growth of the ethnic group. To this day, the entire Golden Crow tribe has accumulated tens of thousands of sun god trees. Each ancient tree reaches straight into the sky, and each ancient tree has the runes of the immortal path flowing on it. On this day, deep in the sea of sun trees, under an ancient tree that was obviously superior to other sun god trees, a young man in golden divine robes was standing proudly. He had a majestic appearance, a majestic face, and jet black hair. The silk is loose, and there is an indescribable majesty. At this time, the man was gently touching the profound and vicissitudes of the veins on the sun god tree. These veins were like the down marks imprinted by the Golden Crow immortal feathers, or like the veins burned by the fairy fire, with the sun Tao embedded in them. It flows from shallow to deep, from ordinary to immortal. Above the man's head, an illusory 9-story tower was slowly rotating, dropping down wisps of blazing sun fire, as if it was enlightening with the man. In the distance, several men and women with blonde hair and golden eyes, dressed in gold, red or orange robes, were walking towards them. They all looked at the stalwart man under the Sun Emperor Tower in shock, with surprised expressions on their faces. Brother Taiyang is indeed very talented. This sun god tree was planted by King Jin Sheng of our clan with his own hands, and he has been bathed in the blood of the King of Immortals. Throughout the ages, anyone who can understand something from this god tree has at least she is a half-step true immortal. One of the young women in a gold skirt looked the most delighted, walking to the front and smiling at the man. Is it immortal King Jin Sheng? Hearing this, the man known as the Sun understood something on his face. There was a blazing fire under his feet. With a slight jump, he seemed to turn into a fairy crow and came to several men and women of the Golden Crow tribe and asked, King Ancestor Jin Sheng, one of the several great kings in the history of our Jinwu tribe, came to the immortal way at the end of the immortal ancient period, and entered the immortal king realm in the late chaos of ancient times, until he left following the two heavenly emperors. He was already at the top of his game. Immortal king level existence. The woman in the golden skirt is named Jin Shi. She is obviously not very old. She has fair skin and proud curves. Every trace of her body is pregnant with the fire of the Sun Avenue. The bloodline power of a true fairy daughter is surging. At this time, but he was tirelessly telling the past about immortal King Jin Sheng. She met this man named Taiyang 100 years ago. At that time, both of them were very young and were in the middle stage of the human realm, which was probably the realm of the chaos ancient Dharma killing the realm, or the realm of the secret Dharma Saint King. When two young people of the same realm and practicing the Sun Avenue met for the first time, they naturally had to rely on a hearty battle to get acquainted and understand each other's talents and depth. However, this human man named Taiyang was too powerful. At the same level, even though Jin Shi was the biological daughter of Gu Zhenxian, he was still invincible and defeated within 1,000 moves. After that, Jin Shi, who was born to admire the strong, almost fell in love with this man. Not only was she not angry because of a defeat, but she took the initiative to invite him to the Golden Crow tribe to discuss the road together. The two heavenly emperors unexpectedly attracted so many immortal king-level experts to follow them. Taiyang nodded slightly. From this point of view, some ancient histories in the mythological era say that Emperor Zun is comparable to Emperor Huang Tian and Tai Tsang, which is completely nonsense. He added in his mind. As an emperor of the human race who became enlightened in the early years of the ancient times, the Holy Emperor of the Sun has of course heard of the names of the Huangtian Emperor and the Taitsang Ancient Emperor. According to ancient history records in the mythical age, those two heavenly emperors were immortal beings from the ancient era. Is one of the founders of the era. Of course, our clan's immortal King Jin Sheng and the ancient Emperor Tai Tsang are old friends. Our clan has also received the grace of the ancient emperor and welcomed back the legacy of our clan's ancestor, the immortal king, Jin Shi said proudly. Since the beginning of the era of the two great heavenly emperors, the Golden Crow clan has changed the name of the Golden Crow Heavenly Emperor in the Emperor Luo era. They no longer dare to add the name of the Heavenly Emperor to their ancestors, but instead changed it to the ancestral Immortal King. Spread. It is indeed a remarkable inheritance. The Sun Holy Emperor said with emotion. He was the former Holy Emperor of the Sun, and one of the first few strongest people of the Sun Avenue in his home universe. He had pride in his heart, and had a very deep understanding of the Sun Avenue. But the more this happened, the more he could feel the gap, and the more he could understand the power of the immortal king-level beings like the Golden Crow. They had completely stepped out of their own Sun Way, and could evolve thousands of changes based on the Sun Way. After King Jin Sheng achieved the status of Immortal King, he left a total of 18 bloodlines. 17 of the 18 children have achieved the status of true immortal. I am the daughter of King Ancestor's seventh parent. Jin Shi told Yang Yang about her origins, and there was an undisguised pride in her words. And you, son, can defeat me with such a bloodline at the same level. So your talent is naturally the best. I really want to know where you come from, and what kind of past you have. He is just a cultivator from a small place. He has been working behind closed doors all the way to where he is now. He is incomparable to Fairy Jin Shi. The Holy Emperor of the Sun sighed softly. The past is past, and all the old friends, and relatives who once belonged to the Sun Holy Emperor have long been buried in the deepest part of the years. After millions of years have passed, the Sun Holy Emperor wants them to pass on the legacy. But there is no family affection at all. Now that he has regained his life, the Holy Emperor is only willing to live for the Tao. It is largely because of this reason that he has hidden his original surname and trade name of Taiyang. More than 300 years have passed since he was reshaped by the ancient Emperor Tai Tsang and returned from resurrection. Over the years, he has been exploring and exploring, using the vastness of the immortal realm to enrich himself and fill in the gaps that he had in the past due to his vision. A road with some shortcomings has achieved remarkable results. Compared to the bloodline of my true fairy daughter and the direct grandson of the fairy king, Brother Taiyang is too modest. The fairy light in Jin Shi's eyes flickered, and her gaze towards the sun became more and more strange. She seemed to have pondered for a long time before speaking softly. My ancestors have a total of 18 sons. The last son was just born these few years. Now my little uncle is also standing in front of the Supreme Being. He is a strong man who has escaped to the great perfection. He is now challenging the geniuses of all races, and wants to win. Having transcended the bloodline of my ancestor, Brother Taiyong may be an excellent opponent. Oh! The parent and son of the Supreme Immortal King? When the Sun Holy Emperor heard this, he immediately showed a look of interest on his face and asked. The parent and son of the Immortal King is still a very new concept for the Sun Holy Emperor. When he rose up in the Jitin universe, he did face the direct disciples and blood heirs of the ancient Supreme from the mythical era. However, immortal figures, especially immortals, he has never beaten the legitimate son of a king. You'll know when you go there. She smiled and turned into a dazzling golden rainbow, flying towards the depths of the Sun Tree Sea. The Sun Holy Emperor was not far behind. The sun's flames swirled around him and turned into a handsome three-legged fire bird. The speed was so fast, beyond imagination. The two walked through the Golden Crow ancestral land, crossing layer after layer of immortal formations. After a long time, they finally came to a unique area. Naturally, every corner of the forest sea composed of tens of thousands of immortal sun god trees is filled with the inexorable power of the sun. This extremely rich power has already completely changed the rules for countless billions of miles nearby. Forever and ever. Hot. Scalding. Dry. But when he came to this area, the Sun Holy Emperor only felt a sense of comfort and coolness from the heart, as if he had left the Golden Crow ancestral land and descended into a deep valley. He looked around and found that there was no common sun god tree nearby, only an ancient golden tree that towered over the sky and the earth, suppressing the sky and clouds. It was a giant tree that dominated the world, with myriads of atmospheres and flowing rays of light. It was surrounded by stars and rivers, and each golden leaf held a star. It was infinitely majestic and tall. Is that also the sun god tree? Even though he was the holy emperor of the sun, he was restrained by the golden ancient tree at this moment. Even though his emperor's heart was unparalleled in determination and awe-inspiring, he had to admit that he was facing this giant tree that was far beyond ordinary immortal creatures. My own insignificance. It is like the first holy tree that created the world. It is rooted in the earth, and its crown reaches into the sky. Just standing there, it seems to support the entire fairyland. Moreover, the Sun Holy Emperor also felt the rich power of the sun from the golden ancient tree. Compared with it, even when the human emperor was at its peak, it was still as small as a firefly. This is the first tree planted by the immortal king of our clan, ancient Emperor Taitsong. It was found at the end of the last era and brought back by immortal ancestor Jin Sheng. Although its foundation is the ancient sun tree, it is about to become the world tree. She looked up at the golden ancient tree in front of her with a smile. This immortal king tree is indeed amazing. Thousands of vitalities are born in the Sun Avenue. Each leaf is pregnant with the great power of the world. There is only one last step left to transform into a true form. World Tree. If it really reaches that point, the power that the World Tree can erupt will far exceed the limit of the Sun God Tree. It can be used as a pillar to stabilize the foundation of the immortal realm, and can continue the glory of the Golden Crow clan. If there is a quasi-immortal emperor, if you take action, you can completely use this World Tree as the foundation to create a large area. Unthinkable. The Sun Holy Emperor sighed, now deeply realizing his own insignificance. If the World Tree completely transformed, its level would probably reach the limit of the Immortal King's realm. Twitter. Suddenly, the Holy Emperor was attracted by the crow of the Golden Crow under the Quasi-World Tree, and saw that within the fairyland-like shade of the tree, there was a surging mana bursting out. Looking carefully, a young golden crow is wrestling with a giant ant with one horn. The golden crow covers the sky with 3 legs and tears the sky. The giant ant's horn soars into the sky, which is extremely brilliant. The two are fighting together, which is quite a bit fierce. The feeling of being inseparable. When, although the two great beings are only in the peak realm of escape, their methods are very extraordinary. Every move has supreme magic. Some have evolved to the extreme, and some have evolved to burn the immortal Tao fire. And their combat power is beyond imagination. What kind of race are the giant ants? Can they actually fight against the immortal king's own son? The Holy Emperor of the Sun was surprised. With his terrifying achievements in the Sun domain, he could easily identify the Golden Crow at the pinnacle level of the great saint at a glance. He was probably the son of the immortal king. It was an absolute bloodline power that surpassed the peak of humanity and had many heirs. But what shocked him even more was the half-human tall golden ant that was fighting against the golden crow immortal king's parents and children. This was a race he had never seen before. Its power was extremely pure, and it could actually compete with the immortal king's bloodline. A battle. The sky-horned ant is the ultimate bloodline, belonging to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It possesses the utmost power. It has given birth to several immortal kings in the first 2 eras, and they were extremely glorious. She stared at the one-horned giant ant and whispered. When the second generation of the sky-horned ant king rose, the sky-horned ant lineage was almost extinct. The parent and son of the supreme giant spread all his blood to regenerate the tribe. That one is obviously a descendant of someone from the new sky-horned ant lineage, who inherited the power of extreme blood. The Holy Emperor of the Sun could clearly tell that she admired the bloodline of the sky-horned ants very much. Just like the golden crow, people focused on the avenue of the sun. The sky-horned ants were the best at the avenue of strength. When every road reaches its limit, are all powerful beyond imagination. Boom! While the two were talking, the void where the Golden Crow clan's immortal prince and the Sky-horned Ant clan's people were exploded. The two powerful men apparently tried their best to use their clan's immortal king technique, causing the space where they were to shake slightly. Soon, the battle between the two was decided. The Alicorn Ant clansman's development of bloodline was obviously not good enough. He was defeated and was shot down by the ultimate Sunfire path. Brother Gene is great, but it's a pity that I still haven't mastered the development of the ultimate bloodline. At the end of the battle, the giant golden ant with one horn rolled on the ground and turned into a strong, unkempt young man, saying helplessly, "The original bloodline of the sky-horned ants has been destroyed long ago. Of course, the second-generation sky-horned ant king alone cannot leave the bloodline on its own. In order to continue the bloodline, it spreads the bloodline to many ant tribes in the hope that future generations will continue to practice, purify, and evolve into true ants. Alicorn ants. Promise. Fellow Daoist Kuejiao must work hard. I will break into the supreme realm within 100 years. If I can't keep up, the gap will widen." Opposite him, the Golden Crow immortal prince laughed. Its bloodline and power were indeed extraordinary, and could not be compared with the bloodline of ordinary immortal kings. "Uncle, come and try the opponent I found for you." Suddenly, Shi's voice with a hint of laughter sounded in the ears of the Golden Crow immortal prince, and the clear voice contained a hint of expectation. "Oh!" When the Golden Crow immortal prince heard this, he saw a tall and majestic human race man standing next to Shi. He was obviously a Sun Dao practitioner, and his whole body was surrounded by rich and pure sun rays. That kind of Sun Dao Yuan was not limited to the fire element. But Paul has thousands of things and is all-encompassing. "Very good, friends from the human race. Tell me your name." The Golden Crow immortal prince smiled, his sharp golden eyes fixed on the Holy Emperor of the Sun, his blood rumbling like a great river, with a sense of pride and fighting spirit that soared into the sky. "My name is Sun." Rumble. Faced with such a challenge, the Holy Sun Emperor will naturally not back down. The sun tower above his head has not yet found a suitable material for casting, but his momentum is still fearless, and he strides forward to meet his opponent. At this moment, the Holy Emperor of the Sun was undoubtedly in a happy mood. He thought that with his talent, the only way to the future would be invincibility and loneliness. He did not expect that he would encounter such a powerful opponent less than 1,000 years after arriving in the immortal realm. Fairyland is really wonderful. Chapter 451 Extra 3, On the Road to Evolution. In all the known past and the unseen future, dragon is synonymous with an extremely powerful race. It represents the ultimate function of living beings and the limit of many evolutionary paths. Whether it is the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the immortal realm, or even the foreign realm and the burial realm, living beings always long for a body that can evolve all functions to the limit, and thus unknowingly embark on the road of transforming into a dragon. Over time, this path has been left footprints by countless creatures, and gradually evolved into an exclusive path, belonging to those strong people who are determined to transform into dragons. On this day, on the mainland of the immortal realm, above a certain infinite sea of clouds, such a battle was taking place exclusively for practitioners of the dragon path. Hold head high. Amid the high-pitched dragon roar like an ox roaring, 2 slender masses of light and shadow, one gold and one white, are constantly colliding and intertwining. The bursts of light evolve into a rhythm that ordinary monks simply cannot achieve. Looking carefully, one gold and one white are two real dragon-like creatures. They are rolling between the sea of clouds, with dragon energy overwhelming the sky. The silver-white figure is a real white dragon. It has a slender body and a majestic dragon head. The scales all over its body seem to be made of fairy gold. Its teeth and claws are better than the sharpest heavenly sword. Every time it takes action, massive skylight and fighting spirit surged. Sometimes it fights opponents with its dragon body, and sometimes it transforms into a handsome young man with white clothes and white hair. His body is thin and slender, but he never looks weak. He holds an illusory silver dragon ruler in his hand, and he has an unyielding feeling of fighting against heaven and earth. As for its opponent, the golden dragon's figure showed a dragon body that was completely the evolution of Taoism. Under the Dharma form, he was a young human race with upright features, resoluteness, and heroic appearance. Although he is a human race, that young man is more like a real dragon than any dragon creature. Fuxi Emperor's fist can be wielded freely, sometimes like a real dragon sweeping across, sometimes turning into dragon claws to tear the sky, with unlimited power. In his hands, a huge monument made of gold and stone seemed to be formed by the coils of a real dragon. It was like a world mountain that supported the entire universe. Heavy and majestic. What a powerful little guy. Above the sea of clouds, there were several extraordinary practitioners who were overlooking the battle. Some of them were in human form, and some were in the form of dragons. They had all entered the realm of immortality. These people are all masters of the Dragon Tao monks in this world. Some have endured the supreme true blood of the previous generation of true dragons. Some are the disciples of the current generation of true dragon Gadu who stayed in this world. And some have evolved from the ordinary world. The dragon-veined creatures are boundlessly powerful. The eyes of these Dragon Tao immortals were very serious. Even though the two sides in the battle were not at a high level, and were only at the top level of escape, the talents displayed by the two dragon shadows still shocked them. In the eyes of several Dragon Tao practitioners, what those two people showed was a Dragon Tao that was completely different from them. They were very different from the two generations of true dragons, the second best dragon in the world, and even the dragons from the foreign and burial regions. It seems that he has made his own way. What? Are these two little guys who are not even supreme, making you Dragon Tao true immortals feel the pressure? Suddenly, behind a group of Dragon Tao cultivators, a low and free laughter sounded as if it came from the primitive wilderness, making the 5 or 6 dragon immortals present look solemn. The second greatest man in the world. You personally brought us here just to see these two rising stars? One of them, the Qilong true immortal who looked very much like a real dragon, but did not have 2 horns on his head, bowed to the Dragon Tao immortal king behind him, asked respectfully. They all know the reputation of this ancestral dragon, the second best in the world. This is an ancient dragon species that has achieved the ultimate fruity taste of the immortal king since ancient times. He once competed with the previous generation of true dragons, and also led the way for this generation of true dragons, tyrannical and boundless. Since the departure of the heavenly emperor of this generation of true dragons, the second best dragon in the world, who was established in the realm of giants, has legitimately become the strongest dragon species in this world. He has established the infinite dragon mountain in the immortal realm and inherited the inheritance of many ancient dragons from ancient times to the present. It's just, don't think too simply about those two young people. They are from my mother realm, and they are the most powerful seeds brought by the ancient emperor Tide Song. The second wildest dragon in the world stared at the constantly colliding ones. The two of them whispered, "The seeds brought by the emperor of heaven?" Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of many dragon immortals became more serious. They carefully observed the two dragon shadows, and saw many shadows related to the human body secret realm method. There is no doubt that it is the physical Tao seed of those who cultivate the Tao through their bodies. The white dragon's name is Shui Yuqing. According to Gu Tuo, he was just a little snow rabbit at the beginning of his cultivation. His bloodline was extremely weak. Even if he was lucky enough to become a demon, he would still be the weakest little demon. But that young man broke the curse of weakness and started to transform from a snow rabbit. It took less than 1,000 years to complete the transformation from the weakest to the strongest. He transformed into a real dragon and even killed the most powerful person with the body of an ordinary supreme being. The Tao is supreme, and the achievements are outstanding. Let me ask you, if your memories of practice were cut off, your bloodline was destroyed, and you turned into the humblest creatures, how many of you could embark on this path within 1,000 years? The second under heaven told these immortal realm dragon immortals the past of demon emperor Shui Yuqing, then smiled in a low voice and asked such a question. The immortals were silent. In this universe, although almost all animals, scales, and insect creatures in the world are said to have extremely thin dragon blood in their bodies, and have the possibility of transforming into dragons, in actual practice, that thin to almost non-existent blood is almost useless. To achieve an achievement like Shui Yueqing's, one must have an incredible level of understanding and talent. As for the other young man who transformed into a golden dragon, his name is Fushi. He is a completely human practitioner. He only practices the dragon way. Even though he doesn't have a drop of dragon blood in his body, he has still reached a terrifying height. Seeing that all the Dragon Dao immortals were silent, the second best person in the world pointed at Fushi and talked about the past of that supreme cultivator of humanity. With many sighs, he was telling the truth. Emperor Fushi had never had a trace of dragon blood in his body. He was the purest human race. He cultivated the dragon path without refining dragon blood, and he still burst out with his own brilliance on this path. Several dragon immortals were speechless again. They are all practitioners of the dragon path in the true immortal realm. They take it as their own duty to open up the ancestral dragon path and to incarnate a new generation of true dragons as their dream. They are no longer just descendants who only rely on the blood inheritance of their ancestors. They have extensive knowledge and extraordinary means. But compared to Shui Yuqing and Fu Shi, two peerless geniuses from another world, they also saw the gap in understanding and talent among practitioners from the bottom of their hearts. Although they were in different places, most of the dragon immortals had the confidence to embark on the path of transforming into a dragon. But it is too difficult for us to reach the height of two people in such a short time. Little friend Yuqing, little friend Fushi, you two are coming. Suddenly, the second person in the world appeared from the sea of clouds, and the sound of Taoism rumbled, echoing in the sky for hundreds of millions of miles, causing Shui Yuqing and Fu Shi, who were constantly fighting in the sea of clouds, to stop their movements and turn into two rays of light and shadow. Coming to him, forward, the second senior in the world, the emperor is proud, but he also has to distinguish between people. The second best person in the world in front of him is not an ordinary creature, regardless of his years of practice, cultivation, experience, etc. This ancient dragon king who has existed since ancient times can fully deserve the title of senior. How is your practice? Is your path to immortality clear for the two little friends? As for these two little fellows who were personally sent to the immortal realm by the ancient emperor Taizong, the number 2 under heaven also showed considerable friendliness and asked them about their cultivation direction with a smile. This is a very disharmonious scene. A giant immortal king asks two young monks who have escaped to the great perfection state if they have clearly seen their path to immortality. This seems a bit reluctant to outsiders, and it is simply difficult for others. But to people at the time, such a question was completely normal. Thanks to the guidance of our ancestors, the ancestral dragon art is very suitable for our practice. If we advance bravely, we may be able to set foot in the realm of true immortals within 10 or 20,000 years. Shui Yuqing spoke out, and the silver dragon ruler in her hand was flowing with endless immortal light. Although her true cultivation level was only the peak of the great sage, the brilliance in her eyes was far more than that. Both practitioners of the dragon path, he and Fu Shi had similar footholds in the immortal realm, both near Wulian Longshan, the second place in the world. After showing his talent, he quickly reported it to the second place in the world, and was noticed by the second place in the world, the second best person in the world. Aside from his own abilities, his methods of cultivating his descendants are indeed powerful and very generous. After learning about the identities and origins of Fu Shi and Shui Yuqing, he directly gave them several sets of immortal king-level ancestral dragon magic. It was not a simple and crude true dragon technique, but was passed down to the ancestral dragon technique just as Gugu was cultivated back then, in the hope that future generations could find their own path. Oh! What if we proceed steadily, one step at a time? The number 2 under heaven obviously admired dragon down monks like Shui Yuqing. His big mouth opened, revealing a ferocious but formidable smile, and asked, if I have to work steadily, I might have to do something about the method of becoming an immortal. The method of becoming an immortal in 9 generations is not feasible. Maybe I can choose some other special paths. Shui Yuqing heard the words, with a thoughtful look on her face, and whispered Road. The path of immortality cultivation in Zhetian universe was deliberately erased. For the emperors of Zhetian universe, the method of becoming an immortal is a mysterious and unpredictable thing. Even though they have already met the requirements to become an ordinary true immortal, it is still difficult for them to become an immortal. After arriving in the immortal realm again, Shui Yuqing and Fu Xi were like hungry travelers, constantly studying various ways to become immortals. Whether it was the immortality method based on immortal seeds in the ancient immortal era, or the immortality method created by Emperor Huang Tian, the method of becoming an immortal through his physical body is so valuable to the emperors, who cover the sky and the universe. My expectations are similar. I will comprehend the dragon path to a high enough level, and evolve the ancestral dragon phase that is unique to me, and then combine it with my Bagua Dao, and then step into the immortal path. On the other side, Emperor Fuxi rubbed the bright light in his hand. The dragon monument also spoke softly. In their homeland, becoming an immortal is a very heavy topic, because the creatures there are always shrouded in the shadow of death. Only immortality and immortality can break free from that curse. But there is obviously no such problem in the immortal realm. As a world with abundant immortality and extremely perfect rules, the longevity of the Supreme Sage alone can easily exceed tens of millions of years. It is not surprising that the ultimate Supreme Being can live for half an era longer. This is just like a dream in Jitian universe. Therefore, both Fuxi and Shui Yuqing had enough time to study the scriptures of their predecessors, absorb the experiences of past successful people, polish their own paths, and then embark on the path to immortality. Interesting. Little friend Fuxi, are you really not going to take dragon blood into your body? Completely perfect your dragon way? I can give the dragon blood to my ancestor for nirvana, so that you can be like my own son. The second best person in the world seemed to be interested in Fuxi. The human bloodline was a little reluctant, and took the initiative to invite. Several dragon immortals nearby were moved. The giant parent and his son. The creatures with this bloodline are the strongest existences even among the true immortals, and can completely crush the vast majority of practitioners at the same level. Senior, I took the lead with kindness, but my path is such that transforming into a dragon will affect the future. It can be seen that Fuxi shook his head after thinking for a long time. Ha ha ha. Well, I think your Bagua Dao pattern is also very interesting. I will give you some handbooks of the Xuanwu Immortal King. In terms of deducing the Dao, the entire immortal realm can only compare with his immortal king by 3 fingers. The second laughed, and a piece of tortoise SHL suddenly flew out from between the dragon scales and fell into Fuxi's hands. At the end of the ancient chaotic era, Xuanwu Immortal King, as one of the old immortal kings of 9 heavens and 10 earths, naturally received the key care of the 2 heavenly emperors. Shi Hao and Feng Lai both preached for him. After Lucian became the quasi-immortal emperor, I also discussed methods with him, which allowed Xuanwu Immortal King to quickly enter the field of giants. And his deduction methods were quite unbelievable. Before setting foot in heaven, Xuanwu Immortal King also left behind his own inheritance, hoping to provide guidance to those who would come after him. Thank you. Fuxi nodded vigorously. Fairyland? Beihai? Since the great disasters related to darkness and ominousness in the chaotic ancient times have subsided, some powerful races have completely declined over the years, while some originally declining races have achieved nirvana and regained vitality in the silence of death. The Kuiping clan is one of the powerful races that has resurrected after the chaotic ancient times. In the last 2 or 3 years, Kuiping's lineage has produced 2 creatures from the realm of immortal kings. Needless to say, Kuiping, the second of the 10 evils, is one of the most promising young geniuses in the primitive ancient world of the immortal era. She was resurrected by the Taizong ancient emperor in the middle and late stages of the chaos, and then moved at a terrifying speed, become a giant, follow in the footsteps of the 2 great emperors, and reach the sky. The first King Kuiping was an ancient king with little reputation. He became enlightened 2 eras ago and died in the immortal ancient era. He protected Emperor Huang Tian at a certain time when he was young and formed a great friendship. Cause and effect. Today, the Kuiping nest is dominating the vast sea area in the north of the immortal territory. It is huge in scale and has extraordinary heritage. It is known as the Peerless Immortal Clan and has widely attracted strong men from the Kuan and Peng tribes in the immortal territory. The ancestor behind it is the first-generation Kuiping Immortal King, who has long since fallen in the years. This supreme immortal king was personally resurrected by Emperor Huang Tian of the Immortal Emperor domain in the past. Now he has eternal blood and is leading the Kuiping clan in the world. The fairyland is moving towards glory step by step. Rumble. On this day, in the majestic Kuiping's nest, a golden rock with a wingspan of countless billions of miles flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its blazing divine feathers, like fairy gold, clanked with just a slight wave of its wings. It caused a commotion in the North Sea, a huge storm that swept thousands of miles away. Such power made countless pung-blooded creatures inside and outside Kuimping's nest feel excited. They all raised their heads vigorously and looked up at the rock bird that looked down at the world and the sky. There is no doubt that it is an extremely powerful immortal rock. The golden-winged immortal rock rushed into the sky and transformed into a man with blonde hair. He was majestic and majestic, with cold eyes. Behind him was a 28-section golden immortal whip. One of the 8 deities from heaven said by Lai Lai, the golden-winged Daping Emperor. Old friend, how is the conversation? Is immortal King Kuimping willing to take you into his sect? Seeing him coming, 2 transcendent figures suddenly appeared in the sky. One of them was a heroic man sitting cross-legged on an ancient bronze chariot, and the other was a domineering young man with red hair and fighting spirit. It is the Spirit Emperor and the Brahma Ancient War Emperor, who are both among the 8 gods in heaven. It has been more than 1,000 years since Feng Lai personally sent them to the immortal realm. After millions of years of accumulation in Jitian universe, all the 8 supreme beings have set foot in the immortal realm. And none of them are ordinary true immortals. Extraordinary combat power. I have already met King Kuimping, so I will naturally have no worries when entering Kuimping's nest. The golden-winged Daping Emperor's golden eyes glanced at the 2 old friends who had been friends for millions of years. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a confident and almost arrogant smile. This smile should not have appeared on the face of an old emperor of this age. But coming to the immortal realm really aroused the long-lost vitality in Emperor Peng's heart. The road to evolution is long. At this moment, Peng Wang recalled the self that rose from humble beginnings, and some remarkable flames ignited in his chest for a long time. Chapter 452 Extra 4 Unyielding and Immortal. How to completely wipe out the brilliance and glory of the foreign land. The first step, the most important part, is to crush the foreign land's most proud force of the immortal king head-on and openly, and defeat the foreign land's resistance with the most brutal and domineering means. The second step is to confuse the racial will of the entire foreign civilization, break the worship of darkness and the immortal kings by all races in the foreign land, create the so-called pluralism of thought, and thus fundamentally shake the once glorious immortal civilization. At this time, the immortal civilization inheritance of the immortal realm and the primitive ancient world must take advantage of the vacancy, preach widely, and replace the former supreme images of Kundi, Red King, Wushang, etc., with the supreme glory of the Emperor of Heaven and the Heavenly Court, and the immortal king. The power and glory crush the faith of the former immortal king. At the same time, the immortal civilization must use its power at all costs to annihilate those immortal civilization strongmen who dare to resist. The third step is for all foreign creatures to completely accept the new civilization consciousness of the fairyland after reincarnation from generation to generation. Abandon the original belief in immortal civilization, and become part of the fairyland civilization circle. On this day, in the northern border of the foreign land, in a majestic giant city suspended high above the sky, there were densely packed heavenly soldiers and generals standing in the main hall. They all had heavy and domineering auras. Some were in groups, and some were alone. Some of them stood on the backs of golden sheep, 9-headed celestial beings and other giant beasts, looking extremely chilling. At this moment, beneath the giant city, there is a boundless darkness surging. It is like a vast ocean formed by pure darkness. There are infinite giant beasts hidden in it, watching everyone eagerly. Lord Shenxi, our final campaign against Wushangsin Palace is about to begin. At the top of the giant city, an immortal general holding a pitch-black sword and wearing a battle armor stood proudly. His Taoist voice was like a bell, and every bite shook the Tao and echoed in every corner of the heavenly palace. Nowadays, the immortal realm has completely ruled foreign lands for more than 10 million years, and many of the past that once belonged to the previous generation of immortal civilization have been erased. The names of those former immortal kings, such as Red King, Wushang, Pu Demon King, Kundi, etc., were all notorious for sin, evil, treachery, etc., and their statues were knocked down from the supreme immortal palace and buried in the mud, in the dust, under the indoctrination of generations. These names that were once extremely glorious in foreign lands have become almost taboo in foreign lands, and they have become sinners who have fallen into darkness and pushed foreign lands into the abyss of destruction. The only good news is that the descendants of these immortal queens, who were accused of crimes, did not have to suffer much torture, because in the great liquidation that year, almost all the immortal kings and their descendants, blood descendants, heirs, etc., were all killed, clean. Back then, when Shihao led the armies from the immortal realm and the old primitive realm into foreign lands. Many things were already doomed. Fortunately, in the immortal realm, most of the immortal kings there, and the immortal kings of foreign lands just have a simple war relationship. They have different ideas and different positions. Although they are absolutely hostile, the hatred is not that deep. In comparison, the immortal kings of the old primitive world were completely different, because of what the foreign land did to the old primitive world in the past. Most of the 9 heavens immortal kings and true immortals have deep-seated hatred and murderous intentions for the entire foreign land. This is a result of their pain, despair and humiliation. The deep hatred of the era. For example, the second-generation Sky-Horned Ant King, White Qilin, descendants of the 7 kings, etc. Their hatred for foreign lands is too deep. Practitioners of the royal lineage such as Kundi, Wushang, and Red King are almost all the inheritors of this hatred. Kill. Even the Sky-Horned Ant King once launched a bloodline formation and cursed to kill all the bloodlines of the 2 immortal kings Kundi and He Wushang. Even after thousands of generations of descendants, they were still destroyed with absolute power. Cruel? Of course it's cruel. But when the second-generation Sky-Horned Ant King did this in the past, Sure Hao, Feng Lai, Lucian, etc. didn't say anything. The seeds of hatred were planted by the immortal kings themselves back then. And now they are defeated. It's normal to get such bad results. Very good. Once this source of darkness is eliminated, the darkness in this world will be almost eliminated. The strong man standing at the top of the giant city is none other than the ancestor of the immortals. One of the 10 evil spirits back then. This king who lurked in the foreign land for more than half an era has been rehabilitated in the immortal realm. With the help of Sure Hao, he has even stepped into the immortal realm. In the realm of king giants, his combat power is extraordinary. Today, Xu Zhu, like immortal King Mulin under Feng Lai, exists as the suppressor of the foreign land. He not only leads the elimination of the remaining dark forces in the foreign land, but is also responsible for completely assimilating the foreign land into the fairyland civilization. Yes, the immortal general holding the sword in his hand promised loudly. His body was like a dragon, and every inch of his skin was flashing with dazzling lightning. His true identity was one of the Thunder Spirits, who buried the Thunder Emperor. Later, the Thunder Emperor was resurrected. These all the creatures in the Thunder Path have received the kindness of the Thunder Emperor. The true immortal Thunder Spirit turned around. His eyes immediately turned cold and chilling. He pointed his sword at the palace below in the boundless darkness, and roared, "Commanders, follow me into the palace of Wushang Xin." As soon as the voice fell, the Lei Lingxian thought, and his whole body turned into a 10,000-mile thunder dragon. It stretched its slender dragon body in the void, and then sacrificed an immortal king weapon, directly cutting through the extremely rich dragon. Dark and ominous. Kill! Millions of heavenly soldiers and generals all let out earth-shattering roars. They had profound cultivation, and the weak ones among them also had the combat power of the Void Dao or Saint level. Even in the immortal realm, they could be regarded as little masters. Kill! For the glory of the immortal emperor. At the same time, almost crazy roars and roars were emitted from the Wushang Xin palace below. More than 1 million dark creatures appeared in the palace. The leader was an immortal level time beast with dense bones and armor, leading millions of dark creatures. The creatures are killed upward. For a moment, the entire sky trembled because of the power of these millions of cultivators. The magnificent blood overturned the world, and the shouts of killing shook the sky, causing countless weak creatures from other lands outside the battlefield to tremble. And even many weak ones exploded, died suddenly on the spot. In this low-level battle, Zhu Zhu naturally had no intention of taking action. He just sat high above the giant city, overlooking the battle between the heavenly soldiers and generals and the dark practitioners. Both sides were alive and dead in his eyes. From the perspective of the immortal king, this war involving millions of mid to high level humane practitioners and the 2 immortal immortals is just a military training exercise. For the immortal king, even the supreme is just a passing cloud to them and cannot become a reality. Immortals and immortals are all ants. Even the heavenly palace of the immortal king below was deliberately left behind by them for the simple purpose of giving future generations the opportunity to hone their skills in this area. Fellow Taoist Divine Spider, during this training, I also need to ask you to pay attention to 2 little guys. They are the seeds of the immortal king personally named by my lord. Don't let them be affected by the battlefield of immortal Tao. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual thought sounded in the ears of the ancestor, and together with 2 illusory portraits, they appeared in the hands of the ancestor without any warning. Zhu nodded slightly. Of course, he knew that the source of the voice was immortal King Mu Lin. The giant immortal king came from the immortal realm. Although he was not too strong, he was indeed very discerning and followed the right person. He stared at the figures of the two men in the portrait and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Mu Lin. No need to say more. I have noticed those two geniuses for a long time. The descendants of my hometown. They have a strong aura of the original Tao seed in their bodies. And their combat power is very strong. It's so powerful that ordinary people can't even practice it." "Understood. I'm just afraid that they will be involved in the battlefield of true immortals." Immortal King Mu Lin and Zhu exchanged casual greetings before cutting off the connection with their spiritual thoughts. At this time, Zhu slowly stood up and whispered the names of the two geniuses, Taiyin and Lingbao. In fact, Zhu has indeed been paying attention to the peak cultivation of the two young heavenly generals who are constantly charging and killing on the battlefield. They are indeed just junior generals on the battlefield. The man named Taiyin lives up to his name. Just standing there, he looks like a piece of immortal ice that has lasted for hundreds of millions of years. His aura is sharp, his methods decisive and majestic, and he holds a square seal of the human emperor. Sitting on the back of a golden sheep, one strike can obliterate practitioners of the same level. And the man named Lingbao also had a long aura, and he was dressed in a Taoist robe with ease. He looked like an immortal, but in fact, he had a strong murderous intention. He stood on a square formation, with 4 killing swords of different colors suppressing all directions. Every shot could spread to a large battlefield, causing many dark creatures to bleed. At the same time, Lingbao himself was also fighting. He was very fast, and every time he struck, he carried sky-high Dao patterns and killing light, which could severely damage dark creatures of the same level. It is indeed the immortal King Seed. Zhu stared at the battle between the two men, the admiration in his eyes undisguised. In his eyes, Taiyin and Lingbao were completely two-way characters who reached the extreme. The young man named Taiyin specializes in cultivating his Taiyin Avenue, consistently and without any impurities. When the human emperor seal vibrates, the entire time and space seems to be suspended. That is the power of time evolved from the ultimate Taiyin. But Lingbao is completely different. He is an out-and-out all-rounder in the way of ray, sword, and killing. In just half an hour, he has shown 3 completely different ways. Every time he makes a move, it is surprising, unexpected. The immortal way shall prosper. Zhu watched the two young men with great satisfaction. He had been undercover for many years, and his deep love for his homeland had never disappeared. Now that he saw the two great talents born in his homeland, he was naturally extremely happy. The battle between the immortal generals and the dark practitioners lasted for several days and nights, with the advantage of numbers and fighting spirit. Many heavenly soldiers and generals in the human battlefield finally won, and all the dark practitioners were killed forever. Stayed in Wushangsen Palace. After the war, Taiyin and Lingbao, together with the other surviving heavenly soldiers and generals, walked in the palace that had been infiltrated by dark power for an extremely long time, feeling the ubiquitous dark atmosphere here and carefully appreciating this power. Dark creatures, depraved and ominous power, this aura is indeed very different from ours. Lingbao Tianzuan stepped over the corpse of an ancient beast with calm eyes. The killing sword in his hand was like light, extinguishing the last trace of the soul fire of the ancient void beast. He collected a trace of the void essence and blood that remained with the dark atmosphere without hesitation. Whispered, "Different power foundations create different civilization systems. But it seems, the foundation of this power is malice and madness." The Taiyin human emperor spoke softly. In his hand, there was a golden Taoist bone shining with dazzling light. There were densely packed runes flashing on it, and it faintly transformed into a golden magic bird with 2 horns, although only the remaining a little obsessed, but still instinctively arousing the surrounding dark forces to infect the human emperor's lunar origin. Crack! Taiyin human emperor shook his head, exerted force in his hand, and directly wiped away the remaining strand of quasi-emperor level supreme soul on the Dao bone, and then put away this precious natal Dao bone of the creature of the golden demon bird tribe without saying anything more. What? Back then, when Feng Lai was raising the 9 ancient emperors, the Taiyin human emperor and Lingbao Tianzuan were very close to each other. The two of them landed on a large epical city in the immortal realm. That big city connected the immortal realm and the foreign realm, and would often recruit heavenly soldiers. Heavenly generals go to guard foreign lands. With the talents of the two of them, they naturally easily reached the realm of the great sage. Then, they joined the great city of the era, and gained a lot of inheritance at the true immortal level. They even met the Jingguan immortal king of that big city, because of their extraordinary talents. Today, they have been reborn for more than 300 years. They are standing at the top of the great sage realm, and are constantly absorbing this knowledge about the path to immortality to strengthen their own heritage. Interesting. According to Immortal King Bailuan, in the past before the two heavenly emperors were born, darkness once caused great disasters to all spirits. This ancient world may be the bridgehead of darkness, Ling Baotianzuan said thoughtfully. But we won in the end. We inherited and absorbed everything from that late civilization. This is what we victors should do. The human emperor of Tyne nodded, and gently stroked the golden divine sheep on his back. This divine sheep was a mount that he conquered a few years ago. His bloodline talent was very extraordinary. A pair of golden horns evolved into the swordsmanship of the years, which aroused the human emperor's interest. What little friend Tyne said is true. The mission of the winner is never simple victory. It is also our mission to harvest and inherit everything from the loser. The two were chatting when suddenly another deep voice, with a hint of laughter, came from the void. The time and space in front of Tyne and Lingbao rippled slightly, and a man wearing a king's jersey appeared without warning. The earth manifests itself. It was a creature that seemed to be completely standing in deep time and space. Although he was standing there, in the eyes of Tyne human emperor and Lingbao Tianzuan, he seemed to be standing outside of infinite time and space. The sense of distortion from the rules made the two of them understand each other. God clearly felt uncomfortable. Greetings to the immortal king of the dragonfly. The two instantly recognized each other's identity. It was the ancient immortal king who stood above the divine city before the war. According to the veterans, he was an extremely powerful figure in the realm of immortal kings. Tyne, Lingbao, you two little friends, don't be polite. Since you are from the same realm, I will naturally not treat you badly. A plain smile appeared on Zuzu's face. His eyes were extraordinary. In one eye was the mighty power of time that belonged to time, and in the other eye was the power of the void corresponding to space. His eyes swept across it, as if he could penetrate all the truth. Native land? When Tyne human emperor and Lingbao Tianzuan heard this, they were both stunned. They had never heard of the name of the godly spider immortal king in their own universe. Even the Zetian universe did not have the name of the godly bird. They were suddenly recognized as fellow villagers. Everyone is a bit unexpected. Your realm? Your hometown is older than you think. The primitive ancient realm. 9 heavens and 10 earths. Every name carries the past. Shuzu smiled, and patted the shoulders of Tyne human emperor and Lingbao Tianzuan respectively with his 2 big hands. I will take you to see the past of this world and understand the war and hatred between us and them. Although history is past, you, as descendants, should not forget the history. Yes. Tyne and Lingbao looked at each other, and said in a deep voice together, you can also choose one set of the inheritance of the immortal king of this world, and take it away. This is a gift from the ancestors of your hometown. I hope that when we meet again, you will already be the immortal king, said Zuzu, slowly raising a hand. The void in front immediately opened, and the 2 juniors walked in together. Chapter 453 Extra 5 The Nameless Emperor. Regardless of the past, present, or future, the place connecting the past and the present is an extremely special place for the immortal realm. There are very few records about it. The immortal King Wuzu of the ancient immortal era once said that it connects to the sky, the earth, the past, and the present. It is a place that transcends time and transcends the long river of time. Emperor Huangtian once said that it connects to the sky, the earth, the past, and the present. It can help people go against the will of heaven and borrow countless years of magical power, which is difficult to fathom. No one knows where it comes from. No one knows who it originated from. When the ancestors of the Butcher ancient immortal king were just about to start innovating on the old system. When the Golden Crow immortal king planted the first ancient sun tree in the immortal realm. At that time, the place connecting the past and the present was already there. To this day, in this era, the immortal kings who know the place that connects the past and the present are still willing to pay the price of a drop of immortal king's blood to allow some truly qualified geniuses to try to step into that ancient place. After all, according to the known ancient historical records, there is not a single person who has ever set foot in the land that connects the past and the present. The immortal King Wu Ending, the Thunder Emperor immortal king, and even the 2 immortal emperors Huang and Tai Tsong all set foot there when they were young. Past that place. It's a pity that in the more than tens of millions of years since heaven left the boundary sea, no strong person has been heard of being recognized by heaven and has stepped into that place. Rumble. On this day, this area that had been silent for countless years suddenly experienced vast and far-reaching fluctuations, just like the ripples caused by a stone falling into a pond. It rippled throughout the entire fairyland in just a short moment. It was a transcendent power, as if a figure descended from all realms had descended. The endless avenues of eternity resonated at this moment, all blessing that area. At this moment, almost all the immortal creatures in the immortal realm were attracted by this supreme power. Not only the true immortals, but also the immortal king-level creatures almost all woke up and looked at that area. However, even though they have the ability to overlook the ebb and flow of hundreds of millions of years, they still cannot see clearly the source of the fluctuations. It is as if unknown creatures are born, looking at all the worlds, walking among them, and passing their eyes across the worlds. It was like the creation of the world. The barriers of the universe were torn apart, and chaotic energy surged. At that time, more than a dozen ordinary, top-level, and even giant immortal king figures in the world were stunned at this moment. They seemed to see densely packed, never-before-seen avenue chains manifesting and splicing in the void, which seemed to be reflecting a certain personal status. Clank. But just a short moment later, deep in the immortal realm, the long and clanging sound of war spears could be heard, and a dazzling rainbow streaked across the sky, flying in the direction of Tongijin. That was a young man wearing a high crown and the robe of the immortal king. Every step he took was accompanied by billions of rays of divine light. They fell like light rain, and were incomparable sacred. They illuminated most of the sky, just like the feathers of the heavens, illuminating the world. In his hand, a dark red blood-stained war spear rustled. It was clumsy and heavy, and the spear was filled with astonishing evil aura and majesty, making people's scalp numb. Lord Gutua, King Tuol, the immortal king and the true immortals immediately recognized the identity of the man. He was the protector of the realm left by the two heavenly emperors in the immortal realm. And he was also the undisputed strongest person on the surface of the realm. The supreme giant Gutua immortal king. Crack! Gutua was speechless. The magic power of the supreme giant was as vast as the abyss. Every fluctuation could cause time and space to vibrate, causing the world to flow backwards. After only 7 steps, he arrived at the edge of the land connecting the past and the present. His pair of divine eyes had already evolved to an extremely terrifying level. Staring at the source of the fluctuations, he saw that in this small stone chamber deep in the land of ancient and modern times, the long river of time was rushing crazily, and the surging power of time disturbed time and space, making that area distort. In a daze, Gutua seemed to see a certain creature traveling, leaving a line of shallow footprints on the dam boundary. He seemed to see a withered and decayed creature crossing time and space, striding towards him. The weapon in his hand was very familiar. It is the emperor-killing war spear in Gutuo's hand. When, seeing this, Gutuo quickly concentrated his energy and mobilized his soul power to protect himself and stabilize his soul light. After a long time, all the illusions caused by the distortion of time and space completely disappeared. Although the long river of time is still running through the land of ancient and modern times, there is nothing else in it. Only the figure of a person is left, striding forward with a wooden stick. He is getting closer and closer, and his breath is getting thicker and thicker. When Gutuo came back to his senses completely, the figure had already stood in front of him at some point, like a soul crawling out of the cracks of history. Ethereal and ethereal. What on earth are you? Gutuo was horrified and instinctively blocked the emperor-killing war spear in front of him. This man's aura was too weird. Even though he was an invincible existence among the immortal kings, when he saw this man, he still retreated, took several steps. He could sense that the body and soul of the man in front of him were completing a transformation from virtual to real, and the chains of the avenue were constantly being shaped by the collision and interweaving sounds, imprinting themselves on the roots of the universe. In response to Gutuo's inquiry, the illusory man was speechless. He just stretched out a big hand and pressed it on Gutuo's shoulder. The two figures disappeared from the place in an instant. When they appeared again, they had passed through one layer after another. Time and space descended into the depths of the boundary sea. There is an isolated island of chaos that has been floating for countless years on the outskirts of the boundary sea. It is not far from the dike boundary. Looking forward, one can see the turbulent and deep boundary sea. And looking back, one can see the vibrant fairyland. This elusive man walked on this island of chaos. His eyes seemed to reflect the infinitely distant past, staring in many directions. He didn't come back to his senses until he saw several lines of shallow footprints on the dam boundary. Said softly, Sure enough, latecomers have changed a lot of things. What he said was not the language of the immortal realm, burial realm, and foreign realm of this era, nor was it the original text of darkness, but the language of a certain time point in ancient times. It was sonorous and powerful, and had an inexplicable taoyuan. Sure enough, you are one of the people my master asked me to wait for, according to the fluctuation of his spiritual mind. Gu Tuo easily understood the meaning of the other party's words, and combined with him to return from the land of ancient and modern times. He quickly guessed the identity of the other party, the nameless quasi-immortal emperor in the era of Emperor Fall. Hearing this, the nameless quasi-immortal emperor looked at Gu Tuo with a deep look. Not only did the forerunners examine and judge the latecomers, but also the seniors expressed concern and expectations for the juniors. After a moment, he nodded. Gu Tuo, the latecomer, pays my respects to senior. May I ask how you should address senior? Seeing the other party's response, Gu Tuo's face suddenly became more serious and asked in a deep voice. Pursuing the truth throughout my life, my past names have long been buried in the years. It's just that a few future friends like to call me the Wooming Quasi-Immortal Emperor. Little friend Gu Tuo can just call me Wooming. Regarding such illusory things as names, the Wooming Quasi-Immortal Emperor seemed very free and easy. He just casually said it, and gently lifted it. Who is your master? The one who holds the sword? The one who holds the guillotine? The one who steps on the cauldron? The one who holds the bell? The one who holds the flag? The one who lights the lamp? The woman wearing the mask? Or the little willow tree? It can be seen that there are many people who care about the state of the nameless quasi-immortal emperor. They are both quasi-immortal emperors. The quasi-immortal emperors of later generations can see the ancient quasi-immortal emperors upstream in the downstream of the long river of time. Naturally, the ancient quasi-immortal emperors upstream you can follow the long river of time and see the gaze downstream. Through this method, the Wooming Quasi-Immortal Emperor has met many newcomers whom he has never met before. Most of these newcomers have good intentions and can be regarded as friends who have been apart for a long time. The nameless Quasi-Immortal Emperor revealed so many names. Gu Tuo was a little stunned for a while, although he could not correspond to the strong men mentioned by the other party one by one. After thinking for a while, he still replied, My master's name is Taizong. There is indeed a guillotine among the three emperor's soldiers. I should be the one who wields the guillotine as mentioned by my seniors. I see. The unknown quasi-immortal emperor squinted his eyes and looked at Gu Tuo. This young man's natal weapon was a sky lantern that stood on the path. A look of understanding suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he smiled at Gu Tuo. He raised his hand slightly, and a hazy light suddenly shone like little stars in the world sea, fairyland and foreign land, turning into wisps of colorless and phaseless flames, wrapping around his fingertips. And then, they were all included in vivo. In the past, I died under the Emperor killing war spear in your hand. My body collapsed. Part of it was scattered, and part of it was buried in the source of darkness on the other side of the boundary sea. My soul was shattered, and the remaining true spirit turned into Tao fire. While seeking the hope of return, we are trying to cultivate newcomers. As the Wooming Quasi-Immortal Emperor spoke, he tapped the Emperor killing war spear in Gu Tuo's hand. This war spear still has Tao blood that is dried up for eternity, which was left by the Wooming Quasi-Immortal Emperor back then. Fortunately, after waiting for eternity, we finally succeeded. Gu Tuo stared at the colorless Emperor fire integrating into the body of the nameless Quasi-Immortal Emperor. He touched the Emperor killing war spear stained with bloodstains with both hands. He listened to the past in the mouth of the nameless Quasi-Immortal Emperor and felt a little silent for a moment. He had heard about the past of the nameless Quasi-Immortal Emperor. He was a lonely emperor who became enlightened alone. He set foot on the other side of the world sea alone, and then died alone at the source of darkness, without holding on to anything. The unknown quasi-immortal emperor seemed to see what Gu Tuo was thinking. He patted the young immortal king on the shoulder and said with a smile, later, You don't have to mourn for me. Time has changed, and everything that has happened to me has never changed. Never regretted it. In the next many years, the Wooming Quasi-Immortal Emperor has been traveling with Gu Tuo in their immortal realm. With the help of the Wooming Quasi-Immortal Emperor, they traced the past of the glorious era of the Emperor Luo era and witnessed the cultivation path of the burial domain rise, but also witnessed the long grievances and hatreds between foreign lands, fairy lands, and primitive ancient worlds. Unfortunately, as the nameless quasi-immortal emperor, he can always overlook this era as a bystander rather than a participant. Those stories did not make the nameless quasi-immortal emperor feel much. On the contrary, He was moved by the scene, and often recalled the time that belonged to own time. More than 20,000 years later, the nameless quasi-immortal emperor completed his journey in the immortal realm, the foreign realm, and the burial realm. He left his inheritance in a certain mountain and river, and then set foot on the boundary sea with Gutu, striding forward all the way, towards the other side of the boundary sea, towards the source of darkness as heavy as ancient history. Tens of thousands of years later, the two came to the former dark ancestral land on the other side of the boundary sea. After several battles between the quasi-immortal emperors and the immortal emperors that year, the former source of darkness had long been in dilapidated condition. All the dark heavens, the ancient palace, prisons, etc., had all been shattered into nothingness, and only a few broken walls were left standing by chance, telling the story of the past. In a few more epochs, when the immortal realm is fully developed, it will be time to send some creatures across the boundary sea and come to this shore to lay the foundation of civilization. Now that the darkness has retreated, the civilization of the immortal realm should flourish. The second time he set foot on this vast land, the nameless quasi-immortal emperor felt too much in his heart. The last time he came alone, he fought hard against the darkness and ominousness, and died after experiencing despair and sorrow. But this time he came, it was completely different. Feel. After the darkness fades, the other side of the world sea is no different from the fairyland and other large worlds on the other side. It is empty and fertile, and the seeds of civilization can take root and sprout as well. I also think it is feasible, and it will be implemented in the next 1 or 2 epochs. Now the fairy kings and immortal kings in the fairyland and foreign lands are not yet saturated. If we open another world, we can develop it in parallel. Gutu nodded. In the emptiness of returning from the long river of time, I often think to myself, how nice it would be if I had a companion back then, who could fight side by side, talk about Tao forever, and even after death, there would be a friend who could set up a tomb for me. The nameless quasi-immortal emperor sighed. He very much hoped that this era would be more brilliant than his era, and would not experience his kind of helplessness and regret again. You have already established yourself in this era, and will not lack companions in the future. Gutu and the woman quasi-immortal emperor walked together, passing through the former dark ancient heaven and the palaces of the dark quasi-immortal emperors, and passing through one dilapidated ancient palace after another, and finally came to the dark immortal emperor, also known as the emperor, the area where Brother Gu used to be. Nowadays, the body of the dark immortal emperor is no longer there. This deep palace is closely protected by Shi Hao and Feng Lai using immortal emperor methods, because this is an extremely important time and space node, and it is also the link between heaven and the sea channel. As soon as the nameless quasi-immortal emperor saw the boundless passage, he saw the time and space in that area distorted. A slender and graceful figure slowly appeared. A smile appeared on the beautiful face hidden by thousands of illusory willow branches, and he looked at the emperor. The unknown quasi-immortal emperor of the era nodded in the direction. You are finally here. We have been waiting for you for many years. The unknown quasi-immortal emperor had unparalleled eyes. He could see the shadow of the unpredictable willow tree behind the woman at a glance, as if it was holding up the sky for eternity, and thus learned her identity. It was the willow tree with which he was very destined. In the past, Lu Shen forcibly embarked on the path of merging darkness and transforming the soul. The soul unexpectedly set foot on the other side of the world sea and faced off against the Song Emperor of the Dark Heaven. If not for the protection of the nameless quasi-immortal emperor's remaining body in Tao fire, Lu Shen there is absolutely no way he can survive when Shi Hao arrives. Later, Lu Shen became the quasi-immortal emperor, and the unknown quasi-immortal emperor's Taohua also helped a lot. This was the good cause and effect of the two of them. Although this was the first time they met in person, they already seemed like old friends for many years. It is indeed late. Judging from the aura of fellow Taoist, I am afraid that I have broken the shackles, crossed the quasi-immortal emperor, and stepped into the realm of the immortal emperor. Thinking of this, the nameless quasi-immortal emperor also bowed his hands to Lu Shengong and said with a smile, "The road ends. Fellow Taoists, come with me. Everything will be clear." Lu Shen did not deny that the aura on her body was indeed much stronger than that of the quasi-immortal emperor. It was a feeling of transcending time and space. Standing there at this level, the passage of time is just like a picture scroll, which can be altered at will. The unknown quasi-immortal emperor smiled and moved forward without hesitation, striding towards the ancient world where Lu Shen was. When he was about to enter the light gate, he suddenly turned his head and smiled at Gu Tuo behind him. Laughed, "Little friend Gu, when we meet again, I hope you have reached the Supreme Realm. Goodbye. Chapter 454. The subsequent story. After countless years, God. The musicians in tuxedos meticulously played moving music. And the moving notes one after another were like gurgling water, flowing in every corner of the banquet hall. This was a very high-level banquet, and all the participants were dressed up. The men were in spotless suits, and the ladies were in elegant and luxurious dresses. They were whispering through the banquet hall. Everything was so beautiful and comfortable. Both the first generation of heaven and the second generation of heaven came from that ancient and noble world. Originally, it was just an unknown universe that should have died long ago. But it became glorious because of the strongest men of the two generations of heaven. The chandelier made of fairy crystal cast a gentle orange light curtain. Shuri was sitting on the soft sofa, his pair of eyes reflecting the past. He had already put away his immortal battle armor that had gone through the years, and put on a tall and slim-fitting white suit. The transcendent Taoist charm of the immortal family flowing in his body complemented the rigorous and erudition of the scientific and technological cultivation path, attracting many young girls and nobles from far away. The woman cast a strange look. Please also ask King Shur to tell me the story about your generation of heaven and the subsequent story of Emperor Tai's song. Opposite him, the female quasi-immortal emperor, who has achieved enlightenment in science and technology, has already put on a crystal-like golden dress. Her skin is as white and translucent as nephrite, and her beautiful face is painted with exquisite and elegant light makeup. She is sitting on high heels. On the bench, he whispered. Emperor Huang, she knows the general situation. In the past, my master and Emperor Huang Tian came to heaven together. They reached their peak in a very short period of time. There were too many strong people around them, and they were infinitely glorious. We expanded, we pioneered, we dug deeply into the history of God, and gradually gained an understanding of God, the heavens, and the strange patterns, and gradually became connected with the many Wushang and road-ending experts in this world. 1 year, Grandmaster Tai Tsong met and had a long conversation with an emperor named Luo, and learned that when we arrived, the fierce battle between God and earth had been going on for countless epochs, and it had been hard for too long. Shuri nodded and gently raised the classical crystal glass in his hand. A waiter immediately came forward and added some amber liquid into it. As the clan brother of Emperor Huang Tian and the disciple of ancient Emperor Tai Tsong, Shuri undoubtedly witnessed the glory of the first generation of heaven. In a short period of less than an era, it gathered a very huge force with countless followers. To put it bluntly, in that era, Heavenly Court was one of the most important forces protecting this world and resisting weirdness, because there were not many immortal emperors at that time. The addition of Heavenly Court, a new force, undoubtedly gave God a bag of fresh blood. Luo Tiandi. I have heard of that name. He is known as one of the oldest immortal emperors. It seems that under his guidance, you joined the battlefield with weirdness. Emperor Huangshi nodded slightly. His slender neck was crystal clear and soft, and dense data streams flashed in his eyes. He looked thoughtful and murmured, "No. In fact, the reason why heaven descended from the heavens to God in the first place was to fight, to destroy the source of darkness and ominousness." Shuri shook his head. The woman in front of him is a quasi-immortal emperor in the field of science and technology. She is proficient in infinite quantum network technology and virtual reality technology. She is the most powerful quasi-immortal emperor in the world. Shuri values her very much. After learning that we have a common enemy, Tianting formed an alliance with Luo, Meihai and other local immortal emperors to fight against weirdness. But after the fight, we realized how powerful the enemy was. Not only did that clan have more creatures in the realm of quasi-immortal emperors, but there were also many immortal emperors. Their methods were tyrannical and extremely difficult to deal with. Fortunately, at that time, the land of heaven was still very powerful. And so was our heaven. We watched and helped each other to fight against the evil earth. During that process, the two immortal emperors continued to absorb the Tao fruits of other civilizations and became stronger. An unknown quasi-immortal emperor belonging to our world came to help. Master Lu Shan also understood the Tao and achievements at a certain historical point. Immortal Emperor. 1 year. During the bitter battle with weirdness, Emperor Huang Tian suddenly realized the Tao and reached the highest level of sublimation. He took a step forward in the Lujin realm and set foot on the path of sacrifice. Having said this, Shuri had a complex look in his eyes, as well as helplessness and nostalgia, and sighed. That was supposed to be the node of Heavenly Court's prosperity. But the enemy was too powerful. Emperor Huang Tian had one enemy with many, and was completely held back. It almost made that era the node of heavenly courts decline. Huang, my brother, was too confident. He thought that with the power of the Taoist priest, he could solve all the problems by himself. So he went to the ultimate place of A2 alone to destroy the source of the strangeness. Huangshi, the quasi-immortal emperor, listened carefully to that period of history. She was naturally quite ancient, but when she was the first generation of heaven, she was not even an immortal creature. She was still fighting against time and aging, and was not qualified to understand that period of history. That's when Emperor Huang Tian discovered the big secrets about the strange plateau, about the ancestor, and about the source. Sure, he said seriously. The ancestor is the source of the strange clan, and is the collective name for the 6 living beings in the sacrificial realm. Is not only incomparably powerful, but also possesses the power of a strange source, can be resurrected infinitely, and is absolutely unkillable. Infinite resurrection? This doesn't sound scientific. As a quasi-immortal emperor in the field of science and technology, Emperor Huangshi obviously cannot accept the theory of infinite resurrection. In her field, it is not difficult to resurrect after paying a certain price. But the rules of pan-energy conservation are difficult for the immortal emperor to break. And infinite resurrection sounds really dreamy. That is the truth. Regarding the quasi-immortal emperor's doubts, sure, he seemed quite calm, shook his head gently and said, in the past, Emperor Huang Tian had unparalleled combat power, and was quite powerful in the field of sacrifice. He had tried to kill several strange ancestors with serious injuries, but it was useless every time. The enemy could return intact. Such a fact is despairing. Emperor Huang Tian almost died in the battle at that time. At the critical moment, my master set foot in the sacrificial realm, fought on the weird plateau, and rescued Emperor Huang Tian. Then the heavenly court defended the sky and temporarily blocked the weirdness. The attack of the big forces. Then what? Immortal Emperor Huangshi stood up, holding his cheeks with a slender palm, and listened carefully to the story. She was obviously also curious about that period of the past. Emperor Huang Tian and my teacher have studied for half an era, and both believe that the ancestor of the weird family has something in his hands that is transcendent in nature. Only by completely destroying it can we fundamentally kill the ancestor of the weird tribe. For this reason, Emperor Huang Tian has repeatedly overturned the long river of time and reflected the heavens to find the ancestral seeds of the cultivation method of the previous era. He wants to lay out the overall situation for the ages, and completely destroy the foundation of the strange ancestor's resurrection. Sure, he recalled the past. Those more than 10 eras were the craziest era of Emperor Huang Tian. He tried his best to travel through the long river of time. He once traced the origin of the strange clan, searched for the god who lived countless years ago, and fought until the long river of time collapsed, destroyed, and then rebuilt at great cost. During that process, there were only 2 priests on the side of heaven, and the truth about the strange ancestors gradually emerged. There were 10 ancestors, each of them standing in the realm of sacrifice, and each of them had completely different abilities. The essence of destruction. They obviously discovered the extraordinary nature of the cultivation system of the immortal way, and took action directly to fundamentally pollute the foundation of the immortal way. Anyone who wants to become an immortal emperor on this road will be cursed from strange sources. At that time, the 2 heavenly emperors also found the path of cultivation before the great sacrifice, which was the oldest cultivation system in the world, and was the so-called pollen evolution path. Originally, Emperor Huang Tian wanted to make a plan, cultivate a strong enough descendant, and use his hands to send himself to the core of the weird clan, destroy the foundation of the ancestors' resurrection, and thus completely destroy the weird system. It is an all-or-nothing road. No one knows how many years they have to wait for that special person. During that period, the weird clan will launch the Era Festival again and again, harvesting the heavens, worlds, and God again and again. I don't know. Billions of civilizations of many eras will collapse and perish while waiting for that person. My master does not agree with that path. He believes that instead of entrusting his fate to a future person who knows how many epochs later, it is better to continue to fight and find a way to survive in the struggle. So, after a war that lasted for several epochs, an extremely special woman suddenly appeared beside ancient Emperor Taizong. That is an extremely ancient creature, a Taoist priest older than Huang and Taizong, and the founder of the Huafan cultivation path. In an extremely distant era, she was the backbone of Luo, Menghai and others, leading the way. God and all the heavens and worlds fight together against the strange. My master calls her the Flower Fan Emperor. Chapter 455 Finale. To be fair, if 2 great priests, Ruo Huang and Taizong, fight alone against the 10 strange ancestors in the realm of sacrifice, and who can be infinitely resurrected. The probability of success must be very low. After all, priests also have their limits. Although the strange ancestors are far from the top in the field of sacrifice, relying on their numerical advantage and immortality, Sure Hao and Feng Lai have no way to survive. If ancient Emperor Tai Song successfully resurrects Emperor Pollen, who is also in the sacrificial realm, and the 3 sacrificial ministers join forces to face the enemy, although they will have to endure a lot of pressure, it will always be much better. The 3 great priests led many immortal emperors and quasi-immortal emperors from the heavens and all the worlds to defend the heavens and the heavens. Whether it was the first generation of heaven or the aborigines of the heavens, the pressure was much reduced. Many years later, the second generation heavenly court came from the boundary sea. The 2 heavenly emperors and Huathan emperor of the first generation heavenly court personally took action to connect the 3 heavenly emperors of the second generation heavenly court, Yi, Wuxia and Henren, and strive to allow them to use the best possible method. Grow up quickly. Many epochs after that, the second generation of heavenly emperor Yi Tiandi rose up, beheaded the strange immortal emperor in the sky, and then successfully offered sacrifices to the Taoist priests. From that point on, the 4 priests guarded the heaven together, and the weird clan started a long tug-of-war with the heaven, for all living beings in the world. It was an era of great pressure, but that era was also full of hope. The 4 heavenly emperors and many immortal emperors guarded the heavens. The weird clan has never been able to launch the era festival since then. Many of the civilization that was supposed to collapse in the middle was able to continue, and had the opportunity to continue to grow stronger. It is very meaningful to continue the fire of civilization. One of the purposes of the weird clan's great sacrifice to harvest the civilization of the heavens and heavens is to prevent the birth of more powerful rebels. Many ancient civilizations that originally had the hope of giving birth to the immortal emperor, they were all buried in the years because of the great sacrifice. Shuri chatted with this technologically advanced female quasi-immortal emperor for a long time. The 2 traveled through the infinite universe together, walking in the depths of time and space, and finally arrived at the edge of heaven. It was a deep and terrifying valley that was countless trillions of miles away. The 5 elements, yin and yang, time and space, and soul, all 10 of the most original Taoist substances in the universe, filled every corner of that chaotic void. They were in the immortal emperor. They are intertwined and gathered under their mighty power, like a huge city, guarding the borders of heaven and all heavens and realms. This is the edge of the sky and all the worlds. Across this valley is the strange plateau above the sky. It is the source of all ominous substances and the foundation of all strange things. Shuri pointed at the boundless void behind the abyss. From the perspective of a quasi-mortal emperor, there were densely packed creatures hiding in the depths of the void. Their bodies were crystal clear, and their bodies were engraved with the strangest and most terrifying lines in the world. Funeral oration. Very strong. So powerful that it is simply unstoppable. As a rare quasi-immortal emperor on the road of science and technology, Emperor Huangshi has an extraordinary origin. She is a Taoist figure who created her own system. Although her system is not perfect yet, and is far from being able to support her to reach the realm of immortal emperors. Through the analysis of those incomparable, the memorial text can still reveal some weird essence. You are right. On such a battlefield, the immortal king is just the weakest soldier. The giant and the supreme giant are slightly better. The quasi-immortal emperor is the backbone of the fight against the weird. Among the immortal emperors, 10 of them can compete with the weird clan. The one who can compete with the great immortal emperor and never fall behind is the great general. Shuri spoke out, looking at the abyss with some yearning and appreciation in his eyes. He had been practicing for many epochs, and was still stuck in the realm of supreme giants. He was only half a step away from the quasi-immortal emperor. But that the half step made him timid, and he never dared to take a step forward. So, what's going on with the power we have now? Should immortal emperor Huangshi asked softly. At least as far as the immortal emperor is concerned. The number of strong men on our side can steadily outnumber the weird side. Suddenly, plain words rang out from the ears of Shuri and Huangshi. The immortal emperor Huangshi. The Taoist vase rang softly, and Feng Lai's figure appeared beside them without any warning. The long voice calmed down their minds in an instant. Meet the master. Greetings to Master Tai Song. At this moment, Shuri and the female quasi-immortal emperor bowed together and saluted respectfully. They carefully understood and analyzed the aura on Tai Song's body, and found that there was no trace of Tao aura around the existence of this realm. Just standing there, the invincible charm of the law was flowing around his body. The so-called sacrifice to the Tao means that one has practiced the Tao to the extreme and has reached the level of abandoning the laws. After the road is over, one must burn all the Tao in oneself and transcend the immortal emperor. I haven't seen you for many years. Here. And this little girl on the road of science and technology. Feng Lai raised his hand slightly, and the overwhelming power of the sacrificial realm burst out, creating a heavenly palace out of nothing, allowing Shi Yi and the female quasi-immortal emperor to settle down, and said with a smile, Lord Taizong said that the powerful immortal emperor here has surpassed Weird Huangshi. The quasi-immortal emperor settled down and immediately asked respectfully, in her impression, the Weird lineage has many soul-level creatures, and each of them has absolute power that is enough to overturn hundreds of millions of ancient worlds, making them invincible. There are only 10 immortal emperors, hundreds of epochs after the arrival of the second generation of heaven. The immortal emperors on our side have already surpassed this number. Feng Lai shook his head. The original forces of God fought hard for too long. After Feng Lai became a priest in the first generation of heavenly court, there were only 3 or 4 immortal emperor figures such as Luo and Meng Hai, and including Lucian. They could not exceed 5 fingers, until Emperor Huafan was resurrected by Feng Lai. The 3 priests would occasionally work together to resurrect the immortal emperor who had been dormant in the era of Emperor Pollen, and the returning unknown quasi-immortal emperor would set foot on the immortal emperor, increasing the number of immortal emperors in the sky. Quite a few. By the time the second generation of heavenly court had completely taken root in heaven, and after Emperor Xian, Gu Tu, Wu Shi and Empress became immortal emperors, several powerful civilizations in heaven and heaven had once again given birth to immortal emperor-level figures, plus Brother Digu on the other side of the world sea, who was designed and corrupted by the strange clan, and others. Up to now, the number of immortal emperors on the heaven side has already exceeded 10 fingers. If they all come out in full force, even if the 10 main roads on the Weird side can be infinitely resurrected, they will not be able to do anything to them. So, how are the priests doing now? How many are there? Shi continued to ask. According to time, there are 7 living beings in the sacrifice realm including Emperor Huafan, Huang, Mi, Yi, Xianwang, Ruthless Empress, and Lucian. Feng Lai spoke out, taking stock of the powerful ones he had one by one. Whispered, sacrifice is not that easy to achieve. Except for Yi Fan and Emperor Xian of the second generation of heaven. The Empress and Lucian of the first generation of heaven only reached that level in the last era. And Wu Shi even more so. Still struggling at the end of the road. Unable to take the crucial last step. In other words, the day is not far away from the complete counterattack on the strange plateau. Although Shi is not at a high level, he also knows a lot of secrets because he is a good master. That's it. The 7 great priest-level warriors are already quite an absolute force. If they attack together, even if there are 2 or 3 more strange ancestors, they still cannot pose a threat. Feng Lai said, to be honest, Weird Ancestor is not very strong in the field of sacrifice. For strong men like Shi Hao and Yi Fan, it is not a problem to fight 1 against 2 or against 3. Calculated in this way, God can completely free up a lot of them. Combat strength. When Wu Shi sacrifices, we will attack the strange plateau and destroy all causes and effects. Feng Lai turned around and seemed to be staring at the endless strange waves above the plateau. His eyes were extremely firm and plain. And he said,